Jiang Qian used his working time to slack off on his translation work. Gu Yunlan was not idle either. She took out a sweater to knit. This was for the children. The two were busy with their own work. When they were halfway through, they heard Feng Bowen say that it was snowing outside. When they went out to see, it really snowed. This year, the snow is half a month late. I remember it only fell in mid-October last year. Gu Yunlan said. Yes, but I don't know if our house can withstand it. Feng Bowen was a little worried. He moved out of the single dormitory and was allocated a 2-bedroom apartment. It was not only small but also shabby. But there was nothing he could do about it. Who told him not to catch up? Han Shigwa renovated his house himself. This snow will either not fall, or it will definitely be heavy. You can't repair it, so you have to find someone to do it. Jiang Qian told him. I don't know who can. Feng Bowen said quickly. After work, I will find 2 people to come over and help you with the renovation. Just remember to buy 2 packs of cigarettes as a thank you gift. Gu Yunlan said. Feng Bowen. Okay, thank you, Sister Lan. They didn't stay outside. It was very cold, so they went back to the office. Jiang Qian asked Gu Yunlan, it's so cold. Do you still have to send Mingming and Shuang over every morning? Gu Yunlan smiled and said, my mother doesn't want them to go through the cold weather, so she comes to look after the children for me in the morning. Jiang Qian heard this and said, Auntie is also tired. Gu Yunlan knitted a sweater. My mother is a nagging person, but there is no other problem. This is how it is during working hours. If there is work, they work, and if there is no work, they do their own things. When the time is almost up, they will get off work. Gu Yunlan took Feng Bowen to find someone to repair the house. Jiang Qian went home to make dumplings. Han Shigwa had made them in the morning. Since no one was around and she was still a little greedy, she got a roast goose from her space to enjoy. After eating it happily, the salted fish poured water to wash her feet and went to bed for a nap. When she woke up, she found that the snow outside had stopped. It had only snowed for a short time in the morning, but the sky was dark. I think it will snow heavily tonight, Gu Yunlan said when she came to work. How is Secretary Feng's house? Jiang Qian said. I took a leave in the afternoon, and there are those 2 people to help him, so it's not a big problem. Gu Yunlan was right. Jiang Qian didn't get home until she got off work in the evening, and it was snowing heavily. When Han Shigwa came back, his military cap was covered with snow. Is it cold? Come in quickly. Han Shigwa smiled and said, it's not that cold. Wear enough clothes. The house was filled with the aroma of stewed meat. Jiang Qian made pork ribs and stewed potatoes. This was the only dish. The staple food was bean flour steamed buns. The couple sat down and started eating. After eating, they continued to make dumplings and steamed buns. Jiang Qian mixed 2 bowls of flour and a large bowl of stuffing, which was used to make dumplings. Now that it was cold, it was convenient to make more dumplings and freeze them for eating whenever you wanted. The same goes for steamed buns. After coming to the army, Jiang Qian basically ate refined grains. She wanted to eat some coarse grains which were healthy. So not only did she eat bean flour steamed buns tonight, but the second bowl of flour was also flour mixed with cornmeal, preparing to make cornmeal steamed buns. Han Shigwa, of course, accompanied his wife to do these jobs together. He knew how to do these things. After the dumplings were wrapped, they were placed on a round dustpan and taken out to freeze. In this weather, they could be stored in the house for an hour. The steamed buns had to be steamed in a pot, and after steaming, they were placed in a small dustpan and stored in the cabinet. There was no need to take them out to freeze. It was so cold now that the steamed buns in the house would be frozen and hard to bite. After finishing all these, Jiang Qian did not forget to do some translation. Since she had nothing to do at work today, she translated a lot. According to this process, the tasks she received this time will be sent by mail in 2 days. Wife, I have boiled the water. Han Shigwa came over and said. Jiang Qian did not even raise his head. You go wash first. Okay, Han Shigwa washed himself obediently. His wife loved cleanliness, so he had to clean himself up. Wash your face, buttocks, and feet. You have to wash them all. The husband who washes 3 times in a row. After washing, He came to the bed and waited for his wife obediently. But when Jiang Qian came back from work, Han Shihua fell asleep, which made Jiang Qian couldn't help but smile. Needless to say, you know that this guy is tired. He hasn't had much rest since he started eating meat. If he is not tired, who is tired? She washed herself and came back quietly to sleep. But Han Shihua was very alert, and he could feel it no matter how light she was. He stretched out his long arm and hugged his wife in his arms, patting her soothingly. "Wife, go to bed early, don't come tonight." His wife is very likely pregnant, so he can't let himself do whatever he wants. Jiang Qian laughed, but she was also very happy to lean on the man's arms. She had a good rest last night, and the two of them were still young, so she woke up very energetic. The quilt in the morning was very pleasant, and Jiang Qian was lazy and didn't want to get up. It was very comfortable. But Han Shihua got up early, and she really admired his self-discipline. Han Shihua went shopping today. It snowed, and the market behind was open only once every 7 days. So he had to stock up some meat and vegetables. He bought a lot and stocked them up. He went out with 2 baskets and bought a lot of mutton, pork, and frozen fish. There were also tofu, cabbage, radish, and potatoes. Knowing that his wife liked to eat apples, he also bought a net bag of apples. Jiang Qian got up when she heard him coming home and saw the supplies he bought. There was a smile in her eyes. "Look, this is the rough man in her family, a good man who lives at home." Han Shihua smiled and said, "Wife, do you want to buy anything else?" "No, there is enough to eat." Jiang Qian took a look. Han Shihua put the meat and vegetables in order and came to take over the work of cooking dumplings from his wife. Jiang Qian also let him come and poured hot water to brush her teeth and wash her face. After washing, she came to eat dumplings. The fragrant dumplings are very healing. After eating, Han Shihua sent her to work and said on the way, "Wife, do you think we should buy a bicycle? It will be convenient for me to pick you up." "Buy one." Jiang Qian thought it was okay. "Okay, I'll find someone to exchange the ticket." But there was no need to find someone to exchange the ticket, so he came to ask someone. A colleague wanted to sell a second-hand bicycle in his hand. It had been used for 2 years and was a bit old, but the quality of the bicycle was not affected at all, and the price was a little cheaper, 100 yuan. It cost 150 yuan when I bought it. Of course, Han Shihua had to bargain, and finally the deal was 90 yuan. With a bicycle, it was much more convenient for Han Shihua to pick up his wife to and from work. Gu Yunman was envious and asked Lu Chongjing to buy one for transportation. Ever since the snow began, the entire army was covered with white snow. Either it didn't snow, or it snowed for several days in a row. When it seemed to have stopped, Han Shihua and his men organized to sweep the snow. As a result, it snowed heavily again that night. It was no exaggeration, a real heavy snowfall. Even if he slept until midnight, Han Shihua had to go out to sweep the snow off the roof. Although he had reinforced it, he was still afraid of a possible accident. This was no joke. When Feng Bowen was at work, he also said, "Fortunately, we asked someone to help reinforce it, otherwise our house would be in danger." Jiang Qian smiled and said, "Is Xiumei used to the life here?" "Yes. She said she is used to it as long as I am here." Speaking of his wife, Feng Bowen had a silly and happy expression on his face. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunman looked at each other and both laughed. "Come and try the red bean cake I made yesterday." Jiang Qian took out a lunchbox and she filled it with red bean cakes. Gu Yunman and Feng Bowen were not polite, and Jiang Qian even gave it to Cheng Miao. Although she and Cheng Miao were just ordinary colleagues, they could still chat for a few words. Cheng Miao smiled and took a piece. "Thank you. Why be polite?" Jiang Qian smiled. Although Cheng Miao was not kind to Gu Yunlan because of Gu Xiaolan, she had no hostility towards Jiang Qian. "Didn't Secretary Xiaolan come to work?" Jiang Qian asked. "I don't know. I haven't heard her ask for leave." Cheng Miao didn't know either. Jiang Qian just asked casually and didn't say anything. She took some snacks and gave 2 pieces to Director Zhang. Then she went back to her desk to eat red bean cake while reading the newspaper. As for her translation manuscript, it had already been sent to the bookstore. In the past few days, Liang, in the bookstore, should have received it. After all, they are from the same province, so the speed is relatively fast. Liang did receive it. Not long after sending out these translation manuscripts, he received a call from his superior. The leader said that the quality of the translation this time is very high. Liang was also very happy. After applying for Jiang Qian's royalties, he mailed the remittance slip to her. Jiang Qian was at home when she received the remittance slip. Not only the remittance slip, but also a new translation manuscript and a letter written to her by Liang. The letter said that the content of this translation was very good, so he sent more this time, hoping that she would translate it and send it back when she had time. When Han Sherwa came back, Jiang Qian showed him the remittance slip. "Look, my royalties have arrived." Han Sherwa looked at his young wife's smug expression, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took it and looked at it. There was 20 yuan written on the small remittance slip. He gave a very high evaluation, "Wife. You are so amazing. If people knew about this, everyone would envy me for marrying such a capable wife." Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. "We can't withdraw the money here. We have to take a bus to the city to withdraw the money. It's not convenient. I didn't remember to tell Liang last time to remit it to me once a month." "It's okay. Tell him next time you send it back. I'll go to get it for you this time. I happen to be going out with them tomorrow," Han Sherwa said. As long as she brought her identity document, marriage certificate, and household registration book together to prove that he was her husband, he could collect it on her behalf. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Qian said. "I have to go to the Public Security Bureau in the city to do some business. I will stop by to get it for you." Jiang Qian nodded. "Then you should be careful." "Well, you should be careful when going to and from work. It's icy and snowy. Pay attention to the baby in your belly," Han Sherwa said. Jiang Qian. He was certain that she was pregnant. Ever since she mentioned this, he didn't dare to do that as before and was very restrained. Jiang Qian, who could sleep well, was very satisfied and comfortable. But whether she was pregnant or not, we would know in a few days, because it was almost a month in a blink of an eye. If her period, which was always on time, didn't come, then she was probably pregnant. When she came to work, she saw Gu Xian sending Gu Xiaolan to work. "Secretary Jiang, why didn't Captain Han send you here today?" Gu Xian rode away on his bicycle, and Gu Xiaolan looked at Jiang Qian and asked. "He was a little busy, so I came to work by myself." Gu Xiaolan came to the unit with her. "Secretary Jiang, if you have time, please persuade my sister more. Now my mother goes out early every morning to take care of Mingming and the others. Yesterday, she didn't pay attention and caught a cold." "Annie caught a cold? I'll go see her after work," Jiang Qian said. The two chatted like this and entered the unit. Gu Yunlan was late today as well. Jiang Qian poured her a cup of hot water. "I heard from Gu Xiaolan that your aunt is sick?" "Yes." Gu Yunlan sighed. "I didn't expect my mother to catch a cold so soon." "What about the children?" "They were sent to the nursery," Gu Yunlan said. "I heard that the nursery is managed by my sister-in-law from the family compound?" Gu Yunlan nodded. "Yes, the management there is pretty good. Generally speaking, there are no major problems. It was just that it was the first time to send the children to the nursery, and she was a little worried." Jiang Qian also understood. It was just comforting that the two children were indeed very sensible. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan came to see them after work at noon. Although the brother and sister were both listless, they were very strong. Gu Yunlan didn't say anything in front of the children, but when she left the nursery, her eyes were a little red. "Do you think I should quit my job and come out to take care of them?" Gu Yunlan couldn't help but ask. Jiang Qian said, "If you really can't bear to leave, you can just quit your job and take care of the child yourself, but you have to discuss this with old Lu." To be honest, she herself would not be willing to send the child to a nursery at the age of 3. She would rather work harder to take care of the child herself and send the child to a nursery when he is older. She has also made up her mind that if there is no one to take care of the child after she gives birth, she will definitely quit her job. "Well, I'll discuss it with Changjing." Gu Yunlan's original determination to go to work was also shaken. But before she asked Lu Changjing about this idea, Mrs. Gu opposed it. When they came to see her, Gu Yunlon told her plan, and Mrs. Gu quickly said, "Why do you need to quit your job? I will go to take care of the child for you in a few days when I recover from my cold. Don't worry. But you have worked hard, Mom." Gu Yunlon hesitated. "Why is it so hard? I am happy to take care of my own grandchildren. And I just watched them and made some delicious food for them. They all played by themselves and were very well behaved. Don't think too much. Everyone gets sick sometimes." Mrs. Gu didn't take her cold seriously at all, let alone her daughter's resignation. But you have to say, after being told by Mrs. Gu, Gu Yunlon felt much better, because she really couldn't bear to give up her job. She mentioned this to Lu Chongzheng in the evening. Lu Chongzheng let her decide for herself, and he supported her, whether she went to work or took care of the children at home. Because for Lu Chongzheng, he didn't think there was anything wrong with sending children to nurseries. Their generation didn't know how they grew up. Where could they stay in nurseries? It's not uncommon for them to fall asleep on the roadside when they were tired from playing. So if you ask him, what will he say? He can only express with high emotional intelligence that I respect any decision of yours, my wife. This panacea doesn't offend anyone. But because of this incident, Jiang Qian talked to him about it after lying down in front of Han Shigua in the evening. "When the baby comes, I wonder if Mom can come and help me." If she asked, her mother would definitely come, but now that she is married, her mother also has a daughter-in-law and grandchildren to take care of, so her first consideration is to ask her mother-in-law, Han's mother, to come. If her mother-in-law doesn't come, she will ask her mother to take care of the confinement period. "No problem, Mom will definitely come. Don't worry about that." Han Shigua said after hearing this. "Are you willing to stay and help take care of the child?" Jiang Qian looked at him. Like Gu Yunlon, she would not want to give up her job if she could. Although it is difficult to get up in this cold weather, her job is very easy, and with such a job, her life is also very regular. So unless there is really no other way, she really doesn't want to resign. "I'll have to ask Mom about this when the time comes." Han Shigua is sure that she will come to take care of the confinement period, but if he asks his mother to stay and take care of the child, Han Shigua can't guarantee it. Jiang Qian sighed. Sure enough, everyone will encounter this kind of problem after marriage. Han Shigua saw that his wife was worried and said with a smile, "What's the big deal? If mother doesn't want to, I will ask my eldest sister and let Xiaojin come to help take care of the child." Jiang Qian looked at him. Eldest sister's daughter? Eldest sister's second daughter. Her name is Zhang Xiaojin. Han Shigua said, "She is almost 14 years old this year and will be 15 next year." Jiang Qian said, "Will eldest sister and brother-in-law agree?" "It's not for free. We provide food and accommodation, and we also pay for the wages." Han Shigua said, "Eldest sister and the others will definitely agree." Jiang Qian would not let anyone work for nothing, but was a little hesitant. "I'm worried that the living habits are different, and it's easy to have conflicts. Xiaojin is an honest and hardworking person. As for her living habits, they will definitely be different from ours. When the time comes, you can talk to her and teach her. If she can be taught and you are satisfied, you can stay. If not, I will send you back after your confinement." Han Shigua said. Both of them have jobs, and if their niece comes to help take care of the child, no one can say it is not good. And there are such examples in the family compound, and it is reasonable to ask relatives to help. Jiang Qian was obviously tempted. "Then don't say you'll stay for a long time at the beginning. Then you can go back and bring your mother and bring Xiaojin to see together." "Okay." Han Shigua had no objection. Jiang Qian explained, "I'm not that harsh. The main thing is that relatives are more fragrant when they are far away, and they should keep a good distance. If you have different living habits, don't force yourself to get together, so as to avoid unpleasantness, don't you think?" "Yes." Han Shigua kissed his wife. "You don't have to worry about these. Just take good care of the baby." Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at him, leaned over and kissed the man on the mouth. Han Shigua hugged his wife in his arms. "Don't worry about the problems later. They are all trivial matters." "I know." Jiang Qian smiled. Although she hadn't gone for a checkup yet and her period hadn't come yet, Jiang Qian already had a feeling that she was most likely pregnant. This was because she had started to become sleepy. The next day when she came to work, There was nothing to do, so Jiang Qian took out a translation manuscript to translate. Halfway through the translation, she yawned repeatedly. Xian Yu had never been the type to force herself. She put away the manuscript, lay down on the table, and fell asleep. But Gu Yunlon saw that she thought she was feeling unwell. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Qian yawned. I'm not feeling uncomfortable. I'm probably a little sleepy, because I'm pregnant. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunlon suddenly realized and began to explain to her, pregnancy can make you sleepy. At that time, I thought there was something wrong with my body. I wanted to sleep all day long. When I sat on a chair, I would yawn all the time. I scared myself, so I went for a checkup and the doctor told me I was pregnant. Jiang Qian drank some water while listening to her. Are there any other reactions? Morning sickness. Gu Yunlon said, you don't know, I vomited so much in the first 3 months that I couldn't even drink water. My head was dizzy all day long, and I felt like I was going to dizzy anytime and anywhere. In the late pregnancy, my feet were swollen, and it was difficult to walk. My mother took care of me during that period. Gu Yunlon couldn't help but sigh when she thought back on it now. It was really not easy to get pregnant. Jiang Qian was mentally prepared, but she was a little worried when she heard it. After a few days, the period that should have come really didn't come, but Jiang Qian was still very patient and waited. 7 days passed, and it still didn't come. Now there was no need to go for a checkup. She could be sure that she was pregnant. And she was really too sleepy. After dinner that night, she yawned after translating for a while. In addition, she also did some translation at work during the day, so the progress was still very fast. She translated for half an hour, then put it away, and wanted to go to bed. Wife, are you tired? Han Shigua, who had cleaned up the kitchen and mopped the floor, brought his wife some water for foot washing. Not tired, just sleepy. Jiang Qian shook her head. Han Shigua quickly took off his wife's socks. Jiang Qian smiled and gave him a look. I can do it myself. I'm happy to serve my wife. Han Shigua came over and kissed her. Jiang Qian asked him to wash her feet together, and Han Shigua also accompanied his wife. After washing her feet, Jiang Qian lay down to sleep and did not forget to say, you should go to bed early too. Han Shigua poured out the foot washing water, and when he came back and was about to say something to his wife, he saw that his young wife had fallen asleep. He came back quietly, turned off the light, and came up to hug her to sleep. His rough big hands covered her lower abdomen very gently. The lower abdomen had no features now, but he also knew that their child was now bred in it. He, Han Shigua, ended his 26-year single life this year, and he and his young wife also had their own child. Although she knew she was pregnant, Jiang Qian and Han Shigua had some free time this Sunday, so they went to the hospital for a checkup. Yes, you're pregnant. There is nothing wrong with your body. Sleepiness is a normal reaction. Unless there are other problems such as bleeding, you need to come to the hospital for treatment in time. Don't worry about other minor reactions. Just take good care of the baby. The doctor said this after looking at the test results. Jiang Qian thanked the doctor and was supported by Han Shigua. Jiang Qian was a little amused and looked at him and said, I am not even pregnant now. Why do I need you to support me like this? It's true. It's not like my belly is big. Of course I need to support you a little. Han Shigua was very serious, and he even wanted her to quit her job and stay at home to take care of the baby. Jiang Qian, I'm not as fragile as you think. She went from home to work, and he rode his bicycle to take her there. He rode slowly like that, and it took about 12 or 13 minutes to get there. It's very close. Besides, there is not much to do at work, and it is an easy job. It is okay for him to not let her go and let her stay at home, but there are no electronic devices in this era. It is okay to let her stay at home for a short time, but it is not okay to let her stay at home all the time. It is easy to be exhausted and anxious, especially for pregnant women, because the hormone secretion in the body is vigorous. Various indicators begin to change, and certain positive social activities are needed. This can maintain a good attitude and not stare at your belly all day long. Besides, you pick me up. What can I do? Jiang Qian gave him a glare. Han Shigua had no choice but to help his wife out. There was a soft cotton cushion on the back seat of the bicycle, which was specially placed for her and would not hurt her ace. When he got home, Han Shirwa peeled apples for his wife. Jiang Qian especially likes to eat apples, which are sour and sweet. We are almost out of apples at home. If there are any next time you go to the market, buy some more. Okay. There was no reason for Han Shirwa to refuse, so he came over and kissed his young wife. You go and take a rest, I'll stew a chicken for you. Jiang Qian ate the apple while watching the man busy, and couldn't help but smile. When Han Shirwa was busy, he turned around and saw his young wife smiling at him, and he smiled too. Wife, are you in a good mood? Jiang Qian threw away the apple core and came over to hug him from behind. I just didn't expect that I would end up marrying you, and I didn't expect that I would have a child with you so soon. I originally felt that married life was quite boring, and it would be better for me to be single and have a job so that I can support myself. But because the person I'm marrying is you, and the person who will live with me is also you, and I like getting married very much. Han Shirwa's heart sank when he heard his wife say that married life was quite boring. But after hearing the subsequent turn, the man's happy smile was harder to suppress than AK. He turned around and gave his wife a long kiss. After the kiss, he said, "It tastes like apple." The little wife, whose pretty face turned red, glared at him. Because Han Shirwa was at home, Jiang Qian didn't have to do anything. In fact, she didn't want to do it. She was so lazy. She only came to the study to do translation, which could still arouse some interest, but she didn't do it for long. Generally, she was busy for an hour at most. It was just because she had enough experience that she translated a lot in an hour. And this was her third translation manuscript. The first manuscript was taken back when she went to the site interview with Han Shirwa. The second manuscript was mailed to her, along with the 20 yuan manuscript fee that Han Shirwa went to pick up. Jiang Qian sent the manuscript again after translating it. This was the third manuscript, but there was no manuscript fee because she told Liang in the letter that he would send her a summary at the end of each month. Liang said that there was no problem, but every time he wrote to her, he would write about the manuscript fee that had not been settled. Last time, she got 30 yuan. Because she did a good job the first time and her superiors praised her, Liang sent her more tasks this time. But now Jiang Qian is still a newcomer in the industry. When she is familiar with this field, more advanced translation tasks will be issued. The remuneration will be higher. But now, Jiang Qian's royalties are also very high. She got 50 yuan for 2 times, but it has been less than a month. It is not much different from her original plan of a guaranteed monthly salary of 50 yuan. If she is a little more diligent, she can get 100 yuan. But she is too sleepy in the early stage of pregnancy, so she didn't force herself. After she gets better, she still wants to earn a little more. Because it is what she is good at, it would be a waste if she doesn't make money. She is doing translation and Han Shirwa is busy in the kitchen. The chestnut chicken is stewed, but he is not idle. He comes out to the living room to mix a pot of bean flour. His wife is very meticulous and doesn't let him make white flour buns. She likes to eat bean flour buns and corn flour buns. But she was so capable and good at making money, and she was willing to spend money on him, but not on herself. She liked to eat whole grains. She asked him to buy a lot of sweet potatoes, saying that she would eat them mixed with fine grains. Han Shirwa didn't want to do it at first, but his wife was about to get angry, so he had to go along with her. Jiang Qian. This is the generation gap. She really likes to eat whole grains, which contain more trace elements and nutrients. Besides, she doesn't eat them all the time, but she eats them mixed with fine grains. As a result, when it comes to him, she becomes thrifty and reluctant to treat herself well. He doesn't know that she hides in the house while he goes to work and eats delicious food. And since she followed him to join the army, there has been no shortage of meat in the family. Although Gao Tsuetsue next door was refuted by her and no longer thought of taking advantage of her, she often went outside to say that her family stewed meat every day. For example, today. When the fragrance of Han Shirwa's stewed chicken wafted out, Gao Tsuetsue smelled it very sensitively, and the children at home were also crying for meat. Gao Tsuetsue was so annoyed that she couldn't help but come to Songjiaodi to complain, stew meat every day, Stew meat every day. This is too much. I guess every month's salary is spent. Although the salary in the army is high, Han Shirgwa, as a battalion commander, has a higher salary level, plus Jiang Qian's salary. The couple is also a veritable high income in the army. But even with the highest income, it's hard to afford such a diet, right? Song Zhaodi couldn't stand Jiang Qian from the beginning, thinking that she was a. After Han Shirgwa came to her house for spreading rumors last time, she was scolded by Wang Aigua, and her impression of Jiang Qian became even worse. I think she doesn't know how to live like that. Song Zhaodi snorted. Gao Tsuetsue highly agreed, who said it wasn't. It's just that we don't have children now. You wait until you have children in the future to see if she can still spend like this. The two sour people severely criticized Han Shirgwa for stewing chicken to nourish his wife. After that, Gao Tsuetsue felt much better, but when she got home, the smell of stewed chicken from next door made her feel bad again. She wanted to take a bowl and ask for some soup, but she was afraid that Han Shirgwa would tell her husband, and if he knew, he would definitely not let her go. So she had to give up the idea, but she couldn't help spitting. But because the child was making a fuss, she couldn't help but beat the child. Gao Tsuetsue was beating the child. Han Shirgwa and Jiang Qian were eating delicious chestnut stewed chicken. The original taste of authentic native chicken is needless to say, and with wild chestnuts, the taste of this stew is simply amazing. Jiang Qian has a good appetite and ate 2 large chicken legs and some chestnuts until her stomach was full. The key is that this young wife was lazy after eating and yawned directly. Come in after you are done with the meal and sleep with me. Okay. Han Shirgwa agreed, without saying a word. When he was done with the meal, Jiang Qian had already fallen asleep, but after being in his bed, Jiang Qian, who felt his breath, naturally leaned over, and her subconscious movements were full of attachment. Han Shirgwa's cool and cold eyebrows were instantly filled with tenderness. And this tenderness was unique to Jiang Qian. It was very comfortable to take a day off at home, but he came to work on time the next day. Your little face is really well maintained, white and rosy and round. Gu Yunman praised her after seeing her complexion. Jiang Qian couldn't help but touch her face. Have you gained weight? Yes, it's a little rounder, but I can't say I'm fat. Gu Yunman came over and said immediately. Jiang Qian smiled. You don't have to comfort me. I feel it myself. After she became pregnant, she not only had no poor appetite, but also no morning sickness. On the contrary, she could eat and sleep after eating. It would be strange if she didn't gain weight. As she said this, she took out an apple from her canvas bag, washed it a little, and started to eat it. Gu Yunman smiled at her. I wasn't in your state at that time. Everyone's physique is different. Jiang Qian was also very glad that she didn't have morning sickness. However, Jiang Qian couldn't do her translation work today because Director Zhang invited them to a meeting to publish a personal hygiene propaganda. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunman were responsible for writing, and Gu Xiaolan and Cheng Miao were responsible for propaganda. As for Feng Bowen, he didn't need it because the propaganda this time was about gynecological personal hygiene issues. This is what the hospital said. Since the beginning of winter, the number of gynecological diseases in the family compound has increased a lot. It is because it is cold in winter, so people do not take a bath and do not pay attention to hygiene. As a result, there are more gynecological diseases, and the hospital spread the news here. We promote it every year, but no one takes it seriously every year. Gu Yunman said helplessly. Jiang Qian frowned. I feel that it is not only necessary to promote it among the family members, but also among the men. This is not just a matter for women. No matter how well women do, if men do not pay attention to hygiene, they will still bring diseases to women. Han Shirgwa obeyed her instructions very much. He had to take a bath regularly, but in addition to taking a bath, he also had to wash his husband's underwear and socks 3 times a day and change them every day. But she knew very well that there were very few people like Han Shirgwa, and most of them were unhygienic. Gu Yunman agreed very much. You are right. I will talk to Director Zhang. Let's add another one, and let Bowen promote science to those men. I will go with you. The two came over and talked to Director Zhang. Director Zhang had no objection. Okay, then publish one issue each. It is easier to write articles for women. Gu Yunlan is familiar with that. But for men, Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan went home to ask Han Shihua and Lu Chongjing respectively. From them, they learned what men's mentality is. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is troublesome. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan both despise this. How could they not find it troublesome when doing things? It is because men are not easy to get, so they just don't care about it. Gu Yunlan also decided to come with Gu Xiaolan and Chen Miao to promote it, and called Jiang Qian to come with them. In fact, Xin Yuqian, who wanted to be lazy. Seeing that Gu Yunlan was so active, he came with her. Gu Xiaolan ignored Gu Yunlan and promoted it in a very formal way with Chen Miao. Gu Yunlan knew this was the case, so she took over the task directly and said seriously, "Everyone must pay attention to this aspect of hygiene. Don't think it's just an ordinary gynecological problem. If we get sick too often, our bodies will be damaged, and even serious diseases will occur. It's not that serious." Song Zhaodi was the first to disagree. Li Guifan, a retired female soldier who had fought with her over the issue of children, sneered, "I guess some people don't even have their sewers cleared once a year. What problems can they have? They're healthy." When these words came out with color, everyone covered their mouths and laughed, and looked at Song Zhaodi with a look of scrutiny. But it must be said that Li Guifan's words Song Zhaodi's sore spot, because Song Zhaodi couldn't even remember when Wang Aigua last touched her. So even though Song Zhaodi couldn't win, she still went berserk. "What did you say? What did you say? Say it again. Just say it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing you like that makes me sick. If I were a man, I wouldn't bother touching you."
Li Guifan snarled.
"I'll fight you." Song Zhaodi was about to rush up, but she was stopped and persuaded, and she had no way out. Song Zhaodi couldn't stay here any longer and went back in embarrassment. Jiang Qian, Gu Yunlan, Gu Xiaolan, and Chen Miao were disgusted. These family members were so despicable. Jiang Qian quickly brought the topic back. "Sisters-in-law, you really need to pay attention to hygiene. You're still young now, so your bodies can handle it, but when you're over 40, all kinds of physical problems will be exposed. Severe gynecological diseases will affect your lifespan." Gu Yunlan followed closely. "That's right. We hope everyone can love themselves and protect themselves. If men don't love us, we have to love ourselves." Jiang Qian saw that this was chicken soup and immediately continued, "Who said it's not? Although it's not easy for men to struggle outside, it's not easy for us women to take care of a whole family at home. Isn't it easy? Sisters-in-law get up in the morning to buy groceries and cook, clean up the dishes, wash clothes, and clean the house. They don't finish this work until the whole family goes to bed at night. This is not just 1 or 2 days, it's day after day, year after year. As women, we can best understand the difficulties faced by sisters-in-law. Their contributions to the family are great and selfless. It is precisely because of their contributions that the small family can be so stable and sound." Gu Yunlan was so excited after hearing this that she continued to work hard. "You are right. Sisters-in-law, whether your health is good or bad has little to do with us. We don't get any benefits from coming here to promote these health knowledge to you. But as women, we empathize with women and are more willing to take care of us women. I implore sisters-in-law to take good care of their personal hygiene and supervise men's hygiene issues. If they don't listen and don't want to feel sorry for us, let them go. We must not let them do whatever they want, and we can't give in to them in everything. Otherwise, we will seem worthless." After a heartwarming speech, most of the sisters-in-law felt that it was spoken to their hearts. Everyone knew about the years of hard work, and these words made a lot of sense. Nian Yuji and Su Fenglian also took the lead in praising them. Looking at Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan, who were surrounded by the military wives and talking. Gu Xiaolan over there looked disapproving. "Why say so much? Just promote what should be promoted. Talking about this is just a waste of saliva." Chen Miao beside her, however, was a little envious of Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan. She also wanted to promote in this way. It was exciting to watch. "Look, everyone likes this. They all listened to the promotion this time. Instead of the previous attitude, when they saw them coming to promote, Everyone thought it was dispensable and didn't take it seriously. That night, a woman came to settle accounts with her husband, asking him if he wanted to harm her. The confused man, of course, asked what was going on. "You never pay attention to hygiene. Do you know that this will affect my lifespan? Tell me, have you planned for a long time that if I die of illness, you want to find a young and beautiful woman to marry home?" Well, this contradiction came up immediately. But the man also had something to say and refuted. "Didn't everyone go through this before? Why are you making a big deal now?" The woman said angrily, "I didn't know how to protect myself before, but now I know. How can I let you do it? You woman, you are rebellious, aren't you? What, you still want to beat me? You dare to beat me because of this? Do you believe that I will go to the propaganda department tomorrow to find Director Jiang and Director Gu and let them write an article for you about a man who beats his wife because he refuses to sleep with her because of his unhygienic behavior so that you can become famous?" But this kind of thing happened in more than one family. There are other families. Some men laughed and scolded, but also began to pay attention to hygiene, but some refused to make changes, and women would not tolerate it. The next day, the women began to share their achievements. The men also complained, saying that the propaganda department was simply going against the grain this time. Isn't this creating conflicts between couples? But it is undeniable that the results of this gynecological publicity of hygiene issues are very significant. So much so that the political commissar praised the propaganda department for its outstanding completion of the propaganda task this time. Director Zhang was proud of it and came back to praise Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan. "You did a great job this time, and it also made our propaganda department proud. Keep up the good work in the future and strive for progress." Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan both smiled and agreed. Cheng Miao also took advantage of Gu Xiaolan not going to work and came over and said, "Next time I will go with you." She regretted not going up together this time. "Okay, next time together." Jiang Qian nodded, and Gu Yunlan had no objection. Of course, it would be better to have one more person to work. Cheng Miao smiled and went back happily. Han Shihua and Lu Chongjing heard about the excellent publicity work done by the propaganda department this time, because some colleagues came over and complained with a smile, saying that they really married a good wife and encouraged the women in their family to be bold. Paying attention to personal hygiene is a good thing. Didn't Secretary Feng come to promote it yesterday? Han Shihua and Lu Chongjing said so. Feng Bowen came to promote men's health issues, but it was obvious that none of these rough guys took it seriously. Who takes it seriously? Only the two of them are strictly controlled by their wives, so they pay so much attention to personal hygiene. Well, in the past, only Lu Chongjing was a husband who washed 3 times, and now there is Han Shihua, the black-faced Baogong. But looking at their pretty wives, I think if I marry such a wife, I would probably be willing to be a hygienic husband who washes 3 times. For example, Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou, who took Gu Lixia to apologize earlier, saw Gu Lixia wiping the child's nose with her sleeve as soon as he got home. He immediately looked disgusted and snorted unhappily. Gu Lixia glared at him. "What are you snorting about?" Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou, "Can't you pay attention to hygiene?" "Oh, you still pay attention to hygiene? Why didn't you pay attention to hygiene when you asked me to give birth to your child?"
Ge Lixia ret och ted.
Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou was almost furious. "I have nothing to say to you." He shook his sleeves and went out. As a result, he saw Han Shihua driving Jiang Qian home from work. I don't know what Han Shihua said with a smile on his face, which made his little wife sitting in the back shyly hit him lightly. "You are annoying." The two flirted with each other, especially the woman's coquettish words, which made Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou smile, but it quickly disappeared, and he left with a dark face. Gu Lixia was also very angry. She came to Song Zhaodi to complain about this matter in the afternoon. "I didn't care about hygiene before. It was during that period that I had to go to the hospital all the time. Now he is accusing me of not caring about hygiene. How much does he dislike me? I am at home taking care of the whole family. It is not easy for me. He actually dislikes me." Song Zhaodi said sourly. "How can Wang Aigua dislike me? Why did she want to fight with Li Guifan yesterday?" Because Li Guifan really hit the point. She and Wang Aigua haven't come for a long time. But she is just 30 years old this year. At the age of 30, she is like a wolf and has started to live a widowed life. How can she not be resentful? When Guli Xia heard this, she felt much better and asked, "You really haven't had for so long?" "Yes, count it. There hasn't been one in the past year." Song Zhaodi was also wronged. Otherwise, why would she explode when she heard Gao Tsuetsue say that someone outside seduced Wang Aigua? She thought Wang Aigua had spent all his energy outside. Guli Xia couldn't help but ask, "He didn't give it to you, didn't you make a fuss?" "How could I not make a fuss? I did make a fuss. He directly separated my bed from me, and now he goes to sleep with his sons." "Oh my God, you guys are sleeping in separate beds now?" Guli Xia immediately felt that her situation was much better. Although Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou disliked her, he would come up to do things when he wanted to, so her land was not as dry as Song Zhaodi's. There was still rain occasionally. "Tell me, what should I do?" Song Zhaodi asked her for a solution. Guli Xia had no idea what to do, and even if she knew, she wouldn't say it. It was still very comforting to have a sister who was a widow. So, Guli Xia heard it from Song Zhaodi and told Gao Tsuetsue. Gao Tsuetsue had an expression that said, "Didn't you see how she almost exploded when Li Guifan said that yesterday? I knew it was right. I didn't expect that she would be a widow. Do you think Wang Aigua is not good enough? If Wang Aigua is not good enough, where would the child come from? He just doesn't want to touch her." Gao Tsuetsue also felt superior in this regard, because although her husband Gao despised her, he did a lot of things he should do. Turning around, Gao Tsuetsue took it and shared it with Nian Yuji, Su Fenglian, and others. Although Gao Tsuetsue, Guli Xia, and Song Zhaodi were called the three cobblers in the family compound, their relationship was relatively good, but it did not prevent them from gossiping about each other. Soon, the family compound also knew about the affairs between Song Zhaodi and Wang Aigua. In the end, Zhang Qian and Gu Yunlon heard it from Nian Yuji. Both of them said, "In the family compound, you can really hear everything. Even the things that happened between the couple in bed were heard, which was really eye-opening." However, the discord between the couple was not the responsibility of their propaganda department, so they just regarded it as a small incident. Of that incident was that the director of the women's department went to talk to Wang Aigua. They talked about the topic of harmonious married life. Wang Aigua was so embarrassed and angry. That woman really said everything. However, Song Zhaodi seemed to have got what she wanted. She seemed to be in a better mood in the next 2 days. She said that Wang Aigua went back to his room. How did she know? That's not difficult. Compared with them, Zhang Qian kept her mouth shut. As for her pregnancy, no one else in the office knew about it except Gu Yunlon. Because there was no need to say more, people would know it naturally, and pregnancy could not be hidden. But someone kept it a secret better than her.
"I'm pregnant."
At the county hospital, Gu Xiaolan took the report to the doctor for examination, with a look of joy on her face. "Yes, although it has not been long, it is indeed a pregnancy. Go back and take good care of the baby. Maybe there will be pregnancy reactions later, but don't worry too much. There is nothing wrong with your body. I think you look good," the doctor said. "Thank you, doctor." Gu Xiaolan smiled. She left the hospital without staying for long, in a very good mood. It was not a big surprise that she was pregnant. Since she had been with Gu Xian came to her room to sleep every night. Gu Xian lived here, but he was not a soldier. And because he did not have a proper job, girls from good families looked down on him, and he looked down on ordinary girls. As a result, he still had not married, so his personal needs were very high. In the past period of time, she basically made sure that she was pregnant. You know, when she borrowed from the young man from the neighbor in her last life, she got pregnant in just 1 day. Sure enough, when she checked today, she was pregnant. With this child, she had a ticket to officially become the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. She came to the mall to find Qing Miao in a very good mood. She came with Qing Miao today, and she asked Qing Miao to wait for her to go for the examination. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? You are still so mysterious. I don't even need to accompany you," Qing Miao said suspiciously. No, I'm not feeling uncomfortable. Let us go shopping, Gu Xiaolan said in a good mood. Cheng Miao accompanied her. Gu Xiaolan bought everything for her. She was very generous and Cheng Miao was stunned. How much did it cost you? It doesn't matter. Gu Xiaolan didn't care because she had saved some money. Moreover, she now had Gu Xian's child. She no longer had to worry about being kicked out of the Gu family and repeating the mistakes of her previous life. So, is she still afraid of spending money? No, not at all. She just had to spend as much as she could. If she didn't spend, would she keep it for Gu Yunlan, her mortal enemy? Regardless of whether she could use it or not, she bought a few things in the end, and even asked Cheng Miao to help carry half of it. After getting in the car, Cheng Miao couldn't help but say, "Did you pick up some unexpected money?" Gu Xiaolan laughed. "No, I just spend it when I wanna." She no longer had to live a stingy life like in her previous life. In this life, she will definitely be able to live a glorious life and live better than anyone else. The two took a car home. Cheng Miao helped carry things to Gu's house. Gu Xiaolan waved, "Take care." Cheng Miao turned around and couldn't help muttering on the way back, "You bought so many things and asked me to help carry them all the way, but you didn't even invite me to go in for a glass of water." Of course, Gu Xiaolan didn't know this. As soon as she got home, she saw Gu Xian. Gu Xian was the only one at home at this time. Chief Gu and his wife went back to the provincial capital today. Chief Gu's biological mother, Mrs. Gu, is still alive, so the couple always go back once a month. Because there was no one at home, Gu Xiaolan had no scruples and sat directly in Gu Xian's arms. "I went to the hospital for a checkup today." "What checkup?" Gu Xian was stunned for a moment. "What checkup?" Gu Xiaolan gave him a glare. "I haven't had a good appetite recently, so I thought I might be pregnant, right? But I didn't dare to check here, so I could only go to the county hospital. Guess what happened? You're pregnant?" Gu Xian couldn't help but say. Gu Xiaolan saw that his reaction did not seem to be happy and pursed her lips and said, "Are you unhappy that I'm pregnant?" If it was before yesterday, Gu Xian would still be happy, but last night his father called him to the study and proposed to find a marriage for him. This marriage is of great benefit to his future. Because of this, he wanted to tell Gu Xiaolan today that he could not marry her, but he would introduce her to another good person. Unexpectedly, she was pregnant. Gu Xian did not speak. Gu Xiaolan's face was a little stiff, but her eyes soon turned red. "Third brother, what happened to you? Don't you want me anymore?" Gu Xian felt a little distressed and pity when he saw her like this, and hugged her and said, "I don't want you, but my father told me yesterday that I should marry the daughter of Director Peng. If I can get Uncle Peng's support, I can enter the big factory outside. Xiaolan, will you help me?" "Help him?" Gu Xiaolan almost cursed. "Of course I am willing to help you, third brother. But what should I do? What about our child?" Gu Xiaolan choked. "Abort the child." Gu Xian said without hesitation, "I have a friend who is a department manager in a large factory outside. He hasn't married yet, but he has a very high position now. I will help you get married. You slept with me, got me pregnant with your child, and you want me to marry your friend?" Gu Xiaolan couldn't believe it. He treated her very well in bed, but he turned hostile as soon as he pulled up his pants. He had said that she would soon become Gu Yunlan's sister-in-law, but now he was going to break his promise when he mentioned Director Peng's family. But how could this be possible? She was not willing to give up the wealth that was within her reach. Gu Xian looked at her. "Xiaolan, we are not Gu family's biological children. If our relationship is leaked, it will not only be of no benefit to me, but also to you. Although you are pregnant, your parents may let us get married, but with Mom's character of not being able to tolerate any sand in her eyes, she will completely hate you and me, and finally we will all be kicked out of the Gu family. I have nothing now. If you are kicked out, what can you get? If you listen to me obediently, I will arrange a good future for you. Don't worry, my friend is an honest man. He will not let you suffer any grievances, and the Gu family will always be your backing." Gu Xiaolan's idea of making a fuss was immediately defeated by his warning words. Under the premise that Gu Xian did not stand on her side and was unwilling to marry her, if she really made a fuss, Even if she married him, she would definitely get nothing. At that time, the Gu family could not keep her, so what about her? Will she be sent back to her hometown by this family to fend for herself like in the previous life? At this moment, Gu Xiaolan's mind was clearer than ever. She forced herself to suppress the hatred she had for the Gu family in her past and present lives, and threw herself directly into Gu Xian's arms. Third brother, I don't want to leave you. You know how much I love you. Even if you don't give me anything, I am willing to give my body to you. Third brother. She was weak and cried very sadly. Gu Xian still pitied her, but his future was more important now. They were 3 brothers, and the eldest and second brothers had bright futures, but he, the adopted son, had accomplished nothing now. He couldn't give up this opportunity for Gu Xiaolan. Don't cry, find a time to get rid of the child, and I will arrange for you to meet my friend as soon as possible. Gu Xian said. Get rid of the child? How could she get rid of the child? How could she control Gu Xian if she got rid of the child? Since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Gu Xiaolan was furious in her heart, but said softly on her face, Third brother, I will listen to you. I will marry your friend, but I don't want to abort our child. I want to keep a thought. I can't marry you, but I want to give birth to a child for you. This matter is known only to heaven, earth, you and me, and no outsiders will know. Third brother, I beg you. She cried softly and begged, looking particularly weak and pitiful. The image of a weak and infatuated person was portrayed vividly. And Gu Xian also benefited from her affection, all because of his great charm. Do you really want to give birth to this child? I do. Third brother, I won't bother you, just rest assured. I just want to give birth to this child that belongs to both of us. Gu Xiaolan leaned weakly in his arms, her tone firm. I want to give birth to this child for you. Third brother. Gu Xian agreed. No man can refuse a woman who is so selfless and devoted to him. This woman doesn't need him to do anything. She just wants to give birth to a child for him. He has no reason to disagree. It's a bit troublesome. Gu Xian said. It will be a bit troublesome, but I know that third brother is very smart. Third brother has a way to hide it from the world. Gu Xiaolan took his hand and put it on her belly. Third brother, you have to hurry up. I still have a short time now, so it's not a big problem. If it's too late, it will be too late. Gu Xian covered her belly with his hand. Knowing that there was his child inside, he felt pity and said, It's up to you. Thank you, third brother. Gu Xiaolan thanked him and hid the hatred in her eyes when she lowered her eyes. She thought it was wealth that was within her reach, but in the end, she still had to abandon her. This family is really a bunch of ungrateful people. She won't let them go. There is no time to lose. Let's get ready tonight. You go and cook a few good dishes now. I'll go out and call my friends from the factory. Gu Xian said impatiently. Since his parents are not at home today, this matter will be easy to handle. Third brother, what are you going to do? Gu Xiaolan said. I'll invite Yushun to come over for a drink, and when he's drunk, I'll help him to your bed, pretending that he walked into the wrong room, and it will be done smoothly. Gu Xian said calmly. Okay. Gu Xiaolan had no objection. She went to cook with hatred, and Gu Xian didn't hesitate to go over and call his friend over. This friend was called Zhao Yushun, and now he is a department manager in a large factory outside the base. In fact, he was not unmarried. He was married in the countryside before, but later he went back to get a divorce. Because he felt that he was rich, how could that yellow-faced woman in the countryside be worthy of him? Originally, his wife in the countryside wanted to make a fuss, but after being threatened by him, she didn't dare to make a fuss and honestly divorced him. Of course, he also gave a sum of money for this, and the money had to be given because there were still 2 children, and he gave it all to that yellow-faced woman. With that money, it was enough to raise the 2 children to adulthood. That's why the yellow-faced woman agreed to divorce. But when he came to the factory, of course he wouldn't say that. He just said that the woman couldn't stand the loneliness in her hometown and cheated on someone, so he divorced her. If the 2 children were not brought here, they would stay in their hometown to take care of them, and a single persona would be established. but she looked very ordinary and was very happy to be brought to Gu Xian's house for dinner. She also saw Gu Xiaolan at the dinner table. Zhao Yushun had been to Gu's house before. Not to mention, after he learned about Gu Xiaolan's situation, he really missed her because she was Gu's adopted daughter. Although she was not a biological daughter, he had raised her for more than 20 years. From the fact that she still lived in Gu's house, he knew that the relationship was no worse than that of a biological daughter. If he could marry her, it would be great, and it would definitely help his career. And that night, his dream came true. He drank too much and was left in Gu's guest room to rest. As a result, when he woke up, he was in Gu Xiaolan's room. And so was Gu Xiaolan. She hugged the quilt and cried. "What's going on? What's going on?" Zhao Yushun was worried about Gu Xiaolan, but he was also confused when faced with such a situation. "Go away, go away." Gu Xiaolan cried and shouted while holding the quilt. Zhao Yushun hurriedly said, I don't know what happened. But Gu Xiaolan just cried and kept crying. Zhao Yushun was married before. Seeing her situation and some marks on her body, he couldn't help but start to think about it. Did he really have with Gu Xiaolan when he was drunk last night? Thinking of this, he became excited and hurried over to hug Gu Xiaolan in his arms. Gu Xiaolan struggled and wanted to shout. Zhao Yushun said, "Don't shout. If you shout, everyone in the family will know. What will you do then?" This sentence really worked and frightened Gu Xiaolan. She sobbed softly. "Although I don't know what happened last night, don't worry. Since I did this to you, I will definitely be responsible for you to the end." Zhao Yushun promised. "Who wants you to be responsible? Go, go." Gu Xiaolan seemed to have suffered a great injustice. Zhao Yushun coaxed her, of course. Seeing her like this, he knew that she was most likely his. Thinking of this, he checked his body again and touched it to smell the smell. After all, he was not a young boy. How could he be inexperienced? Sure enough, he smelled that smell, and there were scratches on his body. Needless to say, he knew that she must have scratched it. "I was drunk last night, so I offended you, but don't worry, I will definitely be responsible for you," Zhao Yushun said with great satisfaction. Although she pretended to cry, she was also paying attention to his actions, and she felt very disgusted. "Will you really be responsible for me?" Feeling that the time was almost right, Gu Xiaolan looked at him. Yes. Don't worry. We have already done it. Although it was just an accident, how can I not take responsibility?" Zhao Yushun said quickly. "Tell me what happened last night. Why don't I have any memory of it?" Knowing that he would ask, Gu Xiaolan had already thought of her words and wiped her tears. "You came to me in the middle of the night last night and pressed me. I didn't dare to scream, so I let you." After saying that, she was about to cry again. Zhao Yushun really had no impression, but he did think about Gu Xiaolan, so maybe he really did such a bold thing while drunk. But no matter what, it's a done deal now. Zhao Yushun was very happy. Of course he coaxed her. "I don't remember, but I really like you. Maybe my true feelings were revealed after drinking, and I couldn't help but come here. Don't blame me. I will definitely be responsible for you and treat you well." As he said, he hugged her in his arms. Gu Xiaolan leaned in his arms and couldn't help complaining. "You were not gentle at all last night, and you took half of my life." Zhao Yushun smiled, but because he had no memory, he couldn't help but be distracted again. Sensing his intention, Gu Xiaolan followed suit and just asked him, Will you really be responsible for me?" "Of course, I will definitely marry you. I will go back and prepare the betrothal gifts to come to the Gu family to propose marriage." Gu Xiaolan let him do as he said. So Zhao Yushun was very happy early in the morning, and he felt so happy. The two of them were intimate in bed for a while, and Gu Xiaolan just remembered and said quickly, "Go back quickly, my third brother will get up soon. Don't let him find out about us." Okay, I'll go back first, but you can't turn your face and deny me." Zhao Yushun looked at her, and was afraid that she would deny it, because he still wanted to get in touch with the Gu family. "I am yours. Who else can I marry if I do marry you? But you can't tell anyone about our affairs. Just tell my third brother that you came to see me yesterday and wanted to pursue me, and asked if my third brother agreed. Gu Xiaolan said shyly. Third brother will definitely agree. I have always had a good relationship with him. Zhao Yushun said immediately. He and Gu Xian are real best friends. He even took Gu Xian to a dark alley to have fun. Get out quickly. Don't let my third brother find out. If he knows that you bullied me at home, he will never forgive you. Gu Xiaolan said. Zhao Yushun also knew this, so after he quickly put on his clothes, he came over and kissed her, which made her glare at him embarrassedly, and then she went out satisfied. But she didn't know that she had been given a buy one get one free green package. Gu Yunlon found out that Gu Xiaolan and Zhao Yushun were dating 2 days later. Because Zhao Yushun rode his bicycle to take Gu Xiaolan to Gu's house, and Lu Chongjing happened to be taking Gu Yunlon and the twins over, so they ran into each other. Jiang Qian knew it the next day. Who is Zhao Yushun? Jiang Qian didn't know him. He's a department manager from a factory outside. Don't you know that this guy is very normal? He's not from our base. Jiang Qian looked at her expression and asked why. Is there something wrong with this guy? Zhao Yushun has a bad reputation. People say that he abandoned his wife and son and went out alone. He also flirted with young girls and wives in the factory. The most important thing is that he looks ordinary. How can Gu Xiaolan be interested in such a guy? This is what Gu Yunlon couldn't understand. Although Gu Xiaolan was the adopted daughter of the Gu family and became a widow, she was very proud and had high standards. The previous husband had a good family background, a bright future, and was handsome, so Gu Xiaolan married him. Now this man who came from the countryside and is a department manager of a large factory outside did not pursue a career in politics. Although it is not bad to get that position, he is a second marriage and is not young anymore. The key is that he looks really ordinary. It was really unexpected that Gu Xiaolan agreed to be with him. The strawberry marks and moist complexion that I saw earlier, after learning that Gu Xiaolan and Zhao Yushun were dating, all naturally fell on Zhao Yushun. Jiang Qian. Sometimes fate is like that. This matter is like drinking water. Only you know whether it is hot or cold, and outsiders cannot see it. Gu Yunlon nodded and did not pay much attention to this matter. But Zhao Yushun and Gu Xiaolan's marriage was also settled very quickly. Because the two of them fell in love with each other, and the man was unmarried and the woman was unmarried, of course it could be done. Moreover, Zhao Yushun had come to Gu's house with Gu Xian before and behaved very politely. However, Chief Gu was knowledgeable and could not hide his thoughts from him. He did not like his flattery. Mrs. Gu had a general impression of him, so she asked her son Gu Xian about this matter. After all, her son was familiar with Zhao Yushun. Whether to marry her daughter to Zhao Yushun, the opinion of Gu Xian, the adopted son, could be used as a reference. But Gu Xian was very supportive and explained that the rumors outside were actually rumors and praised Zhao Yushun for being affectionate and loyal. But Mrs. Gu was still a little hesitant and mentioned that Zhao Yushun had a child in the village. But Zhao Yushun also promised Gu Xian that the child was with their mother and would not come here, and he had severed all ties with them. Hearing that she was severing ties with her own child, Mrs. Gu frowned. She felt that this was too cruel. But she couldn't resist Gu Xian's persuasion. Xiaolan is already quite old, because the previous marriage was delayed. Look at Yunlon. How old is her child? But she still has no place to go, Mom. Don't pick it anymore, otherwise she really won't be able to get married. This was the truth, so Mrs. Gu didn't say anything else and agreed to the marriage. The marriage was also done very quickly. In less than half a month, Gu Xiaolan got married. Everyone in the office knew that when Gu Xiaolan came to work the day after her marriage, Feng Bowen smiled and said, "Xiaolan, congratulations." Gu Xiaolan rolled her eyes and went to her seat without paying any attention to him. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Feng Bowen was confused. No, I just married someone I didn't want to marry, so I can't be happy. Gu Yunlon whispered. Feng Bowen felt something was up, so he immediately moved a stool and sat down to listen. Jiang Qian ate an apple and asked in a low voice, "Isn't it a free love relationship?" They're dating on their own, but I can see that she doesn't like Zhao Yushan at all. Gu Yunlan already knew that Gu Xiaolan was very reluctant to get married this time, but for some reason, she still got married. On the contrary, Zhao Yushan was indeed very happy. It was easy to understand why he was so happy. He felt that he had become a relative of the Gu family. Jiang Qian glanced at Gu Xiaolan over there. She was still in a daze. She looked a little lost, and there was no trace of the spirit she had when she was in love before. How could it be? Wasn't she very happy when she was in love before? Who knows? Gu Yunlan was also puzzled. She could still vividly remember how Gu Xiaolan looked so high-spirited and looked down on her. She was in love so well, but she is like this after getting married? Did she just want to have fun, but ended up getting pregnant and having to get married? Gu Yunlan's eyes widened, as if she had realized the truth of the matter. After driving Feng Bowen away, she whispered her guess to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian was also stunned, but you have to admit that this guess is very credible. Otherwise, how to explain that Gu Xiaolan is so different from before? Gu Yunlan's guess was confirmed 3 days after Gu Xiaolan got married. Because Gu Xiaolan started to during the morning, but she had only been married for a short time, she didn't dare to in the office, and she went out too. Feng Bowen saw this and came back to say, there have been many happy events in our office recently. Secretary Jiang is pregnant, and Secretary Xiaolan seems to be pregnant too. Jiang Qian didn't have morning sickness, but she had a good relationship with Feng Bowen. Last Sunday, he asked him to call his wife Zhao Xuemei, as well as Gu Yunlan and others, to come to his house to make dumplings together. So Feng Bowen also knew about it. Xiaolan is pregnant? Cheng Miao was not surprised that Jiang Qian was pregnant, but how long had Gu Xiaolan been married? Yes, I just saw her vomiting outside, just like a pregnant woman. Feng Bowen, a straight man, didn't understand these things, but he was in a good mood. The office was full of pregnancy, and he felt that his wife would be pregnant soon. At his age, he also wanted to be a father. Gu Yunlan and Jiang Qian were very calm. But Cheng Miao was curious, because she remembered that Gu Xiaolan had gone to the hospital for a checkup before, and it was possible that she had been pregnant with Zhao Yushan before she got married. So after Gu Xiaolan came in, she whispered to her, Xiaolan, you're not pregnant, are you?
What?
Cheng Miao, I have a child.
No.
Gu Xiaolan denied without even thinking, I just got married. How can I get pregnant so soon? I just don't have a good appetite. Who spread the rumor? Cheng Miao. Secretary Feng said that he saw you vomiting during pregnancy. Nonsense, I have had a little pharyngitis recently and I like to retch when brushing my teeth. I remember you too. Gu Xiaolan denied. She wanted to scold Feng Bowen for being such a big mouth. She glanced at Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan over there. Jiang Qian was busy with her own things and obviously didn't pay attention to these. The focus was on Gu Yunlan because Gu Yunlan's expression was sarcastic, as if to say that I know everything you did. This made her feel blocked in her heart. At the same time, she was filled with hatred. If it were meant for Gu Xian, the rascal, who is so heartless and disloyal, would she have to be so sneaky? Originally, her belly was made big by Gu Xian, and this was the child of the Gu family. In the end, she was the only one who had to bear all this. Now she has a poor appetite and always wants to, and she is also tormented. Gu Xian doesn't have to worry about anything. A few days ago, he became the son-in-law of Director Peng's family.
Why?
Why can this man who abandoned her after having an affair be so glorious, while she can only marry someone like Zhao Yushan? In the past few days after marriage, Zhao Yushan also seemed to take good care of her. He served tea and water, and cleaned the house inside and outside. He acted like a good man. But she was very dissatisfied with Zhao Yushan, so no matter what Zhao Yushan did, she didn't feel anything. After all, she was pregnant with Gu Xian's child, so she had to find Zhao Yushan to take over. But what can she do if she is not satisfied? She can only deal with 1 or 2 at night, because the child in her belly will also fall on his head. But whenever she thought about how her dream of marrying into the Gu family was shattered, she would grit her teeth in hatred. No one with the surname Gu is a good person. Just wait. Sooner or later she will make the Gu family pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaolan calmed down and ignored Gu Yunlan. Shameless, if she was like this in the past, she would have been thrown into a pig cage. Gu Yunlan whispered to Jiang Qian. No matter what, it was their own business, and Jiang Qian was not interested in knowing more. It was already the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, less than half a month away from the Chinese New Year, and as lazy as she was really lazy in this cold season. That is to say, she took the opportunity to do the translation task today because she was in a good mood. Seeing that Gu Yunlan had nothing to do, she said, Yunlan, can you make a list for me? What should I prepare for having a baby? Gu Yunlan's attention was diverted. Okay. She was very experienced in this matter, and she listed a lot of things for Jiang Qian, such as small clothes and pants, bibs, small towels, diapers, small quilts, etc. I heard that sister-in-law Yuji has a very good craft. She has a sewing machine and also takes jobs. You can buy cloth and ask her to make it, Gu Yunlan said. Jiang Qian also knew that Nian Yuji was also a part-time tailor. Well, I heard from Shirgua that I will go to her when I buy cloth later. In addition to these things that require cloth, there are also milk bottles and milk powder. Buying milk powder requires milk powder tickets, which is the key point. When I gave birth to them, I didn't have much milk, so they all drank milk powder. You don't know how hard it is to get milk powder tickets. Milk powder is also hard to buy. You have to start stocking up 6 months in advance and keep it for emergencies. Gu Yunlan wrote all this down and handed it to her. Jiang Qian took the list and glanced at it, then nodded. Okay. Gu Yunlan asked, do you want small clothes and pants? I clearly wore them with Shuang before, but my mother washed them and put them away. She wants to use them when we have another baby. If you want, I'll go back to Gu's house and get them for you. She didn't want to have another baby anymore. She had discussed this with Lu Chongjing, and Lu Chongjing agreed. Having a son and a daughter was enough, and there was no need to have another baby. She was so uncomfortable during her pregnancy, and he didn't want her to suffer. Speaking of this, Gu Yunlan was really happy because Lu Chongjing knew how to care about her. Since they were no longer needed, it would be perfect to give them to Jiang Qian, but it also depended on whether she wanted them. Of course, Jiang Qian wanted it. As long as the small clothes and pants that other children had worn were not damaged, they were much more comfortable to wear than new ones. Would you like to keep them for Xiaolan? Jiang Qian did not forget to ask. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunlan smiled at Gu Xiaolan and said, Xiaolan, when I gave birth to Mingming and Shuang, I bought a lot of small clothes. Mom said to keep them for you to use when you get pregnant in the future. Gu Xiaolan sneered, let Mom save some worry. I will buy new ones myself when the time comes. I don't need to use yours. Her adoptive mother likes to do these small favors to win people's hearts. Who wants those broken things? Now that you are married to Zhao Yushun, you have to be more careful in your life. Take some and use them. Don't be so polite to your sister. Gu Yunlan had an expression that said, I am doing this for your own good. Gu Xiaolan's face darkened even more. This was a mockery of her marrying badly. She said directly, thank you so much. We won't be unable to even afford cloth for the child. That's quite courageous. Gu Yunlan laughed. Gu Xiaolan ignored her. Jiang Qian was a little helpless. Why are you trying to provoke her? I'm just telling the truth. Gu Yunlan would not give those small clothes that she had carefully prepared to Gu Xiaolan. Now she won't want them. You can take them all. Jiang Qian said, I'll exchange some cloth with you. If you say that, I won't give it to you. What's the exchange? Can I still need your cloth? Gu Yunlan said unhappily. Jiang Qian smiled. Then, I won't be polite with you. I'll go with you to get it another day. No need. We're going to Gu's house for dinner tomorrow. I'll pack it up and bring it to you. This Sunday, the 2 daughters brought their 2 sons-in-law to the house for dinner, and Mrs. Gu was very happy. I don't know what Gu Xiaolan was thinking, but she still looked well-behaved and sensible. Zhao Yushun was really very happy. He became the son-in-law of the Gu family. He came to the house for dinner. Who in the factory doesn't look up to him now? Who is not polite to him? Gu Yunlan and Lu Chongjing brought the twins over. Lu Chongjing chatted with Zhao Yushun. After all, they were brothers-in-law. After having a meal together, Gu Yunlon brought her mother to the room to pack up old clothes, saying that she wanted to take those small clothes to Jiang Qian. Mrs. Gu quickly stopped them. First, she asked her to keep them for later use, but when she heard that she really didn't plan to have another child, she backed off and said that when Gu Xiaolan got pregnant, she would give them to Gu Xiaolan, the adopted daughter. If you don't want them, then give them to Xiaolan,
Mrs. Gu said.
Gu Yunlon did not object, but smiled at Gu Xiaolan, who just came into the room. Xiaolan, I asked you yesterday if you wanted them, and you said no. Now you changed your mind? Okay, just take those small clothes, and it can help you save a lot of money. When did I say I wanted your old clothes? When the time comes, I will buy them for my children myself, Gu Xiaolan said immediately when she saw the old clothes turned out. Mrs. Gu hurriedly persuaded, Xiaolan, what did you say? These clothes are all good, they were all your sisters. Mom, Mingming and Shuang can wear new clothes, but my future children have to wear old clothes? They are all your grandchildren. How can you favor one over the other? Gu Xiaolan looked aggrieved. She gritted her teeth in her heart. It turned out that those who are not your own children are worthless. That's not what Mom meant. Mom wanted to help you save money. Gu Xiaolan sneered. It turned out that this adoptive mother also knew that Zhao Yushun, the department manager, had a salary of 50 yuan a month, which was not high. But this time when she got married, the Gu family only gave her 500 yuan as a dowry, which she bought with a few quilts and wash basins for show. With the status of the Gu family, 500 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. If they really love her, what's the big deal about giving her more dowry? Is it necessary to help her save money? Mom, I don't need you to help me save money. The child is between Yushun and me. Although his salary is not high, he can still afford to raise a child.
Gu Xiaolan said.
Mom, didn't you say that Yushun can't support the family? It's mainly these clothes. Mrs. Gu didn't convince Gu Xiaolan in the end because she insisted on not taking Gu Yunlon's clothes. If she took these clothes from Gu Yunlon, she would be inferior to Gu Yunlon in this life and be laughed at by Gu Yunlon. So in the end, these small clothes and pants were brought by Gu Yunlon to Jiang Qian. There were actually diapers, which were also washed clean, but Gu Yunlon thought they were dirty, so she didn't want to bring them to Jiang Qian. If you want to give something, give the good ones. As for the diapers, Jiang Qian can prepare them herself. Jiang Qian liked these small clothes and pants very much and couldn't help saying, you must have put a lot of thought into it, right? The styles are all very nice. They are really very nice. The styles are very trendy, but the key is that they are really clean and have no smell.
Pick them up and touch them.
They are all made of pure cotton, very soft and skin-friendly. Gu Yunlon smiled and said, I had nothing to do, so I tinkered with these things. The Gu family has a sewing machine. She didn't know how to operate it, but when she got pregnant, she learned to make clothes by herself, so there are some cute little animal patterns on the clothes. The styles are all designed by her. Thank you. Jiang Qian smiled and thanked her. She had already planned that when the new cloth is bought, Nian Yuji will help make 2 new clothes for Mingming and Shuang. It's a nice gesture. Gu Yunlon will be going back soon, so Jiang Qian packed a box of sesame cakes that she had just made today for her to take back for Mingming and Shuang. Then I won't be polite. They just like to eat your cakes. Gu Yunlon smiled.
Go slowly.
Jiang Qian sent her out. Okay. After Gu Yunlon went back, Jiang Qian came over to take a closer look at these small clothes and pants. The small animal patterns were also soft and cute. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. Maybe it was because she was pregnant that she was full of maternal love. Looking at these cute little clothes, she was in a particularly good mood. Han Shigua was on duty this Sunday, so he was not at home. When he came back, he saw that his young wife was in a very good mood. His eyebrows, which were a little hard from the cold, softened at once. There was a coal stove in the room, so it was not so cold. Han Shigua took off his chilly military coat and came over to kiss his wife. What's wrong? So happy? Yunlon sent me these small clothes. Take a look. They are all very good. Jiang Qian pulled him over to the second bedroom to take a look. Han Shigua took a look and wanted to buy new ones. Wife, we can buy new ones for the children. The new father was also looking forward to his children. If he couldn't afford it, it would be fine, but if he could, he wanted to give the best. Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. Do you think I'm trying to save money? I won't save money for the children. I'm not a stepmother. How can you, the biological father, be willing to spend money on the children but not me, the biological mother? That's not what I mean.
Han skyggesmiled.
This kind of worn clothes has been worn, washed, and dried countless times. It will be more comfortable to wear than new ones. Touch it and see if it's soft. It's not as stiff as new ones. The skin of a baby is very tender when it is just born, and it's easy to get uncomfortable when it's rubbed. Jiang Qian asked him to touch it. Han Shigwa didn't understand this, but after touching it, he found it was indeed very soft, and he knew that she was thinking about the children. Yunlon gave me so many clothes. When I buy the cloth, I will make 2 new sets for Mingming and Shuangshuang. Jiang Qian also said.
Okay.
Han Shigwa had no objection. Jiang Qian smiled. Go wash your hands quickly, it's time to eat. Han Shigwa went to wash his hands and had dinner with his wife. Jiang Qian said while eating, I have prepared the New Year gifts for my parents and your parents. When you help me mail the manuscripts tomorrow, send the packages separately. My hometown is a bit far, but if I mail it tomorrow, it will arrive just before the New Year. Although the express delivery at this time is not so fast, it can arrive in about 7 or 8 days, and at the latest it will be 10 days, just before the New Year. Okay, I'll mail it tomorrow. Han Shigwa agreed, of course. Jiang Qian picked up some meat for him to eat. Are you tired from your shift today? Eat more meat and go to bed early at night. When he just got home, he saw that his face was blue with cold, but you have to say, it is indeed cold outside now, and it is only warm with a heater at home. Han Shigwa smiled happily as he enjoyed the concern and care from his young wife, and slept happily with his wife in his arms at night. Jiang Qian's prediction was correct. The package she asked Han Shigwa to express from the army was delivered to her hometown on the 9th day. Han's father and mother were a little surprised to receive the package sent by the army. Han Shimin and Li Xia were also surprised. When they opened the package and saw bacon, brown sugar, and malted milk, Li Xia's eyes lit up. Mom, Qian sent back so many good things? She said happily. There must be several kilograms of bacon and a large piece of brown sugar, as big as a brick. There are also 2 cans of nutritional supplements such as malted milk. Isn't it a gift to bring back to her mother's house for the new year? Han's mother couldn't help but think about her, but she couldn't give the things sent back by the second son's family to the eldest son's family, otherwise wouldn't it be a chill in the second son's family's heart? She made a bowl of malted milk for each of the grandchildren and sent them away, and she kept the rest for herself and the old man. After tidying up, she took all the things back to the house.
Li Xia.
She quickly winked at Han Shimin, but Han Shimin ignored her. Why did he take the gifts from the second son and his wife to visit her family? Is her family so great? It's better for his parents to eat the gifts themselves. Han's mother ignored them and asked Han Shimin to read the letter. It was sent back with the bacon and other things, and there was also a letter. Han Shimin knew how to read. Although his cultural level was not high, it was not a big problem for him to read a letter. The letter was written by Jiang Qian, and the beautiful handwriting made people feel comfortable. In the letter, she said hello to her parents-in-law and cared about their health. Then she explained that she couldn't come back for the New Year this year because she also had a job and she and Han Shigwa had to work during the New Year. Jiang Qian's letter to her parents-in-law was more verbose. After they went to the army, her parents' family sent letters, but her husband's family didn't. In addition to the telegram sent back after arriving to report safety, this was the first letter they exchanged. Of course, she had to talk about their current life in the letter. Hearing that Jiang Qian, the daughter-in-law, had been employed in the propaganda department, Han's mother couldn't hide the smile on her face and said to Han's father, "Look at Qian. This ability is extraordinary. She was employed in the army." Han's father smiled and was in a good mood. Han Shimin was envious, and Li Xia was jealous. The brother-in-law had a stable job, and now the sister-in-law also had a job. How much money would the couple make in a month? Wouldn't they be rich? What are you doing? Read on, Han's mother urged. Han Shimin continued to read and read a sentence in the letter. I have been pregnant for 2 months. Oh, is it true? Han's mother was very happy. Han Shimin read the letter and said, It's true. I have been to the hospital for a checkup. Han's father was also very satisfied. The second son's family was blessed at first glance. Good, good. Han's mother was very happy. Li Xia couldn't help curling her lips when she saw how happy her parents-in-law were. When she had a child, the old couple weren't so happy. Now that the second child is pregnant, they are so happy that their hearts are bent to the sky. Han Shimin didn't feel anything about this. It was normal to get married and have children. He continued to read. Jiang Qian also asked in the letter whether his mother would have time to go and take care of her next year. When I have time, I have taken care of your children. Qian and Shirwa have a child, so I have to go and take care of her too. Han's mother said quickly and asked Han Shimin, Then your father will eat with you, the eldest brother. Is it okay? No problem. Han Shimin agreed, of course. Li Xia didn't dare to say anything, so she could only say sourly, How long will you take care of it when the time comes? Although it's okay for Dad to eat with us, you can't leave him alone at home. We'll see about this later. There's no rush now. Let's not talk about this. Han's mother waved her hand.
Li Xia.
She saw that she could not take advantage, but had to serve her father-in-law, so she turned around and went back. Han's mother put the letter away and said to Han's father with a smile on her face, Look, this is the difference in marrying a daughter-in-law. When Shirwa was on his own before, how could he send things back? If we hadn't called him, he might not call back to report his safety for several years. Not really. Han Shirwa had sent things back before, sending some cloth coupons to buy cloth for his nephews and nieces to make clothes. But in Han's mother's eyes, she was still not as considerate as Jiang Qian, the daughter-in-law. The things she sent back were the same, but the key was that she would tell them about their recent situation and chat about family matters. Such letters were comfortable to read. Big brother, come and help write a letter to Qian and wait for Heir Shirjia to come back in the new year and let her take it in and send it. Han's mother said. Okay. Han Shimin agreed, but he called his eldest son Han Jiadong to write for him. After seeing his younger brother and sister-in-law's handwriting, he didn't want to write it and felt inferior. It was good to ask her son to come. Han Jiadong was quite happy. He quickly prepared pen and paper and came. Han's mother had a lot to say. First, she talked about the family situation. Everything was fine. There was nothing wrong between her and the old man. Then she expressed her joy and happiness about her pregnancy and told her to be careful and some precautions for pregnancy. In addition, she didn't need to worry about the confinement. When the time came, she would get a certificate from the brigade to go there in advance to take care of her daily life. However, she didn't know the way, so she had to ask her son Han Shirwa to come back and take her there. She wrote several pages in a hurry. If it wasn't for Han's father saying that it was enough, Han's mother would probably come for another 3 days and 3 nights. Han Jiadong smiled and put a period, saying, Grandma, you just need to take care of the young aunt when the time comes. Don't worry about Grandpa eating with us. Grandma knows you're filial. Han's mother undoubtedly loves her eldest grandson. The eldest son and grandson are the lifeblood of the elderly, and their status in the family is unquestionable. The package received by the old Han family also received a copy from the old Jiang family of the 5-star brigade. The 2 New Year gifts are exactly the same, and the 2 are very fair. However, Jiang Qian did not write so many letters to her mother's family because when she was diagnosed with pregnancy, she received a letter from her mother's family and also told her about her work in the letter. Her mother's family also knew about it. But she also knew that her mother would miss her, so she also mentioned in the letter about her sleepiness after pregnancy, no morning sickness, and being able to eat and sleep. She complained about her weight in the letter. Zhou Guthian smiled when she heard the letter read by Zhang's father to her. At the end of the letter, the signer was Jiang Qian, a daughter who misses her parents. Qian is doing well. You don't have to worry. Sure will treat her well. Zhang's father said after reading the letter. He was very relieved. Zhou Guthian knew, of course. but she still missed her. She couldn't read, and took the letter and looked at her daughter's beautiful and familiar handwriting, full of joy and longing. Couple was reading the letter sent by their daughter in the house. Outside, the eldest daughter-in-law Zhao Aiying called out, "Mom, the second Anne is here to see you." "What is she doing here?" Zhou Guoyin frowned. That's what she said, but after she calmed down, she came out and looked at Sun. "What's the matter?" Until now, Zhou Guoyin's attitude towards Sun, the sister-in-law, was very cold. Although her daughter married better than the original one, it was also her daughter's good fortune. It had nothing to do with the second house, and it could not be offset by the fact that the second house stabbed the first house. One thing is one thing. Sun didn't care about her attitude. She smiled and said, "I'm here to pay back the money." "Sister-in-law, count it, this is 200 yuan. She directly gave 20 big unity notes. This surprised everyone at home. Zhou Guoyin glanced at the sister-in-law. She didn't care about anything else. She just kept the money. She took it and counted it. It was 200 yuan. As for the remaining amount, I will bring it all over after we have accumulated some money." Sun said.
Okay.
Zhou Guoyin agreed. When their second wife bought the job, she didn't have much money. She had to ask the first wife for 80% of the money, and she still needed half of it. Sun didn't keep much back. How can the second aunt suddenly pay back so much money? Zhao Aiying asked. Yes, it feels like I've made a fortune. Second sister-in-law Zhao Aifeng also said. Jiang Shouhai, Jiang Shoutao, and Jiang Shouha brothers were also a little curious. Jiang's father was smoking a cigarette. He looked at Zhou Guoyin and told them not to tell anyone outside. Then the couple came to the house to talk. Could the second wife's family have picked up a treasure like us? Zhou Guoyin asked. Although Zhou Guoyin had threatened to collect money every month because Jiang Yu had stolen his daughter's boyfriend, he still showed some mercy. He didn't go to ask for it, waiting for them to collect the money and pay it back. In the end, they really paid it back. It was only natural to pay back the money, but this time they paid back 200 yuan, which was a huge sum of money. You know, Uncle Jiang just bought a sewing machine last month to support his daughter Jiang Yu. It is estimated that the money saved before was basically spent on that sewing machine, and the family must have been emptied. And Jiang Yu's job also pays a lot of money every month. Where did the 200 yuan come from? Because of the example of my own family, the first thing I thought of was to do the same as my own family. After all, rural people, how can there be other ways to make money? Jiang's father thought so too. If we can pick it up, others can certainly do it too. Zhou Guoyin couldn't help but be curious. I wonder what she picked up? I see from her expression that it's probably a lot. I guess she can pay back all the money for our family in one go. Sun's expression was very happy and high-spirited. That's also their business. Zhou Guoyin nodded. She just said it casually. It would be good if the second house could really make some extra money. But after thinking about it, she couldn't help but say, it shouldn't be possible to do that, right? Jiang's father shook his head. The second son doesn't have the guts, and Shiliu isn't that kind of guy. Speculation? If they get caught, they'll be punished. Zhou Guoyin also accepted this statement. It's no wonder they didn't think too much about it. One thing is that they don't have the guts, and the key is that they don't have the means. That's not something that second Uncle Jiang and Jiang Shiliu, father and son, can do. But the couple obviously underestimated the second branch. Second branch of the Jiang family. Second Uncle Jiang, Jiang Yu, who came back to her mother's house, and Jiang Shiliu were waiting for Sun to come back. As soon as Sun came back, the whole family went into the house. Jiang Shiliu winked at his wife. Shiliu's wife also knew about it, so she quickly called her son, who was playing, back to the house to drink malted milk. Of course, things like this at home must be kept secret. Children don't know how to control their mouths, so they can't let their son hear and tell others. Jiang Shiliu followed in silence. Did big brother and big sister-in-law ask you anything? Uncle Jiang asked him to close the door, and then asked in a low voice. Sun curled her lips and said, nothing. She was a little disappointed that Zhou Guoyin didn't ask more questions about this matter. She had thought of an explanation. If they asked, she would say that she accidentally found something and exchanged it for money, so she had the money to pay it back. In the end, the eldest wife didn't ask anything, which made her feel empty that she wanted to show off, but others were not interested. Uncle Jeong couldn't help but said, "Why didn't she ask anything?" "How should I know? Maybe she felt that our family got some unexpected wealth, and it was not easy to ask too much." Sun said, "I guess so." Uncle Jeong nodded. Jeong-yu saw her parents like this and said unhappily, "Do you have to act like this in front of your uncle and aunt? You feel like you are inferior to them." Second Uncle Jeong was unhappily, "Your grandparents passed away early, and I grew up with your uncle and aunt. They helped me get married and start a family. Your uncle helped build this house, and even the job you have was bought with their support. Am I not inferior to them, but superior to them?" Jeong-yu. "Okay, why are you saying this?" Sun hated to hear this the most, and said, "You and Shilia go again tonight. You have to make more money during the new year." Hearing this, Jang Shiliu, who had been silent, hesitated and said, "Dad, why don't we stop? We don't owe Uncle much money now, and we can pay off the remaining money. Besides, we have my younger sister's job at home, so it's not worth it for us to continue taking this risk. The money used to pay back the debt is not all the money earned in these days." Before second Uncle Jeong could say anything, Sun was annoyed. "Are you stupid? Why don't you make money if it's so easy? You and your father have only been working for such a short time, and we can pay off such a large debt of your uncle's family. If you work for a while longer, our family can save some assets, but our family has no assets at all."
Mum, I'm worried.
Jang Shilia wanted to say something. "What are you worried about? Your sister said that no one will investigate for the time being, and this matter is also very secretive. You just need to work hard with your father. There is no need to be afraid." Sun's self-confidence has soared and expanded a lot. If she continues to do this business, will her family be inferior to the eldest house? Jeong-yu also glanced at her brother. He is really like the character in the book, cowardly all his life, and has not made any progress. "Brother, you should be glad that I accidentally knew that place. Otherwise, how could our family pay off the debt and save assets? Others can't even beg for the opportunity, and you still don't want to do it." Jeong-yu snorted. "Who said it wasn't?"
Sun also said,
"And don't think this can last long. It's only this winter. When spring comes, you won't be able to do anything even if you want to. They will be closed there." Jeong-yu was familiar with the plot and knew it clearly. Sun and Uncle Jeong heard this and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean it won't last long? Of course, you don't think you can keep doing this, do you? When the weather gets warmer, their meat will be hard to store, so of course they won't continue, and there won't be that much meat in a continuous supply. If we want to make money, we have to take advantage of this time. Otherwise, we have to wait until next winter, but we don't know what will happen next year." Jeong-yu said, "That's right. What she did with her father and her eldest brother was to trade pork." According to the plot, she knew that a cousin in Wangjia town had partnered with someone to set up a pig farm in the deep mountains and old forests, and would kill the pigs and sell the meat when winter came. Because she knew these things, she designed to get along with them and gain their trust. After getting in touch with them, she became their offline because of this relationship. After buying the goods from there, they would resell them to the offline, and the offline would sell them, so they didn't have to sell them in person. In this way, the safety factor is much higher, but the profit from the resale is also huge. The profit of 1 pound of pork is 40 cents, and 10 pounds is 4 yuan. They buy 20 pounds every day, which means a profit of 8 yuan. When there is more, they buy 30 or 40 pounds to sell. At most, they can make almost a month's salary of Jeong-yu in one day. If this is not considered a huge profit, what is a huge profit? When Jang Ershu and Sun heard it, they were very worried and said to Jang Shiliu, "Look, such opportunities are not always available, and you are still stupid and don't want to make money. We go out every night recently, and it is easy to be discovered. Jang Shiliu certainly doesn't want to make money, but this is too risky. If he is caught, he will have to eat peanuts. How can he not be afraid? It can be said that every transaction is trembling with fear, so he really wants to forget it. Don't you understand that the bold will die of overeating while the timid will die of starvation? With such high profits, isn't it normal to have some risks? Do you still want to make money so easily? Jiang Yu was a little impatient. Now that the new year is coming, business is at its best. You must hurry up. That's right. Now that the new year is coming, business is at its best. Go and do a good job, and next year we won't have to work so hard in the fields. Sun said. Jiang's second uncle also agreed and said, Okay, Shiliu, go back and have a rest. You have to go out at night. Now that they have tasted such sweetness, how can they give up? Money that cannot be saved in a lifetime has been saved in this period of time. Who would be willing to give up? Jiang Shiliu sighed, I know.
He went back to rest.
Seeing him come back, Shiliu's wife, who was watching the children, questioned him with her eyes. Jiang Shiliu shook his head at her, and Shiliu's wife looked worried. Although she had not received much education, she was satisfied with her husband Jiang Shiliu. Although he did not have any great skills, he was down to earth. Now she listened to her sister-in-law and did this. Although Shiliu's wife also knew that the profit was huge, it was risking her life. The family was not so poor that they could not afford to eat, and she did not want her husband to do this. After he went out at night, she was so scared at home with her son, afraid that he would not come back. So she wanted him to forget it and stop working, but it seemed that her parents-in-law did not agree. Shilia's wife's eyes were red, and she felt a surge of energy in her heart. She wanted to tell her uncle and aunt. If they knew, they would never let her parents-in-law do it. Don't tell my uncle and aunt. I will stop working after this year. Jiang Shiliu whispered, probably knowing what she meant. Shilia's wife looked at him. You didn't lie to me?
I didn't lie to you.
Jiang Shiliu nodded and looked at her belly again. Don't worry, it's okay. Just take care of yourself. 2 months later, Shilia's wife's belly had begun to show. She touched her belly. You have to think about the three of us, mother and son. If anything happens to you, our world will fall. I know. Jiang Shiliu nodded. The young couple talked. But in the main house, seeing Jiang Shiliu go back, Jiang Yu snorted. Look at his useless look. Don't say that about your brother, he also wants to be safe. Second Uncle Jiang spoke for his son. Although he couldn't let go of such a business, he was also a human being and would be afraid. Of course, he understood his son's thoughts. Shilia just looks like you. Son snorted coldly. If she wasn't a woman, she would go by herself, and there would be no need for this father and son. Second Uncle Jiang rolled his eyes. Of course it's easy for you to say that you don't have to risk your life. If it's your turn to do it, your legs might be so weak that you can't even walk. This woman with long hair and short knowledge thought it was so easy to do this. This is risking her life. If I can do it, do I still need you? Son snorted coldly. Then go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Second Uncle Jiang was annoyed. Son. She was just being tough with her mouth. If she really had to go, she would stop. You really think you can do it? Second Uncle Jiang said with contempt, and after that, he didn't say anything more and went to catch up on his sleep. This man, he has no ability. He can only confront me and embarrass me. Son scolded. Mom, it's getting late. I have to go back. Give me the dividend money for this period. Jiang Yu was too lazy to say more, just said. Although Son was reluctant, it was already agreed before, and the family was also related to the Wang family, so she had to see her daughter's face, so she could only scrimp and save to get her dividend, a full 100 yuan. She couldn't help but mutter, why do you need so much money? Of course I spend it. Who would complain about having too much money? Jiang Yu rolled her eyes and grabbed the money directly from her hand. She had a lot of expenses, and she couldn't live a hard life. Why do you need to spend so much? This is 100 yuan. Do and tell me these things. It's none of your business how I spend money. Get out quickly. Son was so distressed that she said unhappily. Jiang Yu didn't want to stay, so she took the money and went back to the Wang family with satisfaction. Wang Hasong saw her and said angrily, Where have you been? Don't you know you still have to cook? You won't eat if I don't cook? Why didn't you starve to death before I married in?
Jiang Yu said. You.
Wang Hasong was furious. The Queen Mother scolded. What? You are a daughter-in-law and you don't do housework. You still think you are right? Go outside and see if there are any daughters-in-law like you. She was not satisfied with this daughter-in-law in the first place, and after entering the house, she felt even more unhappy from the bottom of her heart. Because if Qian married in, it would never be like this. Of course, if Qian married in, she would be willing to let her come home from work to have a hot meal. After all, she would be idle at home anyway. But when the target was changed to Jiangyu, the queen mother was not willing. And Jiangyu was not easy to mess with. Yes, I just don't want to do it. You can do it yourself. Before she got married, she wanted to coax Wang Husong and control him, but she found that she, an eagle-like woman, was not that kind of material at all, because she really couldn't lower herself and couldn't coax them mother and son. In addition, now she has money in her hands, her back is very straight, and she speaks loudly. She can eat anything, but she can't suffer a loss. After saying that, she turned her face and went back to the house. Look, this is the good daughter-in-law you married. She said a trick for you before entering the house. Now that you are in the house, you take all the money you earn from your job back to your parents' home. She comes back but does nothing, eats and drinks at our house, and acts like an ancestor waiting for me, the mother-in-law, to serve her. The queen mother scolded her son. Wang Husong's face was also very ugly. There was no other reason just because Jiangyu was not pregnant at all before, but she lied to him that she was pregnant. In fact, Jiangyu was not lying about this matter. She didn't know at first. She didn't have a good appetite in those days, so she thought she was pregnant. Later, she found out that she was not pregnant at all, but she just went with the flow and married him. But Wang Husong thought she was lying to him after knowing the truth. Jiangyu wanted to explain, but Wang Husong believed that she would do anything to marry him. Jiangyu was too lazy to say anything more when she got angry. Not only was Wang Husong angry, but Wang's mother, who knew the truth, looked down on her even more, but she came over and pointed at her nose and scolded her. But she was not weak, and she was not willing to flatter Wang's mother. She went to work during the day and went home after work, but don't expect her to do any housework. For example, now, she wants her to serve a big family? Dreaming. Wang Husong was scolded by his mother and couldn't refute a word, but he really regretted it. But who can he blame? He can only blame himself for being blind. Because the family was not harmonious, the family atmosphere of the Wang family was particularly cold during the New Year. The new daughter-in-law came into the house, not only did not add some warmth, but made the family 3 points colder than before when they were an orphan and a widow. Unlike the deserted old Wang family in the hometown town, Jiang Qian and Han Shigua, who were far away in the army, were preparing for the Chinese New Year very seriously. They even rushed to the county town to buy New Year's goods before the New Year. Although there were only the couple at home, they were pregnant, and the child also wanted to celebrate the New Year. And this was also their first year together after marriage, which was of great significance, and, of course, they couldn't live shabby. Not only did Jiang Qian buy New Year's goods, she also made a lot of cakes during her vacation. She also fried 5 spice melon seeds, made shrimp slices with oil residue, and made sugar paintings. Before she married Han Shigua, the Chinese New Year was really the happiest time for nephews and nieces, because Jiang Qian, the aunt, would make a lot of snacks for them. In addition to the above, there were also candied haws, popcorn, and so on. When the Chinese New Year came, there would always be endless snacks. Even when she goes out to play, she can always bring a handful of spiced melon seeds or a handful of popcorn in her trouser pockets, which always makes the children of the neighbors envious. I wonder if my sisters-in-law made it for my nephews and nieces this year? My sisters-in-law didn't make it, but her mother probably did. Her mother is also very generous in this regard and loves her grandchildren very much. Let's not talk about the family for now, but the atmosphere of the New Year here in Jiangqian can't be lacking, especially this year is the first New Year here. Although she and Han Shigua don't like to eat these snacks, it's also good to use them to entertain other people's children. People will visit each other during the New Year, so won't these come in handy at that time?
There are so many children.
When Han Shirwa saw his wife happily preparing these things, his handsome and cold face was soft all the time. He has never had such a New Year's flavor, ever since he can remember. Because he was very poor before, it was good enough to have a full meal, so where could there be so many snacks to eat? That's impossible. Later, when he grew up and came to the army, he would occasionally go to Chief Gu's house to celebrate the new year, but he would not stay for long. He would also go to his comrades' houses to have a New Year's Eve dinner together, but he would not stay to disturb them. So basically, he was still alone. This year, he got married, so this year was different. Inside and outside the small house, there was a festive atmosphere of the new year which was not there before, and it was also the atmosphere that Han Shirwa had always wanted.
What are you looking at?
Jiang Qian turned around and saw him, smiling. Han Shirwa came over and hugged her. I was thinking, with a good mother like you, our children will definitely be very happy in the future. Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. You said that, saying that mother is not good to you? No, mother is very good to me.
Han Shigu smiled.
Jiang Qian looked at him. Didn't you eat these when you were a child?
No.
Then eat whatever you want. Jiang Qian also knew that some obsessions in childhood would be retaliated when you grow up. Han Shirwa had a smile in his eyes. He came over and kissed his wife. He was past that age now and didn't care much about these things. Jiang Qian smiled at him and continued to be busy. But when all the snacks were put away and it was time to go to bed at night, Jiang Qian praised him. It's not enough for the child to have a good mother. He also needs a responsible father like you. Only by working together can we create a good growth environment for the child, and the child will grow up without worries. Han Shirwa was very pleased and came over to kiss his little wife. Don't worry, my wife. I will take good care of you and the child. I know. Jiang Qian leaned in his arms. She had been married to this man for a short time, but she felt very happy. She was also willing to believe that he would not let her down. By the way, have I gained a lot of weight recently? Jiang Qian asked a question that many women would ask. Not at all. I think you still need to eat more. Han Shirwa's answer was textbook level. Jiang Qian's eyes were filled with smiles, but she knew it herself. She felt a little fat after getting pregnant. However, Jiang Qian was very clear about her physical condition. She was healthy and the baby in her belly was also healthy, so she didn't need to worry too much. But after all, she was pregnant and exhausted. After a while, she yawned. She leaned over and kissed his chin. Dad, go to bed early. Han Shirwa kissed back and responded gently. Mom, you go to bed early too. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Qian fell asleep. Han Shirwa smiled, smelled the refreshing fragrance of his wife's hair, and went to sleep with his wife. Although the wind and snow outside were a bit strong these days, the house was warm and cozy. The next day was New Year's Eve. Now, there are no holidays for the new year in the whole country, and the army is no exception. It's a normal working time. It's just that there is not much work in the propaganda department. The propaganda manuscripts and things that should be promoted before the new year have all been done, so they come here just to punch in. Jiang Qian slacked off at work and wrote translation manuscripts. After work, she quickly packed up and went out with Gu Yunlan. Han Shirwa and Lu Chongjing also came to pick up their wives. After the New Year's Eve dinner, we will take the children over. Tea, snacks must be prepared for us. Gu Yunlan smiled. Jiang Qian smiled and said, How can it be missing? Dress Mingming and Shuang warmly, bring them over, and I will give them red envelopes. While talking and laughing, the two women got on their bicycles and were taken away by their husbands. Feng Bowen, Gu Xiaolan and Cheng Miao were a step slower, but they also came out. Feng Bowen quickly went to pick up his wife from work. Cheng Miao also saw Zhao Yushan coming and said to Gu Xiaolan, Look, your manager Zhao is here. Gu Xiaolan glanced at Zhao Yushan, and there was no joy on her face. Because compared with Han Shirwa and Lu Chongjing, two top-quality men, Zhao Yushan was really not good enough. He didn't have their tall stature, nor their upright temperament, nor their handsomeness, and even their future was not as good as theirs. He was a battalion commander in his 20s, and his future was limitless. Gu Xiaolan regretted that she was reborn too late. If she had been reborn earlier, she would have agreed to her adoptive mother's proposal to marry her to Han Shirgwa. That's right. At first, Mrs. Gu wanted to marry her to Han Shirgwa, and the whole Gu family was very satisfied with Han Shirgwa. But at that time, how could Gu Xiaolan look down on Han Shirgwa, a country bumpkin? After losing to Gu Yunlan in the competition for Lu Chongzheng, she chose a better partner. As a result, that partner was gone after the marriage. But Mrs. Gu still had this idea and wanted to marry her again to Han Shirgwa, who was not married yet. It was just a pity that the old Han family had already arranged the marriage. Although it had just been arranged, Han Shirgwa himself was not satisfied with Gu Xiaolan, so he used this as an excuse to push it off. But if she had been reborn earlier, she might have snatched Jiang Yu's marriage and chosen Han Shirgwa. But it was too late to say anything now. Just looking at Zhao Yoshuan's obscene smile, Gu Xiaolan felt nauseous and couldn't help turning around and retching. Cheng Miao was rubbing her back. After these days, it was already well known that Gu Xiaolan was pregnant. Although Gu Xiaolan did not admit that she was pregnant before marriage, Cheng Miao still firmly believed that she was pregnant when she sent herself to the hospital for examination when she went to the county town before. But Cheng Miao would not talk about these things. Zhao Yushun parked his bicycle and came over to express his concern. How is it? Wife, are you okay? Zhao Yushun certainly had no doubts about Gu Xiaolan's pregnancy. He and Gu Xiaolan had already had half a month before they got married. Isn't it normal to have pregnancy reactions now? He was very proud of it. What can happen to me? Gu Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him. Seeing her like this, Cheng Miao helped to explain, Sister Xiaolan has severe morning sickness. She vomits every day. Zhao Yushun said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go back. We have to go to Gu's house for the New Year's Eve dinner today. Secretary Cheng. Thank you very much. Manager Zhao is polite. Gu Xiaolan followed him to Gu's house for the New Year's Eve dinner. Looking at the backs of colleagues walking away in pairs, Cheng Miao was a little envious and couldn't help saying, when will I meet my destiny? Including Director Zhang, there are a total of 6 people in the propaganda department, and 5 of them are married. In the past, there was an old bachelor Feng Bowen to accompany her. Now he goes to school every day to pick up his wife after work. It is said that she is pregnant. That is to say, she is the only one left all alone. Cheng Miao sighed again. Where is her marriage? She is already 21 years old. Although people outside don't get married as early as in the village, she is not young even outside. Let's not talk about her for now. Jiang Qian and Han Shirgwa passed by the door of Deputy Battalion Commander Gao on their way home. There was a domineering smell of meat coming out of his house. You can tell that it is the smell of stewed chicken. Along the way, basically every household has the smell of meat. Although the current emphasis is on the style of remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness, even during the Chinese New Year, it is necessary to take a simple and unpretentious route. But everyone is from China, and it is well known how much the Chinese attach importance to the Chinese New Year. This represents the whole year, and it is also to bid farewell to the old and usher in the new. Can everyone not want to eat something good? It's just that in order to cooperate with the current environment, the table will still be filled with bitterness and sweetness rice. Han Shirgwa couldn't even eat it, the bitterness and sweetness rice made with rotten vegetable leaves and rice bran. But it was just for show. If they had the conditions, they would definitely eat well. Knowing that everyone celebrated the New Year like this, Jiang Qian and Han Shirgwa rolled up their sleeves to prepare dinner as soon as they got home. The ingredients were all prepared at noon, so they could just cook them when they got home. The couple prepared 4 dishes and 1 soup. Braised pork was an indispensable dish, and there were also braised fish, stewed cabbage, fried tofu, and kelp soup. They usually ate well, so this New Year's Eve dinner seemed very ordinary. But they were just a young couple, so there was really no need to make such a big fuss about the New Year's Eve dinner. After the young couple sat down, Jiang Qian began to set the mood and gave a speech. She smiled at the man opposite. This year is the first year of our little family. Although I have been married to you for a short time, I feel very happy to have you as my husband. I believe that when the child is born, the child will be proud to have you as his father. So on this good day today, I would like to toast my husband with tea instead of wine. Han Shirgwa also raised his glass and looked at his wife with a smile. Thank you for my wife's compliments, but my wife is right. Although we have been married for a short time, I believe that my wife and I will get better and better in the future, and our family will become happier and happier. Please rest assured, my wife, I will work hard to be a good husband and a good father. Wife, I also toast you a glass. The young couple smiled at each other and drank the cup of tea and wine. Putting down the cup, Jiang Qian looked at the daring and hardworking college student in her family. I know the father of my child is ambitious, but what I want to say today is, father of my child, don't be too tired. This family is not just yours, it's mine too. As your wife and the mother of my child, I will also shoulder my share of responsibilities and will not put all the burdens of the family on you. I hope that my husband, while defending our country and taking care of his wife and children, can also think more about himself. Rest when he is tired, don't force himself, and put your health first. The body is the capital of revolution. This is the principle that Xianyu has adhered to throughout his life. The New Year's Eve dinner was delicious, but Han Shirgwa's wife's words warmed his heart even more. This man, who was extremely brave in completing the organization's tasks, could not resist the gentle knife of his wife. But it can't be blamed on his lack of willpower. When he meets someone like his wife, even if he is a diamond descending to the earth, he will become soft around his fingers. He can't escape the net woven with tenderness. In the romance of the Three Kingdoms, this is a beauty trap. Han Shirgwa is confident that he has the ability to pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals, but if he encounters a beauty like his wife sent by the enemy, he will probably be defeated at this level. From the body to the spirit, his wife is in perfect harmony with him. In bed, she can make him know what is bone-melting ecstasy, and outside the bed, she can make him enjoy what is human warmth. It's as if God took pity on him being alone and sent her to accompany him. How can he resist such a woman? What can he use to resist? There is no power to resist at all. After dinner, Han Shirgwa went to clean up the dishes in the kitchen. Not long after he finished, Lu Chongjing came with Gu Yunlan and the twins. Unlike Jiang Qian and Han Shirgwa, who made their own New Year's Eve dinner, they went to Gu's house with their families. They came at this time, and they thought they should have finished eating. The twins were very polite. Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year. They called them by their respective names. Gu Yunlan and Jiang Qian were like sisters, so they asked the children to call Auntie, but Han Shirgwa was a little older than Lu Chongjing, so he had to call Uncle. Jiang Qian smiled and said, Happy New Year to you too, Ming Ming Shuang Shuang. Come, give each of you a red envelope. Annie wishes you good food and good health in the new year. The brother and sister are both over 3 years old, and just now at home, they also received red envelopes from their grandparents, uncles, aunts, etc., so they have a deep impression of the red envelopes. They all looked at their parents, and when they saw their parents nod, they happily took it. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Qian smiled and said you're welcome, and served them tea and snacks. The twins were drooling at the sight of all kinds of cakes and snacks. At this age, isn't time to like eating? Even if they had just eaten the delicious New Year's Eve dinner at home, such snacks were very attractive to them. It's a pity that my stomach is full. I can't eat much. Little girl Lu Shuang ate the shrimp chips and touched her stomach regretfully. What's the big deal? Andy will give you a paper bag, put all the food you like in it, take it home, and eat it slowly. Jiang Qian went to get a paper bag and gave one to each of them. You can't take more, you can only take one of each.
Gu Yunlan said.
There are so many, how can you finish them? Take whatever you like, take more. Jiang Qian said. The twin brother and sister were obviously very happy. They asked for mung bean cakes, which they liked from their aunt. They also asked for fried shrimp chips, which were very delicious, fragrant, and crispy. They also wanted popcorn and other things. The only thing they didn't want was probably melon seeds. The brother and sister were not interested in the spiced melon seeds that their father loved to eat. Jiang Qian packed them for them, one for each, and tied them with a beautiful bow with a small rope. The brother and sister couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. But that's not all. Jiang Qian went to get the sugar paintings on straw sticks for them to choose from. The brother and sister were so surprised. "Aunt, I want a rabbit. I want this cute little rabbit," Lu Shuang said excitedly. Jiang Qian smiled and gave her a rabbit sugar painting. "Here, a rabbit sugar painting." "Thank you, Aunt. You are so nice." The little mouth was like honey. "And I want this monkey." Lu Ming couldn't hide his joy. "Okay." The brother and sister got their own sugar paintings, and they couldn't let go of them. Gu Yimon took the straw stick, looked at the sugar paintings on it, and praised. "You did it so well. How did you do it?" "I make some occasionally to please them." Jiang Qian was of course generous in imparting the recipe. Han Shigua and Lu Changzheng, the two men, sat aside, eating melon seeds and chatting. Han Shigua looked at the twins with envy. "Secretary Gu, what did you eat more when you were pregnant?" He saw that the twins were really cute and wanted to ask for some experience. Could Lu Changzheng and Gu Yimon not hear it? Lu Changzheng smiled. "It has nothing to do with what you eat. The key is to look at the parents. What kind of parents you have will determine what kind of children you give birth to. You are so handsome and your sister-in-law is so beautiful. There is no need to say much about your children. They will definitely be good-looking." Gu Yimon agreed with this. "You are right. Are you still worried that your children will not be good-looking?" "I am afraid that the children will grow up in the places where we are not good-looking." Jiang Qian smiled. "Look at her. Her emotional intelligence is simply amazing. How is it possible? I don't think you have any shortcomings. Your eyebrows and temperament are just like those from the paintings of ladies. Shigua is the same. He was a mighty general in ancient times. Your children will not be too bad. I have already made an agreement with Changzheng that when the child is born, we will be the godparents. I have started to prepare the things for recognition. Do you agree with this?" Jiang Qian smiled. Agree. How can I not agree? That's more like it." Gu Yimon laughed. While chatting like this, Ma Zhonghua and Nian Yuji brought their children to visit the house to celebrate the new year. "Captain Lu and Officer Gu, you are here too?" Nian Yuji smiled when she saw Lu Changzheng and Gu Yimon. "This year is Qianqian's first new year here, so of course we have to come over to visit and have some fun." Gu Yimon said with a smile. "That's right, we thought so too, and we came over to join in the fun." Jiang Qian smiled and distributed red envelopes to her children. Nian Yuji hurriedly said, No, you don't have to give them. It's for celebration." Jiang Qian smiled and gave the red envelopes to their brothers and sisters. The older children grinned and were obviously very happy. The younger ones didn't understand yet, but they also followed their brothers and sisters to take the red envelopes. "Why don't you thank your Aunt Jiang?" Nian Yuji scolded with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang." They all thanked happily. Jiang Qian smiled and gave them snacks, filling each of their trouser pockets, and also went to get them some candy paintings. Mingming and Shuang have just chosen. You can choose one each. Several children happily chose a candy painting. They had only eaten candied haws before, but they had never seen such candy paintings. The lifelike animals were so rare to see. The little ones were eating happily in the house, playing with Mingming and Shuang, while the older ones couldn't stay in the house and went out with the candy paintings and the snacks in their trouser pockets. While they were chatting, Wang Aiguo also came over, and when he saw that both families were there, he smiled. "Wow, it's so lively." He didn't come with his family, he came alone. But Han Shigua and the others didn't care, and it was just what they wanted that they didn't bring their family members, because their family members didn't get along with Song Jiaodi. It was enough for Wang Aiguo to come alone. But it wasn't just Lu Changzheng, Ma Zhong, and Wang Guoguo who came to the house. There were also several company commanders who came to eat together last time, as well as Su Fenglian and Li Guifan, all of whom came with their men and children. This was all thanks to Jiang Qian's thorough preparation. Whether it was tea or snacks, they were all provided. The children were all very beautiful. They were all given red envelopes by Aunt Jiang, and their pockets were stuffed with snacks, such as shrimp chips and popcorn, which were really the king snacks in the children's minds. How could they not be happy? The men gathered together to chat and gossip, and the women were also lively. Jiang Qian, Gu Yunlan, Nian Yuji, and Su Fenglian and Li Guifan, who came later, were also chatting. For Jiang Qian, such a lively new year happens every year, because her mother Jo Goyun is very popular in the village and many people come to visit during the new year. In addition, her family is also a large family, so it is very lively. But for Gu Yunlon, this is really the most lively one. She seldom visited people before. She also had friends in the base, all of whom were in the art troupe before, but as everyone got married and had children, they separated from each other. So apart from letters, they seldom saw each other. Apart from 2 or 3 friends in the art troupe before, she could not get along with other military wives in the family compound. But this year, with Jiang Qian as her best friend, she has an extra place to go. She used to be incompatible with the military wives in the family compound. Now, because Jiang Qian is with her, she will say hello to those familiar people when she meets them. She found that many military wives were more generous and straightforward, and the military wives also felt that she was not like what everyone said before, looking down on others. They were talking lively. Nian Yuji asked, "Secretary Gu, Secretary Cheng in your unit, is she still married?" "Yes, she is not married yet. What's the matter? Does she have a partner?" Nian Yuji smiled. "Not yet." Although Gu Yunlan and Cheng Miao had an average relationship because of Gu Xiaolan before, they also worked together on publicity later, and their relationship was neither good nor bad, just an ordinary colleague, but they still knew this. "What do you think of Captain Zhang outside?" Nian Yuji smiled. "Su Fenglian ate melon seeds. Are you going to introduce them to each other?" "But you know what? I think Captain Zhang and Secretary Cheng are quite a match." Li Guifin said. "Captain Zhang is not married yet. I plan to introduce them to each other." This is what Nian Yuji planned, and smiled at Gu Yunlan. Gu Yunlan said to Jiang Qian, who came in with a kettle, sister-in-law Nian said she wanted to introduce Cheng Miao to Captain Zhang. Jiang Qian smiled. Sister-in-law is interested in matchmaking. "Don't you think they are a good match?" Nian Yuji smiled and said, "What do you think? My opinion is not important. The key is to see what they want. But sister-in-law, you are kind-hearted. Even if it doesn't work, no one will blame you. Introducing people to each other is not a big deal." But Jiang Qian herself would not do it, because matchmaking is something that no one will praise if it works well, and people will blame her if it doesn't work. She is not very capable and really can't introduce them. Nian Yuji was very happy. "Then I will introduce them to each other after the new year." "How old is Captain Zhang this year? What's the situation at home?" Su Fenglian and Li Guifin asked Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian was clueless. "I don't know. You have to ask Shirgua. I haven't learned about these things. Captain Zhang's family is from this province, in the town. There are 5 brothers and sisters in his family, and he is the 3rd oldest." Nian Yuji had already learned about it, so she told Captain Zhang about his situation. Jiang Qian said to Gu Yunlan, "I really admire her. She knows everything. Will Secretary Cheng be interested in Captain Zhang? I heard that Secretary Cheng has high standards and her family is well off." Su Fenglian said. Li Guifin used to be a female soldier. She thinks soldiers are handsome. How can she not be interested? Although Captain Zhang is not as handsome as Shirgua and Changzheng, who are both famous for their handsomeness, he is also upright and handsome. Secretary Cheng is also young and handsome. I think this can work. The topic was discussed for a while, and then it was revealed. Turning to the topic of children, they asked Jiang Qian if her mother-in-law could come to help take care of the child after she gave birth. If she can't take care of the child, she will have to resign, which is a pity. I don't know yet. It depends on whether my mother-in-law is willing to stay and help. Jiang Qian said. If no one takes care of the child, she will resign and take care of it herself. As for this matter, Nian Yuji and the others began to envy Gu Yunlan. You are still good, Director Gu. Your mother has taken care of the child since the child was born. Now he is 3.5 years old, and you can let him go. Gu Yunlan herself was also very satisfied with this matter. Because of the matter of taking care of children, who knows it is really tiring and one person has to take care of 2, it is really impossible to take care of them. In the past few years, it is really thanks to her mother, but because her mother encouraged her to go out to work, she can't take care of it by herself. Before, the family found a great aunt to help, but later when the child grew up and was easier to take care of, they let the great aunt go back. But for this matter, Gu Yunlon was very grateful. Su Fenglian began to recall the bitter past. She was different from Li Guifan, who was originally a female soldier here. She came to follow the army later. When she was in her hometown, her husband, Mr. Su, didn't come back once a year, and she had to be both a father and a mother. My mother-in-law didn't see anything, and my own mother wasn't much better. I was filial to her on weekdays, but when the baby was born, she came to take a look with empty hands, and then it was gone. It must be my sister-in-law who was good. She couldn't bear it and came to help me. Su Fenglian said. Some sisters-in-law are not good, but some sisters-in-law are really good. The eldest sister-in-law of Su Fenglian's in-laws was really good. She helped during the confinement period, and the diapers were also washed by the eldest sister-in-law. So now that she's out, Su Fenglian will still send some cloth to her sister-in-law and encourage her nephews to study hard. When they grow up, they will see if they can come here to serve in the army. Speaking of these relationships between mother-in-law, daughter-in-law, and sisters-in-law, Nian Yuji also has something to say. Gu Yunlan was the same. She couldn't help but tell Jiang Qian about Lu Chongjing's Lu family. Although the Lu family was from the capital, they were in the countryside of the capital. As a result, her husband's family looked very proud. They thought she was from another place and didn't agree at first. It was only after they knew her conditions that they agreed to the marriage. However, Gu Yunlan didn't think much of it. She was even ready to say goodbye to Lu Chongjing at that time. But Lu Chongjing was still pestering her. It's true that this heroine is afraid of pestering men. After they got married, she went back with Lu Chongjing once, but she had a very bad impression of her husband's family that time, because her husband's family actually gave her a. From then on, she never went back again on the grounds of the child. Jiang Qian didn't know there were these, but she had to say that every family had something to do. Everyone was reminiscing about the past so that during the new year, the house was really bustling and lively. After everyone went back one after another, Han Shigwa started to clean up the house very quickly. Jiang Qian didn't have to do anything. She ate an apple while watching him clean up, but she could feel that this man was in a good mood tonight. But how could Han Shigwa be in a bad mood? He has been in the army for so many years, and he has always been the only one who envied other families for their lively New Year celebrations. This year, he married a wife, and she was pregnant. He no longer needs to envy others. It's only others who envy him, because if he hadn't married a good wife, how could it be so lively today? Look at Comrade Wang Aigua, who is the best example. He never comes to visit once a year. Even Han Shigwa himself, he usually goes to Ma Zhonghua and Lu Chongjing's house and never steps into Wang Aigua's house. If there is anything, he will shout it out and talk outside. Although the relationship is beyond words and they are all very close, if you really want to compare the closeness, Han Shigwa actually has a better relationship with Lu Chongjing and Ma Zhonghua. You have to stay up all night on New Year's Eve. Although Jiang Qian was used to going to bed early, she was not so anxious that she could not stay up all day. Of course, she stayed up with Han Shigwa. After cleaning up the house, the young couple stayed up to celebrate the new year. Jiang Qian washed her feet and went to bed to read a book. Han Shigwa also came up with her, but he was very honest and did not dare to make trouble for his wife at all. However, Jiang Qian knew what he was thinking. She smiled and read her own book without teasing this man. She still had to go to work the next day. She did not need to stay up all night to celebrate the new year. It would be fine after midnight. But Jiang Qian had already gone to bed at 10:30. Although she wanted to keep up with him, her habit of going to bed early and the sleepiness reaction of pregnancy did not allow it. She yawned, put the book aside, and said, "I'll close my eyes and rest." As a result, the day broke as soon as she closed her eyes and opened them again. The quality of sleep was simply amazing. The whole person was well slept and in a very good state. Han Shigwa hadn't gotten up yet and was still in bed. He hugged his wife's slim waist, kissed her forehead, and said softly, "Wife, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Jiang Qian also came over and kissed the man's chin. Han Shigwa took his watch and took a look. It was already 7:10. He was going to get up, but Jiang Qian didn't move when she held him. "Lie down for a while." Han Shigwa lay down for a while. in the warm winter quilt, hugging his wife who was as soft as jade. Whoever hugged her knew how it felt. It was really a great enjoyment. Jiang Qian also felt very enjoyable, especially when he was hugged by her. She felt a different sense of security. After staying for a while, she got up when she saw that it was almost time. He was the one who got up to make breakfast. Jiang Qian was very lazy and continued to stay. After the dumplings were cooked, she slowly got up to wash and eat breakfast. Eating dumplings on the first day of the new year was a custom in their area. Because it was cold, there were a lot of dumplings and steamed buns frozen at home, so there was no need to cook every day. When you wanted to eat, you just had to boil water and cook them in a pot. The same goes for steamed buns. Just steam them in a pot and have a simple meal. Jiang Qian had a really good appetite. After eating the pork dumplings, he said, "Let's make some buns tonight. I'm kind of craving the big buns you made." Okay. Han Shihua had no objection. He just loved his wife's strong appetite. After the couple finished eating, they put 2 apples and 2 oranges in his wife's canvas bag and went to work together. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, everyone greeted with a smile and wished a Happy New Year. The atmosphere at the base was particularly good. When I came to work, everyone was the same. Because there was nothing to do, everyone gathered together to chat, and Feng Bowen began to show his happy distress. His wife, Zhao Xuemei, is now pregnant. But unlike Jiang Qian, his wife, symptoms are like Gu Yunlan's. She has already started vomiting. She dry heaved for a long time when she woke up in the morning. She said that her chest felt like something was blocking it and her head was dizzy. She was fine before, but now she feels like all her energy has been drained. Gu Yunlan can relate to this, because that's how she got through it. Jiang Qian touched her stomach, and she was fine. What should I do? Feng Bowen sighed happily. As a person who has experienced this, Gu Yunlan said, "You just need to care more about your wife. Coax her more, please her, and keep her in a good mood. Don't think of any other methods, they are useless. By the way, those folk remedies are even worse, they are all scams. Just wait until the first 3 months are over, and you can only rely on endurance." Feng Bowen agreed and said, "I want my wife to quit her job and stay at home to take care of the baby, but she doesn't want to." Shihua said, "So too, I don't want to either. How boring it is to stay at home. Xuemei is doing well in school. I think she loves this job very much." Jiang Qian said. She also has a good relationship with Zhao Xuemei. Zhao Xuemei also gave her and Gu Yunlan a painting each, which was hung at home, which was very beautiful. Listen to your wife. Let her work if she wants to, it's boring to stay at home. Gu Yunlan is also this type of woman. Neither of them wants to give up their work because of pregnancy. They can both go forward. While talking, Cheng Miao and Gu Xiaolan also came to work. It was the new year, but Gu Xiaolan still had the face of a widow who was owed 10,000 yuan. Cheng Miao brought some delicious tangerines and took a few to share with them. Gu Yunlan smiled and said to her, "Yesterday when we went to Qianqian's house, Sister Nian asked me if I had a boyfriend. I said no, and she said she wanted to introduce someone to you, Secretary Cheng." Cheng Miao asked immediately, "She wants to introduce me to a boyfriend? Who is it?" Seeing her like this, Gu Yunlan knew she was interested and said, "It's Captain Zhang. He came to our place for a drill with Shihua and the others before. I remember you went to deliver water to them at that time. Do you still have any impression of him?" Han Shihua and the others had come here for a drill before, and this Captain Zhang also came. I don't have much impression. There were so many of them that I couldn't tell who was who, and it was the year before last. Cheng Miao shook her head. That's not a big deal. Sister Nian will come to find you when she's done with her work. She'll take you to meet him. He's quite handsome.
Gu Yunlan said.
Really? Cheng Miao looked at Jiang Qian and asked. Jiang Qian also nodded. Captain Zhang is quite handsome, but I don't know if he suits your taste, the beautiful Secretary Cheng. When Cheng Miao heard them both say he was handsome, she said, "Try these tangerines. If they're delicious, I will bring you more. We have a lot more at home." That's enough. Gu Yunlan and Jiang Qian smiled when they saw this, knowing that she meant that. Cheng Miao went back to her seat happily. Gu Xiaolin rolled her eyes. Just for a man, this best friend who she had finally won over got together with someone else. Nian Yuji really wanted to be a matchmaker. As soon as the 10th day of the first lunar month passed, she came to the propaganda department to find Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao had heard about it from Gu Yunlan, so before that, she had accidentally run into Captain Zhang in the cafeteria. It was Gu Yunlan who took her there. Cheng Miao blushed at the first sight. She had been waiting for Nian Yuji to come these days. But after all, she was a girl, so of course she had to be reserved. Just follow the convention to ask about the other party's family situation. Although it is true that she is a little eager to get married now, she will not marry herself casually. The other party's family conditions and personal qualities must be considered. This is what she talked about with Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan in the next few days. As experienced people, they emphasized to her. They also told her that men are afraid of entering the wrong industry and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. Before marriage, you must observe carefully and not marry on impulse. Be more picky before marriage and be more tolerant and understanding after marriage so that you can live a happy life. Of course, Nian Yuji would not hide the family situation of Captain Zhang, and she told him about the family conditions of Captain Zhang. The family conditions are better than those in the village, but they are not as good as Cheng Miao's family. Cheng Miao's family is here, and the conditions are really good. Her father is the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau. It's just that Cheng Miao has high standards, otherwise she might not be able to stay until now. However, although Captain Zhang's family conditions are average, Captain Zhang himself has very good conditions. He also said that if they get married, the couple will live here. He also revealed to Nian Yuji that half of his salary has been saved as private money over the years, and only half has been sent back home. The other half of the money will be divided when the family is divided. Although it is definitely not much. But this also shows that Captain Zhang has thought about his future small family and is a man of few things. Now give me a definite answer. Are you willing to meet formally? If you are willing, sister-in-law will arrange it for you too. Nian Yuji said. Cheng Miao nodded with a red face. Thank you, sister-in-law. Nian Yuji was very happy. So, she was asked to arrange all these things, and Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan didn't have to intervene and just watch the whole process. But it's not to be said that Nian Yuji is really good at matchmaking. It hasn't been a few days, and Captain Zhang Qingsong came to the unit to pick up Cheng Miao after work. Oh, Qingsong, you are here. Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan saw him and greeted him with a smile. Zhang Qingsong also smiled. Hello, sisters-in-law. Yes, I came to pick Miao Miao up for dinner. Cheng Miao had already come out. Seeing Zhang Qingsong coming over, and the smiling eyes of Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan, her face was red. Qian, sister Yunlan, I'm leaving first, she said. Jiang Qian is 1 year younger than her, so she calls her by her name. Now her relationship with Gu Yunlan has eased, so she directly calls her sister Yunlan. Go. The two people who came over smiled. From that day on, Zhang Qingsong came to pick up Cheng Miao from work every day. Cheng Miao's face was full of love, and Gu Xiaolan couldn't help complaining. How could you be interested in Captain Zhang's conditions? You are so happy. Cheng Miao didn't like to hear this. What's wrong with Qingsong? I don't think there is anything wrong with him. Gu Xiaolan, nothing wrong? What are your family conditions? What are his family conditions? Is he worthy of you? Cheng Miao said. Why not? My family is not a great family, just an ordinary family. Her family is in the county town, her father is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, and the family conditions are indeed very good, but Cheng Miao doesn't think Zhang Qingsong is that bad. Yesterday was the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and she took him home for dinner. Her family has been urging her to find a partner, but her family's standards are also very high. But this time she brought Zhang Qingsong back home. Her father and her mother were very satisfied. They also supported her to find this partner. Both parents were satisfied, but Gu Xiaolan jumped out and said such words. Cheng Miao felt that she looked down on Zhang Qingsong. Seeing that she was a little angry, Gu Xiaolan said, I didn't mean that. I am doing this for your own good. I am also worried about his family situation. It will cause trouble for you. Don't you know that Zhao Yoshuan's mother is here, and I can't live at home anymore. I want to move back to Gu's house. Your mother-in-law is here? I was wondering why you were in such a bad mood these 2 days. Why did you come here out of the blue? Cheng Miao didn't care and asked. She said she came to take care of me, but she acted like an official's wife at home, waiting for me to serve her in everything. If you don't know, you would think her son is very promising, but he is just a small manager who can see through everything at a glance. She smacked her lips while eating, and she loved to turn the dishes over and over with her chopsticks. She has no manners at all. She would use her long tongue to catch the dishes when she put them to her mouth. You don't know, I almost vomited when I saw it. And her hands, I want to chop them off. She turned my room upside down as soon as she came. Those 2 feet, too, my God, you don't know how smelly they are. The first day she came, I was still thinking that there might be a rat dead in the house. In the end, I found out that it was her stinky feet. Really, you can't imagine, I was almost suffocated to death by her. When Gu Xiaolan talked about the mother-in-law who came over, she was full of complaints. Marrying Zhao Yushun was a condescension, but she ended up with a cunning, crude, unhygienic and mother-in-law. Gu Xiaolan has been extremely angry these days. Cheng Miao felt suffocated just by listening to her. Then you should discuss it with Manager Zhao and let him go back. Isn't this making things worse? I've already told him that if I see her again today, I will pack up and go back home. I will go back when his mother goes back, Gu Xiaolan said. She also did what she said. When Zhao Yushun came to pick her up after work that day, Gu Xiaolan asked if his mother had gone back. Zhao Yushun said no. Gu Xiaolan didn't even hesitate. Without saying a word, she packed her clothes and went back to live at Gu's house. No matter how Zhao Yushun tried to keep her, he couldn't. As soon as Gu Xiaolan left, old lady Zhao started crying, "My son, mother had better leave. Mother came all the way here to see what your new wife looks like. Now that I'm here, your delicate wife looks down on me in this way and that way. I can also see that you can't make the decision in this family. I'd better leave." "Mother, what are you talking about? I still have the final say in this family. No matter how unhappy she is, she can only listen to me. It's just that she's pregnant now, so her temper is a little bit worse," Zhao Yushun could only say. But he was also very dissatisfied in his heart. Because he was not blind, he could see that Gu Xiaolan was unhappy since the first day his mother came. How could she be like this? This is his mother. As a daughter-in-law, she should not only be filial to him and treat him as her own mother, but also be respectful and humble. As a result, she turned her face away. Now she is directly taking her mother's home to threaten him and drive his own mother away? This is simply outrageous. Zhao Yushun was very angry. Mrs. Zhao was satisfied when she saw her son like this. "You brothers, I love you the most since you were young. I knew you would be the most successful. I won't stay for long. I will go back after staying for a while. I will also help you to temper your wife's temper. Otherwise, she will be very angry. She is just a fake daughter who really thinks she is a biological daughter." Zhao Yushun agreed. That's right. She always has a temper like a spoiled daughter, and she is not a biological daughter of the Gu family. The fact that Gu Xiaolan went back to live in Gu's house was gossiped by Gu Yunlan and Jiang Qian. She said that she didn't pay attention to Gu Xiaolan, but secretly they were competing with each other to see who is living a better life. Obviously, Gu Xiaolan's life was in a mess. She had a gloomy face at work every day, as if someone owed her something. Seeing her like this, Gu Yunlan felt relieved. She changed her previous indifference and alienation and frequently showed concern for Gu Xiaolan, which always made Gu Xiaolan very angry. However, Jiang Qian was not very interested in the grudges between them as real and fake daughters. She did the work she was supposed to do during working hours and was slacking off at other times. The translation work went very smoothly. And Liang from Xinhua bookstore was also very happy because Jiang Qian was really very productive. Now every time he sent a manuscript he would send a lot, and Jiang Qian would be able to send the manuscript back in a short time, which was very fast. The speed is one thing, and the key point is that the manuscript translated by Jiang Qian is extremely accurate. Except for some differences in the wording, the meaning is also very clear. Apart from this, there is no problem at all. Because of this, Jiang Qian received a fee of 110 yuan last month. She has only completed half of this month and has successfully obtained the official identity of a translator at Xinhua Bookstore. The translation tasks of Xinhua Bookstore are all issued by the provincial library, so her certificate says library translator. This translator's identity can be used wherever she goes. If the other party calls to inquire, the bookstore and the library also recognize that there is such a person as her. However, Jiang Qian did not expect that this matter of her translation would be reported to the military commission by Song Zhaodi, saying that she was a special agent. This Sunday, Han Shigua had to take turns, so Jiang Qian was alone at home. She did translation at home when she had nothing to do. As a result, Song Zhaodi didn't know what was wrong with her, and she came to her house. Although Jiang Qian didn't like her, she smiled and came to her house, so she let her in and sit down. Went to make her a cup of sugar water as a treat. Because it was her first time here, Song Zhaodi was curious about what the house looked like, so Jiang Qian took her to have a casual look. As a result, Song Zhaodi had just returned from the house when she came to the door with a row of law enforcement officers. When Jiang Qian was taken away, she was stunned. Not only was she taken away, but the house was also checked inside and out. When they saw her translated manuscripts, their faces changed. Without saying anything, she and the manuscripts were all taken away. But when Jiang Qian was brought here for interrogation, she was not panicked at all. Because what she translated were all legal content, she walked and sat upright. She was not afraid at all. After being brought here, they began to interrogate her. Jiang Qian said truthfully, "I am not a special agent." These translation manuscripts were all translated by Xinhua Bookstore in Nanhe Street, the provincial capital. The translated contents are also open to the public by Xinhua Bookstore. I am a formal translator there. I just got this identity this month. If you don't believe me, you can call Xinhua Bookstore to ask. Also, these manuscripts are all normal content. There is absolutely no problem. Please investigate and clear my name. Because the matter involved is very big, the organization also quickly confirmed it. Liang did not expect to receive such a call from the army. When he heard that Jiang Qian was suspected, he quickly clarified Jiang Qian's identity and called his superiors. The superiors also called the army. It was soon proved that Jiang Qian's translation work was legal and compliant. Not only that, she was also an outstanding translation talent. She is a scarce translation talent in the country. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, we made a mistake. After finding out what happened, the law enforcement officers apologized to Jiang Qian as soon as possible. Jiang Qian shook her head. It's my duty. When you receive a report, you should investigate it. But can I leave now? My husband must be very worried about me now. So many people saw her being taken away, and it was impossible to hide it. Han Shigua would definitely be worried. Let's send my sister-in-law back now. However, as soon as they sent Jiang Qian out, they saw Han Shigua. The man's face was very calm, but his eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Ma Zhonghua and Wang Aigua were also beside him. They also rushed over as soon as they got the news. The law enforcement officer was not wasting time. After saluting Han Shigua, he said to him, "Captain Han, we have already investigated clearly. Everything is a misunderstanding. My sister-in-law is a translator needed by the country, and she translated all the legal content." Han Shigua temporarily suppressed his worries about his wife and returned the salute. "Thank you for the organization for clearing my family's name. I took my family to Xinhua Bookstore to pick up the translation manuscripts. She never avoided me when translating. I have read it all. If the organization needs to know anything else, I will fully cooperate. Everything is clear." Han Shigua nodded, then looked at his wife. "Are you okay?" Jiang Qian saw the worry hidden in his eyes and smiled slightly. "I'm fine. The organization has already investigated clearly. They know that I am doing translation work, and they support my work." Because there were outsiders present, Han Shigua just nodded seriously. "Let us go back." At the same time, he nodded to his two comrades, motioning them to go back to the unit. Ma Zhonghua and Wang Aigua were also relieved. It was a misunderstanding. They were really scared. Jiang Qian had a different identity and had been taken away by the investigation team. She was very likely a spy. In the past 2 hours, the news had spread like wildfire in the family compound. Everyone was shocked and unbelievable, especially Su Fenglian, Nian Yuji, and Li Guifan. They didn't believe that Jiang Qian was a spy. But people like Gao Cuizue, Galicia, and Song Zhaodi were sure that she was. I saw it with my own eyes. It was all in English. How could she be taken away if she wasn't a spy? The law enforcement officers changed their faces when they saw those manuscripts.
It was Song Zhaodi who spoke.
That's right, it was Song Zhaodi who reported it this time. Because Wang Aiguo wanted her to get along with Nian Yuji, Gu Yunlan, and Jiang Qian more. He had said it several times. But she didn't get along with Nian Yuji, not to mention Gu Yunlan. She didn't like Jiang Qian either. She thought she was weird, but she had time, so she came to her house. Just think of it as getting rid of Wang Aiguo. But when she came to visit her home, she discovered those secrets. She concealed it very well, pretending that she didn't see it, and reported Jiang Qian as soon as she went out. This time, she has made a great contribution. How is this possible? Nian Yuji and the others were still shocked and suspicious. How can a special person make you think she is a special person? It's all covered up very well. Gao Cuizue snorted coldly. That's right, I felt that she was weird from the beginning. Where in the country can there be such a beautiful and educated girl? Maybe her identity was also faked by Captain Han? Maybe she was blinded by beauty? Guli Xia began to use her imagination again. Just as she said this, Han Shigua's voice came from outside the crowd. Even if Deputy Captain Zhou was blinded, I wouldn't. Sister-in-law, you worry too much. Everyone turned around and saw Han Shigua with a face as dark as a cloud. Next to him stood Jiang Qian, who was safe and sound. Qian, are you okay? Nian Yuji and the others hurriedly asked. Jiang Qian smiled slightly. Thank you, sisters-in-law, for your concern. I'm fine. The organization has cleared my name. How is that possible? Song Zhaodi couldn't help but say when she heard this. Those foreign things of yours are solid evidence. Don't think I don't know. Her eldest son is already in junior high school, and there are English books in junior high school. She can't understand them, but she knows that they are foreign characters. Jiang Qian restrained her smile, looked at her, and said, That is a translated manuscript. Sister-in-law, do you know what a translated manuscript is? That was brought back by Shigua from the Xinhua bookstore in the provincial capital when he took me there. When we went there, we met Sister Fenglian. Do you remember Sister Fenglian? I remember. Su Fenglian nodded quickly. Jiang Qian smiled slightly and looked at Song Zhaodi. It's rare for sister-in-law to come to my house today. I made her some sugar water to drink and took her to visit my house, so she saw my translation manuscript. But why didn't you think about it? If I really did something shameful, why didn't I know how to avoid people? Sister-in-law, you didn't ask any questions and reported me as soon as you turned around. Aren't you a bit too much? If you were a spy, how could I ask you? Wouldn't that alert the snake? Song Zhaodi said uncomfortably. She thought she had done a great deed this time, but it turned out to be a mistake. Han Shigua looked ugly, but Jiang Qian pulled him, smiled, and said, Sister-in-law is right. It is better to kill 100 people by mistake than to let one go. All suspicious things must be caught and verified, so I don't blame sister-in-law. Shigua, don't you think so? Yes. Han Shigua knew that this was a question of stance, and he must not make any mistakes.
We are not surprised.
Sister-in-law, you don't have to take it to heart. When you see such a thing, you should stand up for what is right. This is everyone's responsibility. Jiang Qian carried the word awareness through to the end. No one could tell that she had already disgusted Song Zhaodi to the extreme. Song Zhaodi didn't know, but followed up with, That's right. I meant well. I was afraid that something bad would happen in our family compound. Nian Yuji and the others glanced at her, but since it involved political awareness, they wouldn't say anything. Jiang Qian then said to Han Shigua, We re-hear. I can go the rest of the way back by myself. You should go to work quickly. It's only what time is it now? Han Shigua shook his head. I'll send my wife home, and then you can go there. Jiang Qian smiled and followed him home first. As soon as they got home, Han Shihua hugged her in his arms. Wife, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged.
I'm fine.
I know what I did is not afraid of being investigated. Even if I'm taken away, I won't panic at all. But you must be scared, right? Jiang Qian looked at him. Han Shihua was scared when he heard that his wife was taken away at first, but he was worried and panicked. On the way there, he calmed down. He knew that his wife would be fine. But he was afraid of scaring her. She still had a child in her belly. How could she not be scared when encountering such a thing? Do you feel uncomfortable in your stomach? Han Shihua asked worriedly. I'm not as delicate as you think. The child is fine. Nothing is wrong. Okay, go back to work. Jiang Qian said with a smile. Then I'll go first. Han Shihua said that they couldn't leave their posts during their shifts. Today's situation was special, so he asked others to go. Aigua doesn't know about this. Don't be angry with him. If you are angry, he will go with you as soon as possible. Jiang Qian said. Han Shihua touched his young wife's face. I will make it clear to him and tell him not to persuade Song Zhaodi to make friends with you. Just live your own life. This time, he was completely disgusted with Song Zhaodi. Han Shihua continued to return to his post, and Jiang Qian was alone at home. But Nian Yuji, Su Fenglian, and Li Guifan came over, and Han Shihua went to find them specifically to ask them to help keep an eye on them. He was still worried that she would be scared. Jiang Qian felt warm in her heart. She made a cup of tea for them and said with a smile, I told Shihua, but he still didn't believe it. Sisters-in-law, you don't have to worry about me. I believe in our organization. I believe that the organization is fair and will clear my name. This is indeed the case. After checking my translation materials and knowing that I am a translator at the provincial library, the organization also affirmed me after calling to confirm. Nian Yuji couldn't help but praise. You are so amazing, aren't you? How come you know English and can be a translator? I learned it from my high school English teacher. I don't know why, but I have a talent for foreign languages. My English teacher cherishes talent and taught me more. By the way, my English teacher is also a translator. When I went to visit his home with my classmates the year before last, I heard from the neighbors that he had been specially hired by our hometown, the provincial capital, and moved to our provincial capital with his family. Jiang Qian said. Li Guifan was a female soldier before. She had received education. But both Nian Yuji and Su Fenglian only had a semi-literate education. They knew some common characters, but not many. Jiang Qian, who could read foreign characters and translate them into Chinese characters, was admired from the bottom of her heart. She was really amazing. Then she started to scold Song Zhaodi, this demon-making hottie. She still thinks she has done a great deed this time. Since you were taken away, you have been spreading rumors with Gao Tsuetsue and others in the family compound that you are a special agent. You didn't even apologize to you after making such a big mistake. Jiang Qian listened calmly. It was not easy to investigate this matter because in general, Song Zhaodi was sharp, which was worthy of recognition. So this kind of behavior cannot be cracked down on. On the contrary, it must be affirmed, which is why she expressed her position with Han Shihua outside. And she didn't need Song Zhaodi's apology. This person was completely on her blacklist. Gu Yunlan was not in the army today. It was a rare vacation. She and Lu Chongjing took the twins to the county town together. It was the first time for the family of 4 to go shopping. The twins were extremely happy. But when they came back, they heard about such a thing. Gu Yunlan rushed over without stopping. Jiang Qian was gnawing on a pig's trotter at home. Seeing her coming over, she smiled and said, Are you back from shopping? Are you okay? Gu Yunlan asked quickly.
What can happen to me?
Jiang Qian smiled. The organization let me go after they asked clearly, and they also affirmed my work and encouraged me to continue to help the country as a translator. Gu Yunlan saw that her little face was rosy from eating, and she was not scared by what happened today, so she let go of her worries. Then she sat down and started cursing. Song Zhaodi, that long-haired, short-sighted idiot, is just bored and makes random reports without knowing anything. If you are scared and anything happens to my godson or goddaughter, I will make sure she can't stay in the family compound. After she finished cursing, Jiang Qian smiled and handed her a big pig's trotter. Try it. I braised it. It's delicious. Don't get angry with people for no reason and ruin your body. This is also one of Xianyu's life principles. Wang Igua came to apologize to Jiang Qian that night. He was ashamed, especially ashamed. Jiang Qian accepted his apology and said that it was okay. They were all reasonable doubts, and we couldn't cover the mouths of the people. The reasons were very sufficient. It was impossible to tell whether she was angry or not. But Wang Igua knew that his old woman had completely offended the brothers and their wives this time. It was just like what Han Shigua and Jiang Qian said, involving the issue of ideological awareness. Wang Igua did not have an attack after returning. But seeing Song Zhaodi like that, he was filled with boredom from the bottom of his heart. The fact that Jiang Qian was an official translator at the provincial library was completely fermented in the family compound. Now everyone knows that the family of Captain Han can also do English translation, which is very powerful. Some military wives don't pay attention to this. They're just curious. How much money can you make in a month by doing this? Someone even came to ask Jiang Qian. But Jiang Qian is a very tight-lipped person. She has 4 things she won't tell the outside world: family conflicts, the shortcomings of the couple's life, and the family income. Jiang Qian didn't mention the salary, but just smiled to show that it wasn't much. But those military wives are also very powerful. I heard from some knowledgeable cadres that she is an official translator of the provincial library. With such an identity, she can probably get 100 yuan a month in translation fees. This news almost blew up the family compound. It made a group of military wives who were taking care of their children at home stare with wide eyes. They all expressed shock and disbelief. You know, their men have very high salaries, but even at Han Shigua's level, if they don't go on missions, there are no allowances and bonuses, and the salary alone is only 70 yuan. If you add allowances and bonuses, you can get hundreds of yuan. But how hard do you work to get this? It's no exaggeration to say that it's hard work money. But Jiang Qian uses her spare time at work to do this translation, and can get 100 yuan a month. What level is this? This is simply against the sky. It is said that Jiang Qian is really low-key, and this is really not a rumor at all. Even the propaganda department, everyone has heard about it, but in fact, everyone in the propaganda department knows that Jiang Qian is doing translation. She is slacking off and doing translation every day. Everyone is not blind. How can they not know? It's just that they all know that this profession exists, but they didn't expect that there would be ignorant military wives to report it. When Jiang Qian came to work, Feng Bowen and Cheng Miao were concerned about whether she was scared. After seeing that she was fine, they didn't say anything. This matter was discussed for 2 or 3 days, and the heat slowly subsided. Jiang Qian once again lost in the crowd and never stepped out of line. It's just that her ability has been revealed, and she can't keep a low profile even if she wants to, because the army just happened to need to translate a document, so she was directly transferred from the propaganda department. Working for the organization, Jiang Qian certainly doesn't mind. After this matter spread, the military wives in the family compound admired her again. Now they look at her differently, and they feel that she is very powerful. But she is also very low-key, and never talks about these things. This is really a very valuable and simple character. Deputy Battalion Commander Zhou and others were once again envious of Han Shigua's good luck. He was able to marry such an excellent wife.
Han Shigu.
It was really annoying. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his wife was too outstanding and her brilliance could not be concealed at all. But why was the corner of his mouth harder to suppress than AK? Although Jiang Qian's status and position had changed a little, she was a person who integrated knowledge and action, and had not changed at all. Time flew by, and it was February. The first month of the year had passed, and February had begun to warm up. On this day, Cheng Miao came to ask for leave, because she was going to go back to their hometown with Zhang Qingsong, to meet her parents-in-law and get married, and then they would get married. Director Zhang approved it directly. But Cheng Miao was a little nervous. She couldn't get any useful advice from Gu Xiaolan, so she came to find Gu Yunlan and Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian was actually not very good at dealing with the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. This was not a project she was good at. But Gu Yunlan could. You don't have to worry. You don't have to. Your family is so well off. Your father is the deputy director, your mother is the director, your eldest brother is the second in command of a large factory, your second brother is a marine, and you are also an officer in our army. With such family conditions, what are you worried about? What you should worry about is the Zhang family, worried that you look down on the Zhang family. Just remember one rule. People respect you 3 points, you respect them 3 points. If people don't take you seriously, you don't take them seriously either. Don't think that you are inferior to others because you are a daughter-in-law. It doesn't make sense. You didn't grow up eating his food. If you can get along, then get along. If you can't, then forget it. You are what you are. Never lower yourself to please your in-laws. Otherwise, you will not only get nothing in the end, but you will also get hurt. Although Jiang Qian was not good at it, she knew that Gu Yunlan was right. You won't go wrong if you listen to your sister Yunlan. Yes. Cheng Miao also took note of it seriously. Cheng Miao went back with Zhang Qingsong. Gu Yunlan sighed. I don't know if I will suffer a loss. Director Cheng's personality is not that of a person who will suffer a loss. Jiang Qian also smiled. Cheng Miao is a very proud person. After all, she was spoiled at home and was not so easy to bully. You don't know, once a woman falls into the whirlpool of love, it is very easy to lose herself. Gu Yunlan said, as a person who has experienced it. Once the love brain gets going, it is really impossible to stop it, which is particularly scary. Although Jiang Qian is in love with Han Shigua, she is very rational and sober from beginning to end. She really won't get carried away, not because she doesn't love enough, but because of her personality. Salted fish is just like her personality. Otherwise, no matter where she is, she will live well, because she is versatile. By the way, my appetite has been a little too good recently, Jiang Qian said, feeling a little hungry. Gu Yunlan smiled. After the first 3 months, her appetite will get better. Look at that one. She has a rosy and moist face recently, and her face is not so smelly anymore. The one she was talking about was Gu Xiaolan over there. Before, Gu Xiaolan's face looked as if someone owed her 10,000 yuan. It was very smelly. She would also dry heave in the office, but now there is no such reaction, and she looks very happy, and her mood seems to have improved. She has been living at home and hasn't moved back yet. Are you planning to get a divorce? Gu Yunlan whispered. Jiang Qian was also surprised. It's been a long time, right? Yes. It's been more than half a month. Gu Yunlan said. Zhao Yushun came to pick her up twice, but she refused to go back. She forced Zhao Yushun to drive his mother away before she was willing to go back. I heard from Secretary Cheng that her mother-in-law is very difficult to get along with. Jiang Qian said. Gu Yunlan also knew, but she is too radical. She actually supported what Gu Xiaolan did this time, because if her mother-in-law came, she would not get along with her, and she would not wrong herself. But she would not choose this direct way. She would be more roundabout, and let the mother-in-law who is not getting along with her leave on her own initiative. Forcing the other party to leave like this. Now the neighbors are talking about it. Not only is it bad for their reputation, but it is also harmful to the relationship between husband and wife. When you get married, you are all aiming for a harmonious and happy marriage, not sleeping in the same bed with different dreams. But the harmony of husband and wife that Gu Yunlan wanted was not within Gu Xiaolan's consideration at all. She was helpless, so she chose Zhao Yushun to be a father, and she didn't marry him sincerely, so it didn't matter whether he had her in his heart. But Gu Xiaolan was in a good mood recently, because Gu Xian was not too conscienceless and knew that he was ashamed of her. Now he would give her 100 yuan pocket money every month. Yes, this time when she went back to her parents' home, Gu Xian also went back. He even came to stay at her place at night, so of course, she pretended to be nice to him, complaining about her unhappy marriage and Zhao Yoshuan's bad treatment of her. So Gu Xian gave her money out of pity, 100 yuan every month. This was beyond Gu Xiaolan's expectation. She thought this rascal was just here to sleep with her for free, but she didn't expect that he still had true feelings for her. Gu Xian also explained to her gently that he had begun to take over some of the factory's business, and his power was much greater, with a lot of profits that others didn't know about. He couldn't give this money before, but now he can. 100 yuan a month, that's 12,000 a year, and this kind of living expenses made Gu Xiaolan's mood turn from gloomy to sunny. Originally, she wanted to make the Gu family look bad, and she was already thinking of a vicious plan to destroy the Gu family, and even had a very good trick. But now she doesn't want to think about it anymore. Because if the Gu family really gets into trouble, what can she get? Not only did she lose the high living expenses of 100 yuan a month, but she also saw that Zhao Yushun was not a good guy. If the Gu family goes bankrupt, will he still treat her like this? Who knows how he will turn his face? So the Gu family cannot fall. Not only cannot fall, but also must be well. And from this, we can also see how satisfied Gu Xiaolan is to get 100 yuan a month for living expenses. After all, even if Han Shigua and others go out to do tasks, they can only get this amount. In this life, she will not be the same as in the last life. This time she wants to live a different style. Once this idea changed, the whole person's temperament was different. She exuded a sense of confidence from head to toe. Because of this, Gu Xian liked her very much and often left his newlywed wife to run home. After returning to the factory, he comforted Zhao Yushun, saying that she was just spoiled by her family and she was not in a good mood because of pregnancy, but you should not be surprised and let your mother stay for a while. It was a rare trip. Don't say it. Zhao Yushun really benefited from it. I feel that the Gu family is not so unreasonable, but it is indeed impossible to always let Gu Xiaolan stay at her mother's house, so in the end his mother went back. He also took Gu Xiaolan back quickly. Gu Xiaolan has been eating and sleeping well at her mother's house recently, and with the comfort of Gu Xian's money, she has reached a new level of beauty. Zhao Yushun was so tempted by her that he became beautiful once, when he came back that day. Gu Xiaolan was also very satisfied with his action of sending his mother back. So she didn't stop him from touching her, but Zhao Yushun was so beautiful. He came to pick up Gu Xiaolan from work every day again. I thought she didn't like Zhao Yushun before, but now it seems like she likes her. Gu Yunman looked at the backs of the two people leaving and couldn't help but said to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian also felt that Gu Xiaolan was a different person at times. A while ago, she, an outsider, could clearly feel her dislike and impatience towards Zhao Yushun, but now they are actually in harmony. But outsiders should not interfere in the affairs of other people's couples. She walked back with Gu Yunman. Today, Han Shigua and Lu Chongjing didn't come to pick them up because they were on a mission 2 days ago and were not at home. As soon as Jiang Qian got home, she took out the cooked food from the space and ate it. She was a little hungry, but she had beef noodles for lunch. In the afternoon, she also ate a few jujubes, an apple, and a lunchbox of fried chestnuts. She shared some with Gu Yunlan and Feng Bowen, but they didn't want them. They didn't want snacks for a pregnant woman like her. So they all went into her stomach. As a result, she was still hungry after work. After a delicious roast goose meal, Jiang Qian felt comfortable. Secretary Jiang, are you home? Nian Yuji's voice came from outside. Jiang Qian came out to open the door for her. Nian Yuji came with a small quilt, a small scarf, and a stack of cut diapers. This was the cloth she and Han Shigua bought outside before. After the new year, she went to ask Nian Yuji for help. Now it's done. She brought it over. Look at how I did it, Nian Yuji said with a smile. Jiang Qian also took it and looked at it carefully and couldn't help but praise. Sister-in-law, your craftsmanship is really amazing. No wonder everyone in the family compound praises you. You do a great job. Look at this little quilt, and the stitches are really tight. And the diapers and small scarves are also cut very appropriately. She took it over and talked about it, and Nian Yuji understood. After all, she is a mother of several children and has made things for many people here. As long as you are satisfied. Nian Yuji was also very happy to be praised and smiled at her belly. By the way, are you pregnant with twins? I feel it's a little big. After all, the wedding date is limited. It's only 3 months now, right? It's so obvious that you are pregnant. Those who have given birth to children know that the belly of 3 months is just a little bulge, and it may not be visible even if you put on clothes. I haven't gone for a checkup yet, but Yunmon also said that it is most likely twins. Jiang Qian smiled and touched her belly. She is only 3 months pregnant, but her pregnancy is already showing. Her belly is growing very fast, almost catching up with other people's 5-month-old babies. Gu Yunmon said it was much bigger than hers at that time, because her belly was only as big as a bowl when she was 3 months pregnant. But their situations are different. Gu Yunmon couldn't eat at all in the first 3 months of her pregnancy, let alone gain weight. She even lost a lot of weight. But Jiang Qian ate, drank and slept well after she became pregnant, and her little face became rounder. Anyone who saw her looked that she was well fed. So it was normal for her belly to be a little bigger. But Jiang Qian also wanted to find time to go to the hospital for a checkup, listen to the fetal sound, and confirm whether it was twins. As soon as Nian Yuji heard it, she felt that it was definitely true. Secretary Gu had been pregnant with twins, so she said it must be true. If it's twins, then don't we have to cut some more diapers? This is the amount for one. I don't think it's enough for two, but if we make do with small quilts, scarves, etc., it should be enough. It's up to you. Jiang Qian smiled. Wait until I go to the hospital for a checkup and confirm that it's two. Then I'll ask Sherwa to get some cloth for you to help, and I'll probably have to make another small quilt. When I went to buy cloth with Han Sherwa, my belly wasn't so obvious yet, and I didn't know there were two, so my preparations were limited.
Okay.
Nian Yuji smiled and agreed, and praised her. If it's really twins, you're really blessed. The more she looked at Jiang Qian, the more she liked her. This young wife was really adorable and blessed. She didn't stay long, and went back after chatting for a while. Jiang Qian started to translate at home, and when it was almost time, she washed up and went to bed. On this Sunday, she came to the hospital with a canvas bag for a checkup. The prenatal checkup at that time was not as complicated as in later times. In later times, how many tubes of blood would be drawn to create a file? And there were all kinds of tests. She was not very clear just reading what was said on the internet. But at that time, there were not so many complicated steps, and of course the technology was not so advanced. It was just to listen to the fetal sound, ask about the menstrual period and various reactions after pregnancy. In this way, a comprehensive judgment was made. After Jiang Qian came to check, the doctor said, "It is twins, but I think the belly is bigger than that of ordinary twins. I can eat a lot after I got pregnant." Jiang Qian smiled. The doctor nodded. "This is also related. You are in good health, and the child is also healthy. Don't be too anxious. Just rest assured to take care of the baby. Pay more attention to rest after you go back. Don't lift heavy objects, and come back for a checkup when your belly is bigger later." Jiang Qian nodded. "Okay, thank you, doctor." After saying goodbye to the doctor, she went back. "Secretary Jiang, what are you doing?" A military wife greeted her when she saw her. Jiang Qian is very popular in the family compound now, that is beyond doubt. Cats passing by all want to say hello to her and get to know her. "I went to the hospital for a checkup." Jiang Qian smiled. "What's the result?" People asked with concern. "The doctor said I'm pregnant with twins and asked me to pay more attention to rest." Jiang Qian did not hide it. Don't let those gossipers see that her belly is bigger than usual and think that she was pregnant before marrying Han Sherwa so that Han Sherwa would be happy to be a father. Don't doubt it. Based on her experience of reading countless books, this really happened. This is to kill the rumor in the cradle in advance. "Oh, you are also twins?" Just like Director Gu. "You are so lucky," the military wife praised.
Thank you.
Jiang Qian thanked her with a smile. "I'll go back and get busy first, sister-in-law. Take care." After she went back, the military wife told everyone that she was pregnant with twins. Everyone was surprised when they heard it, but they couldn't help but praise. "Don't tell me. The young wife that Captain Han married, I think her face is really a blessing for her husband." "You dare to talk about face, that's feudal dregs. Are you going to die?" Gao Tsue said unhappily. "I just said it casually. Don't put a hat on me." The military wife said hurriedly, and couldn't help but glared at her secretly. Gao Tsue didn't want to hear Jiang Qian's good news, and turned her face away to find Galicia and the others. After she left, the military wives started to scold her. She's really exaggerating. She thinks she's something important. But it depends on who's using her to stir-fry the pot. That's right. What's wrong with saying she's a lucky charm for her husband? Secretary Jiang is already a lucky charm for her husband. Her little face makes me feel festive, and her personality is like water. Such a woman is a lucky charm for her husband. You're right. She the nail on the head. That hottie is a bad luck for her husband. Not just her. I think those three are all the same. After knowing that Jiang Qian was pregnant with twins, Gu Yunlan also came to congratulate her. Jiang Qian smiled and said, "Maybe this is the good luck you passed on to me, and you hope that I will also have twins." Gu Yunlan, "Of course, but you can't eat so much in the future. You have to control your diet a little. It's not the time to really eat yet. Later, you will want to eat again as soon as you put the bowl down. If you eat too much now, you won't be able to stop later." Jiang Qian sighed, "But I always feel hungry now." She is indeed a big eater. Now, in addition to 3 meals a day, she will eat 3 apples a day, 2 or 3 oranges and fried chestnuts, pine nuts, and dates. At the end of the day, her mouth has never stopped eating. Even so, she still feels a little hungry, which shows how much energy the baby in her belly needs to grow. As a person who has experienced it, Gu Yunlan said, "You have to endure hunger. It's not the time yet. You will know later. What will you do if you don't control it now in the future?" In the future, she can eat so much that she is afraid of herself. Jiang Qian also knows that she is doing it for her own good, so next, she also began to manage it strictly. However, she still ensures that she has high-quality protein every day, such as 2 or 3 eggs, high-quality beef and pork, and fish and shrimp. After all, children need to grow, so they need it, but she will control the amount and will not eat whatever she wants. Time flies, and it is mid-February. On this day, Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan came to work and saw Qing Miao, who had just got married, coming back. "Oh, the bride is here to work? Did you bring wedding candy? We won't agree if you don't," Gu Yunlan said with a smile. "You brought it. How can you miss wedding candy?" Qing Miao smiled and gave out wedding candy, generously giving each of them a big handful. When Feng Bowen and Gu Xiaolan came, he also gave them some. Feng Bowen smiled and said, "Congratulations, Secretary Cheng. You finally got married." Qing Miao rolled his eyes and said, "If you can't talk, don't talk." Really, what does it mean to finally get married? It's not that she can't get married, she's just too picky. But it was precisely because I picked it myself that I was able to pick such a great one. Thinking of some indescribable things, Qing Miao's pretty face flushed with shame. Seeing this in the eyes of Gu Yunlan, who had experienced it, she immediately teased, "It seems that Captain Zhang is very satisfied with our Secretary Cheng. I won't tell you anymore." Qing Miao was defeated and went back to his seat with a smile and curse. Gu Xiaolan saw it and said, "Isn't it sweet? Look at your moist face. Why are you teasing me too?" Qing Miao laughed and scolded. Gu Xiaolan touched the silk on her body. This was newly bought by her. She liked it very much. She asked, "How is your mother-in-law's family? Did she give you a cold shoulder when I went back this time?" "No, my husband's family is pretty good." Qing Miao felt a little better when she talked about this. Gu Yunlan had given her a heads up before she went back, but Zhang Qingsong's family was unexpectedly harmonious, and she didn't have any unpleasantness this time. The only thing to say is that the conditions are a bit bad, but there's nothing else. Gu Xiaolan felt a little jealous when she heard this. "Then you're lucky. You didn't end up with a mother-in-law like my own." Qing Miao smiled and didn't say much about this, instead asking with concern, "Why is your belly smaller than Qianqian's?" "I see Qianqian's belly is quite big." Calculating the time, it seemed that she wasn't much later than Jiang Qian. Gu Xiaolan rolled her eyes. It was a big mistake to let her know when she went to the hospital for a checkup. "Of course I'm not that fast, and Secretary Jiang is pregnant with twins, so of course her belly is big." Qing Miao's attention was diverted, and he quickly turned to ask Jiang Qian over there, "Qian, are you pregnant with twins?" "Yes, do you want to come over and touch Yunlan's hand?" "I touched her hand at the beginning, and she passed the pregnancy to me." Jiang Qian smiled. "Oh, then why didn't you tell me earlier?" If I had known, I would have asked my wife to come over and touch her a few times. Foam Bowen regretted that he also wanted twins. Sister Yunlan, touch me twice. Chung Miao came over to touch her immediately. Gu Yunlan was very happy. Give me money. Give me money if you want me to give you twins. There were only a few of them in the propaganda department, and the atmosphere was very good. Everyone was busy when there was work, and slacked off when there was no work. Everyone got along very harmoniously. Even though Gu Xiaolan has now returned to her former arrogant attitude, she will not come here to make trouble. After all, she can't take any advantage at all, and she will be killed by Gu Yunlan. After a long time, of course, she dare not take the initiative to provoke them. But Gu Xiaolan is not interested in paying attention to them now. She is beautiful, eats well, drinks well, and dresses well. She goes to the county town to buy a lot of things every Sunday and lives a more comfortable life than anyone else. But the most comfortable is the newlywed Chung Miao. Captain Zhang picks her up every day, and the couple is very passionate. Time always passes quickly. By the end of February, Jiang Qian's belly was 4 months. She married Han Shirgua at the end of October last year, and it was November when she came here. It was also here that she consummated her marriage with him. Jiang Qian looked at the size of her belly, and she thought she might not have been pregnant on the first day. But even so, she felt that her belly was a little big for the twins who were 4 months old. If it was changed to weeks, it would have to be counted from the first day of her last menstrual period. The belly is probably 18 weeks and almost 19 weeks. Gu Yunlan told Jiang Qian the month she gave birth. Jiang Qian swapped it and said that she gave birth at about 37 weeks. She was about full term when she couldn't stay in the any longer. Because they were twins, they were different from single babies, so they would definitely be earlier. If hers was earlier, it would probably be around 37 weeks, but it was not guaranteed to be earlier. If it was 37 weeks, it would probably be about 18 weeks, or about 4 months. She thought that when Han Shirgua came back this time, she would have to ask him if he was free. If he was, she would have to go back and bring her mother-in-law over to take care of her. Otherwise, he would be away for so long on a mission, like this time he was gone for a month. Her belly grew very fast afterwards, and many things were inconvenient. Without someone to help, she would be helpless if something happened. To be on the safe side, she had to bring her mother-in-law over in advance. Jiang Qian, a salted fish, never took risks. Han Shirgua came back in early March. When he came back, Jiang Qian came out with a steamed bun in her hand and a big belly to open the door for him. "You're back?" Jiang Qian's mood suddenly became complicated when she saw the unshaven man. She didn't know if it was because they had not been married for long, but after not seeing him for a month, she felt a little strange about him. This made her embarrassed. She was a little uncomfortable and missed him a little when he was on a mission for 2 or 3 days. But now she felt strange. Han Shirgua didn't know that this heartless man and his family was not unfamiliar with his wife and missed her very much. Just when he wanted to hug his wife to comfort his homesickness, he saw her belly that could not be ignored. He was stunned for a moment. "I've only been away for a month. Wife, why is your belly so big?" Before he left home, his wife's belly was 3 months old.
Although it was not small, it was not big.
But only a month had passed, and the belly was only 4 months old, but it was already very big. Although Jiang Qian felt a little unfamiliar, she still cared about him. Seeing that he came back in good health, and although he was a little sloppy, he was in good spirits, so she knew there was no problem. She smiled and said, "The doctor said I'm pregnant with twins. My appetite is pretty good, so of course my belly is growing fast." Han Shirgua was stunned, and was obviously very surprised. "Twins?" The doctor said yes. Jiang Qian couldn't help but smile at his silly look. Han Shirgua happily and carefully hugged his wife in his arms and kissed her hard. "Wife, how can you be so amazing?" Now that he had a pair of twins, he didn't have to envy Lu Chongjing anymore. Jiang Qian's unfamiliarity was dispelled by the man's intimacy and enthusiasm. She smiled and glared at him. "Are you hungry? I'll go make you a bowl of egg noodles." "No, I can do it myself." "Wife, you take a rest." Han Shirgua hurriedly said, "By the way, wife, what do you want to eat tonight?" I'll make it for you. Jiang Qian gestured to the steamed bun. No, I'll just eat this. Han Shiguo was stunned when he saw the pitiful steamed bun. He was serious and earnest. Wife, our family is rich. We don't have to be so frugal. We have to eat something good. Did his wife always eat this when he was out? What are you talking about? Jiang Qian laughed. Yunlong told me that I can't eat too much now, otherwise I won't be able to finish it later. By then, the child will be overnourished, and it will be difficult for me to give birth. Han Shiguo didn't understand all this. In his concept, women have to eat good food when they are pregnant and have children. Why is it different from what I heard? Shouldn't you kill a chicken to nourish your body after you get pregnant? He hesitated. You should eat good food when you are pregnant, but you don't look at our family's conditions. People in poor conditions can't even have a full meal, let alone eggs and meat. Of course you need to nourish your body after you get pregnant, but our family has everything. I have fish, meat, and eggs, and I can eat them all. So compared to nourishing my body, what I need is restraint. Jiang Qian gave him some popular science. Han Shiguo heaved a sigh of relief after hearing that, but he looked at the steamed cornbread again. But this is not delicious either. White flour steamed buns are better than this. Captain Han was a little worried about why his young wife was always so frugal and simple. It's okay, I mixed a lot of white flour and it tastes pretty good. Jiang Qian is not a person who will embarrass herself, and with her good cooking skills, the steamed cornbread is also very delicious. Han Shiguo was a little helpless, but he was very serious about his wife's diet. After cooking noodles and eating, he came over to scrub his body and saw Lu Changzheng, Manhwa, and others were there. He came over to scrub together, and by the way asked Lu Changzheng about Gu Yunlan's diet when she was pregnant with twins. Lu Changzheng didn't know yet. When he heard Han Shiguo say that his wife was also pregnant with twins, he said, "You are right to listen to my wife. When my wife was pregnant, my mother-in-law also said that you can't supplement too much when the baby is in the belly, otherwise it will be difficult to give birth when the baby grows up, and it will be my sister-in-law who will suffer." Ma Zhonghua and Gua Aigua also just knew about this. They have no experience with twins, so they can only envy. You two are so lucky, they also said sourly. Although they already have a son and a daughter, who doesn't want twins? Han Shiguo and Lu Changzheng looked at each other and smiled, accepting the envy of their comrades. Because he asked Lu Changzheng, Han Shiguo also accepted the fact that he needed to control his diet during pregnancy. After washing, he said, "Wife, I will go to the leader to ask for leave tomorrow to see when I can go back. I have to pick up my mother to take care of you. Can I bring Xiaozhen with me? He will be very busy next, but his wife is pregnant with twins, so someone needs to take care of her, otherwise he will be worried. As for the niece of the eldest sister's family, she can also be taken over. If she doesn't get along with his wife, he will find time to send her back later." Jiang Qian planned to go back and bring her mother-in-law over, but he thought of it before she even opened her mouth. Jiang Qian was very pleased with this, and leaned on his arms and said, "Will mother come?" Han Shiguo assured her, "My mother will definitely come." He really couldn't guarantee whether she could stay to help take care of the child, but his mother would definitely come to take care of her during pregnancy and confinement. Jiang Qian said, "You can bring Xiaozhen over. Just say you brought her here to take a walk. Don't say you're here to help. If they don't get along, sending her back later won't make the niece lose face. Just take her out to see the world. If they get along, then they can stay and help. It's not her capitalist style, but living under the same roof is not for a short time. If she can stay, it will be for several years, and of course, she has to get to know her well. It's good for both sides."
Han Shiguo did. Jiang
Qian asked about his mission this time. "Why did you take so long? I thought he would be back in half a month at most. How can it be so fast?" Han Shiguo smiled. It was a good thing that he came back so soon. It's normal to be back in 2 or 3 months after a trip. Han's mother complained that he was very busy in the army, and sometimes he was on a mission for a long time, which was really busy. And Han Shiguo dared to work hard. Otherwise, how did he save the 2,000 yuan of private money? Most of it was bonuses and allowances. "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Qian touched his face with some pity. "Speaking of which, the rough man's skin is really good. Although it is exposed to the wind and sun, this bronze skin is also delicate and shiny, and it feels good to touch. Originally, she just pitied the man's difficulties, but now the man has washed himself, his beard has been tidied, and the whole person exudes a refreshing breath. She also likes his breath, so she came over and kissed him. Han Shigwa didn't dare to do anything. He patted his wife's back gently. "Wife, are you tired? Go to bed early." Jiang Qian wanted to laugh when she saw that he was avoiding her, but she was also worried about her stomach and didn't have any other thoughts. And she knew that he was tired from the mission, so she didn't bother him and went to sleep. Han Shigwa saw that his wife fell asleep, so he came over and kissed her, with a smile on his lips as if he was about to become a father. A good night's sleep. The next morning when Jiang Qian got up, Han Shigwa had already bought fresh meat and vegetables. He rolled out the dough and made his wife's favorite yuanbao wontons. Jiang Qian got up and ate very satisfied and said, "Eating so much meat in the morning is a bit over the limit. You have to control it at noon and in the evening." I didn't put much meat, only half a caddy of meat in total, but there were a lot of vegetables. Han Shigwa said. Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him, but couldn't help hugging his waist and acting coquettishly. "If you don't have to go to the unit, no one else has to come. With you taking care of me and the child, it's safer than anyone else, and it makes me feel more at ease than anyone else." In fact, it's not. Her mother's presence makes her feel the safest, but it doesn't prevent coaxing people. Han Shigwa's heart was so soft that he hugged his young wife and said, "When the baby is born, if I am free, I will definitely take good care of you." The young couple's separation is better than a new marriage, and the atmosphere between them in the morning is particularly sweet. Not only them, Lu Chongjing and Gu Yunlan are the same. Gu Yunlan still has a trace of tiredness between her eyebrows, and Jiang Qian laughed at her. "What are you laughing at?" Gu Yunlan was a little shy, and she knew that she would definitely be seen today, but Lu Chongjing was restless all night last night. Every time he came back from a mission, he would be like that, like a wolf that has been hungry for a long time, and he would not let go after eating. It's just that seeing the beautiful Lady Gu, who is so gorgeous and stunning, so pleasing to the eyes so early in the morning, makes me feel so good that I can't help but smile, Jiang Qian said with a smile. Gu Yunlan was overjoyed by the praise. "It's my honor to be praised so highly by the beautiful Lady Jiang." The two of them went into the office while chatting and laughing. Feng Bowen, Cheng Miao, and Gu Xiaolan were all there. They came a little late today. Director Zhang came out and said, "Are you all here? If you are, come in and have a meeting to publicize the spring health and epidemic prevention issues." However, halfway through the meeting, Jiang Qian was transferred by someone sent by her superiors who still drove to pick her up. "Then Director Zhang, I'll go over first," Jiang Qian said to Director Zhang. Director Zhang was also very proud to have such a capable person under him. "Go ahead, you're pregnant. Tell the driver to drive slowly." "I know," Jiang Qian responded with a smile. Seeing Jiang Qian being invited to leave by the organization, Gu Xiaolan curled her lips and said, "They come here every now and then to borrow people. Isn't this throwing all of Secretary Zhang's work to us? Why not just let Secretary Zhang go over there and save him from running back and forth? Do you think the leader didn't mean that? We originally wanted to transfer Qianqian over. Qianqian likes the atmosphere of our propaganda department and wants to stay here. Otherwise, do you think someone like you can work in the same office with Qianqian?"
Gu Yunlan said.
Gu Xiaolan inherited that from which family? She has no talent for studying. Seeing her coming here, the propaganda department also came here, but she didn't even look at her own abilities. Although she has a high school degree on the surface, she is actually not good enough. The manuscripts she wrote are. There are even typos and sentences with grammatical problems. So basically, she has nothing to do with writing manuscripts. It's all her, Feng Bowen, and Cheng Miao. But because Cheng Miao has a good relationship with her before Jiang Qian came, they were the ones doing the publicity, but the publicity effect was not good. She always puts on airs and turns her face away with a condescending look. She is complaining about too much work? Gu Yunlan doesn't tolerate her at all. Gu Xiaolan has now completely awakened herself. She said angrily, "You interrupted me when I was talking to you." Who are you to Officer Jiang? I am her sister. You are gossiping behind my back, and I can't let you say anything? What's the matter? Do you think it's wrong for Qian to help the organization? Gu Yunlan put a hat on her. Gu Xiaolan's face changed, and she denied it flatly. When did I say that? Don't you mean that? Of course I didn't. If you don't mean that, then why are you nagging? You are not a very capable person. People who don't know would really think that God has given you a great mission. If you are the one who can do it, then do it. If you can't, then go home and take care of your pregnancy. Your manager Zhao has a good salary and can support you. You don't need to come to this job and suffer such abuse. After Gu Yunlan's words, Gu Xiaolan was very angry, but she couldn't say anything to Gu Yunlan, who was so sharp-tongued. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Gu Xiaolan exclaimed. This shocked Director Zhang, Feng Bowen, and Cheng Miao, who were watching the fun. But Gu Yunlan was very calm. I tell you, I didn't touch you at all. If you dare to put the blame on me, I won't agree. Gu Xiaolan was so angry. But she really didn't have a big problem. She did it on purpose. Director Zhang, Feng Bowen, and Cheng Miao. Not to mention the two men were speechless. Even Cheng Miao secretly rolled her eyes. Quarreling is quarreling. What is this for? It made them feel nervous. It was just fine at first, but halfway through work, Gu Xiaolan really felt a little uncomfortable. So she came to Director Zhang to ask for leave to go to the hospital for a checkup. Director Zhang was a little impatient, but he still approved it on the surface. Gu Xiaolan really came to the hospital for a checkup, but the doctor frowned at the result of the checkup and couldn't help saying, "What's the matter with you? Although it is okay to have during pregnancy, you are too unrefined. It's all inflamed." Gu Xiaolan was also stunned, but what else could she say about this? He could only let the doctor scold him, and finally took the medicine home and scolded Zhao Yushun. "Did you do something wrong to me outside?" Zhao Yushun was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Gu Xiaolan told him about going to the hospital for a checkup. "You didn't, then how could I be like this?" She was just promoting health issues, and this thing was passed on to her by a man. Zhao Yushun quickly cried out for injustice. "How should I know? I didn't go anywhere. How could I do that?" After he married her, he really didn't dare to go to the dark alley, but Gu Xian still went there. He liked to go there very much. Last time, he asked him to go together, but Zhao Yushun thought he was testing him, so he refused with great righteousness and also expressed his loyalty, saying that he went there before to make friends with him, and now that he has a wife, of course, he must be devoted to his wife. Gu Xian didn't know whether he was satisfied with his words. Anyway, he went there by himself in the end. But Zhao Yushun really didn't go. Gu Xiaolan couldn't help but think of Gu Xian. If it wasn't Zhao Yushun, then it must be Gu Xian. Gu Xian was not an honest person either. But now that the words had been spoken, of course she could only insist and said, "If it weren't for you, how could I have this? You have been restless these days." Zhao Yushun was coaxed by these words and said with a smile, "Aren't you too charming? I cherish you and want to love you more. Don't you like it too?" Gu Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him and looked angry. "Stay away from me in the future." Zhao Yushun followed suit and coaxed her and turned to talk about her growing belly. "Let my mother come to take care of you during the confinement period, right?" "No need." Gu Xiaolan said without thinking, "I will let my mother come. My mother will take care of me during the confinement period and take care of your son. Are you not satisfied?" This is her adoptive mother's grandson, so of course her adoptive mother has to take care of him. As for that crude and ugly country mother-in-law, she should get away from her. She felt sick just by looking at her. Zhao Yushun said, "Okay, it depends on what you want." Gu Xiaolan started to complain again, saying that she was unhappy about going to work. "I really don't want to go to this class." It didn't matter whether she went to work or not anyway. Gu Xian would give her 100 yuan every month, and she would get half of the salary from Zhao Yushun, so she didn't lack money to spend. But there was nothing to do if she didn't go to work, and she would get moldy if she stayed at home all day. Zhao Yushun was puzzled and said, "How could it be? I think everyone in your unit is very good, and you don't have any conflicts of interest." He knew the people in the propaganda department, and the propaganda department was responsible for propaganda, so what conflicts could there be? Gu Xiaolan scolded Gu Yunlan. It's Gu Yunlan, who opposes me every day and sings the opposite of what I say. As soon as he heard Gu Yunlan, Zhao Yushun knew that the real and fake daughters would quarrel when they met. Why are you arguing with her? You are still pregnant. Don't get angry with yourself.
He could only say.
But he was still angry in his heart. You were originally a fake daughter. Everyone said that your country parents secretly swapped their children. You have occupied the identity and enjoyed the happiness for so many years. After the truth came out, the Gu family did not abandon you and still treated you as a daughter. If their biological daughter can't stand you, you should just be more restrained and behave yourself. Why do you have to confront them head on? The key is that you can't beat the real daughter. You don't have her beauty, figure, culture, and eloquence. You can't compare with her in anything, but you still have to compete. Isn't this embarrassing for yourself? But he also knew Gu Xiaolan's temper, so he didn't dare to say much and just listened to her cursing. Jiang Qian worked in the department all day today. There was nothing they could do about secondment. However, the organization did want Jiang Qian to go there, but Jiang Qian was not very willing, mainly because the atmosphere in the propaganda department was particularly suitable for her. It was close to home, there was not much work, and there was no trouble. During working hours, she worked when there was work and slacked off when there was no work. She was extremely free. She was the kind of person who could stay in a place forever if she was comfortable with it. Others could not sit still, but she could. So she didn't want to move. When she came back from work in the evening, Gu Yunlan came to stay with her for a while and talked about what Gu Xiaolan had been muttering about. Let her be, don't conflict with her. In case she really has something wrong with her stomach, don't let her rely on it. Jiang Qian said. I don't care about her either. She's asking for trouble. Gu Yunlan said, I really don't understand my parents. Why would they be willing to recognize her? A cuckoo in the magpie's nest. Jiang Qian knew that this was her heart knot, but in fact, if she asked her to say it, she didn't understand it either, but she wasn't the person involved and couldn't empathize with them, so she changed the subject and said, I asked Sister Nian to make 2 sets of small clothes for Mingming and Shuang. What do you think? She went in and took out the clothes. Gu Yunlan scolded her as soon as she heard it. Why are you still making clothes for them? I can't use those small clothes, so they're just sitting there anyway. It's not that reason. I wanted to make them for them originally, see if they're suitable. Jiang Qian said with a smile. Gu Yunlan took it and took a look. The clothes were very beautiful, and the workmanship was also impeccable. Nian Yuji's craftsmanship was recognized here. That's just your temper. Gu Yunlan rolled her eyes at her. Jiang Qian smiled. She knew that Gu Yunlan gave the clothes sincerely, but she knew that Mrs. Gu might be reluctant to give them up. Even if Gu Xiaolan didn't want them, she would be reluctant to give them up when Gu Yunlan gave them to her, who is not related to her. After all, they were all small clothes made of good materials, and there were so many of them. In total, she brought more than 20 sets of small clothes, almost 30 sets. Making 2 new sets of clothes for the twins was more or less her intention. It represented her attitude. When Gu Yunlan took the children to the Gu family for dinner on Sunday wearing new clothes, Mrs. Gu saw them and asked with a smile, Are you making new clothes? Gu Yunlan said, Qian asked Sister Nian to make it, and she made 2 sets for each of them. When Mrs. Gu heard this, she really praised Jiang Qian. You know what? Qian has a great temper and never likes to take advantage of others. She has a good personality and is well educated. I never thought that she, a high school graduate, could translate foreign languages. She is really amazing. Shirgua is lucky to have such a daughter-in-law. Obviously, she also knew everything about the family compound. Gu Yunlan said, Qian is of course a great person, but Mom, you have to talk to your precious adopted daughter. What's wrong? Mrs. Gu was confused. Qian was seconded by the superior to help translate the superior's confidential documents, but your precious adopted daughter said something sour, saying that since Qian was seconded, we have to do everything. She has a problem with her awareness. Gu Yunlan sneered. Mrs. Gu said quickly, I will tell Xiaolan to be careful. Gu Yunlan didn't say anything but couldn't help saying, Why would Gu Xian marry Pingshui? Your father is good friends with your Uncle Peng, and they help promote it. Isn't this a waste of Peng Shui? Such a good person actually married Gu Xian. Gu Yunlan complained.
What are you talking about?
Although your third brother is a bit reckless, he is now in good shape, and Xiao Xue is pregnant. She will come back for dinner later. Don't say this in front of them. Gu's family dinner, Jiang Qian and Han Shigua were also romantic. And Han Shigua was going back tomorrow, so Jiang Qian cooked a good meal today. Wife, you cooked it for me again. As soon as Han Shigua got home, he smelled the smell and came to hug his wife. After returning from the mission this time, his wife made him braised pork and stewed chicken, both for his body, for fear that he would be too tired on the mission. He said no, but she was still not happy, saying, I stewed it for you, just eat it. You are young and strong now, and you can't see anything wrong with your body. You will know when you are old. Listen to me, eat something good to nourish yourself, and you will not suffer, if you're healthy. He was very warm. Jiang Qian smiled. Sister-in-law Nian bought a duck and came to ask me if I wanted it. If yes, she would give me half. Asked her, and stewed the old duck soup for you. Wife, how can you be so good?
Han Shigu hugged her tightly.
Jiang Qian wanted to laugh, mainly because she was greedy. Whether it was braised pork or stewed chicken, she couldn't help eating a lot, but this man especially liked to hear her say sweet words. You are my husband, the father of the 2 children in my belly. If I don't treat you well, who will treat you well? I feel sorry for my man. Jiang Qian also spoke without hesitation. Han Shigua hugged his wife tightly. This macho man was also very annoying when he acted like a spoiled child, but Jiang Qian also enjoyed it very much. She was in charge of stewing the old duck, while Han Shigua started making wild vegetable pancakes. The couple was busy with dinner, but the aroma of stewed old duck also drifted out. Gao Tsuetsue next door started beating her child again. Deputy Battalion Commander Gao scolded her. Why do you always beat the child? If the child wants to eat, why don't you just buy some and cook it? It's not like our family can't afford it. We can afford it, but we don't live like they do. Gao Tsuetsue was annoyed. You should save some money for buying vegetables and go back to honor your parents so that the child won't be so greedy. Deputy Battalion Commander Gao snorted coldly. He gave a fixed amount of money for buying vegetables every month, and it was impossible for him to give the money to her, otherwise she would give it to her parents. But even if he gave it regularly, he gave a lot, but what was served on the table was either vegetables or vegetables, and there was no smell of minced meat. At most, he would buy a fish. So, let alone the child, Deputy Battalion Commander Gao himself was greedy for the food next door, and he knew it was good without even looking at it. Gao Tsuetsue's gluttony was also aroused. Why don't we buy it tomorrow? Jiang Qian and Han Shigua were not interested in their affairs. The couple finished half of the duck for dinner. However, Jiang Qian didn't eat much. A few wild vegetable cakes, a duck leg, and a bowl of delicious old duck soup were enough. The rest was left to Han Shigua. After cleaning up the kitchen dishes, Han Shigua came to the study to accompany his wife. His wife did the translation, and he read a book on the side. When it was almost time, he cleaned up and prepared to go to bed. After lying down, Han Shigua said, Wife, I'm going to take the bus early tomorrow morning. You have to take care of yourself at home. He had already asked for leave and had to rush back tomorrow. He had to bring his mother over to watch over here so that Han Shigua could feel at ease. Be careful on the road. Okay. Han Shigua agreed, came over and kissed her soothingly. Wife, go to sleep. Jiang Qian, leaning in his arms, responded tenderly, hold me. Okay. There was no man who would not agree. Early the next morning, Han Shigua took a bus to the provincial capital railway station. He bought a hard seat directly when he returned, and he had always bought it this way. Only when he was with his wife would he take out his ID to buy a soft sleeper, which was almost twice the price. There was no comparison in terms of experience, but Han Shigua didn't care. After a day and a night, Han Shigua arrived at his hometown, the provincial capital. When he came out of the railway station, the first thing he did was to eat noodles. After eating noodles, Han Shigua came to the station to take a bus. After arriving in the county town, Han Shigua did not stay in the county town for long, Nor did he go to the county party committee compound to find his third sister. He bought some cigarettes, alcohol, and candy and went back directly with the package. His pace was very fast. When he returned to the town, he saw the students who were leaving school just like the last time he came back. This made Han Shigwa think of the scene when he first met his wife last year, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In fact, he didn't dare to think too much at the time. Although he thought the girl was very beautiful because he was engaged, no matter how beautiful she was, it had nothing to do with him. However, he did not expect to hear the good news that his engagement was broken off as soon as he got home. So, he wanted to ask the matchmaker to inquire about a teacher named Jiang in the town primary school to see if they were a good match. As a result, matchmaker Jiang came to his house in a hurry, and it was this teacher Jiang that she wanted to tell him about. Han Shigwa felt that he and his wife were destined to be together. God had arranged it for them. If the timing of his return was slightly wrong, he and his wife would have missed it. Shigwa. As he was thinking about this, he heard someone calling him. Han Shigwa looked and saw that it was his third uncle Jiang Shoha, who was about to go back with Sujiro. After these few months, Sujiro's belly had become very big. Counting the days, it had been more than 7 months. Jiang Shoha stopped the car, and Sujiro got out of the car, smiling and saying, "Uncle, you just came back? Where's my little sister? Why did she come back with you?" Han Shigwa smiled and said, "Qian didn't come back with me. She is pregnant with twins. I came back this time to pick up my mother to take care of her." Upon hearing that it was twins, Jiang Shoha and Sujiro were both happy. "Really? You're pregnant with twins?" "Yes, I have been to the hospital for a checkup." Han Shigwa smiled and looked at Sujiro's belly again. "It's 4 months now, but it doesn't feel smaller than yours, sister-in-law. Mine is 7 months. Sujiro smiled and said, "But the belly of twins will definitely be bigger. Let's go home and have dinner." Jiang Shoha said, "I'll go back to Han's house to eat, and then go there tomorrow." He came to the house suddenly without any prior notice, and he was afraid that if there was no food for him, he would not go. "What's the big deal? I'll take you home after you finish eating," Jiang Shoha said without questioning. Han Shigwa smiled, and he didn't refuse because it was a rare trip back home, and he would definitely go to his father-in-law's house. Now he met his third uncle, it would be good to go there first and then go home. Let the couple go back first and he can go there. Jiang Shoha drove Sujiro home first. At this time, everyone had finished work. The whole family was at home. "Mom, Shigwa is back. Is the food enough? If not, give my share to Shigwa first," Jiang Shoha said as soon as he got home. Zhou Guoyan was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, "Shigwa is back? Where is that person? And your sister? Did they come back together?" "Shigwa was on the way. I saw him when I drove Aru back. He was going to go home, so I called him to come home for dinner. But my younger sister didn't come back. My younger sister inherited your physique. This time she is pregnant with twins, and Shigwa also came back specifically to pick up his mother to help take care of her." Jiang Shoha smiled. "Oh, really?" Hearing about the twins, the whole family was surprised. Sujiro smiled and said, "That's right. Uncle said that because she was pregnant with twins, her belly at 4 months was not smaller than mine at 7 months. Or maybe our little sister is lucky. As soon as she got married, Uncle gave her twins, and now she is caught up," said the eldest sister-in-law Zhao Aiying. The second sister-in-law Zhao Aifeng also smiled. "They all look like Mom. But our neighbor also has twins, and their belly is bigger than ordinary ones, but the 4-month-old is almost as big as Aru's 7-month-old belly. Isn't this a bit too big? What are the conditions of our neighbors? What are the conditions of my little sister and Shigwa? They are definitely different," Zhao Aiying said. "This statement is reasonable." Zhou Guoyan was happy, but she also scooped flour and kneaded the dough. Just after the dough was kneaded, Han Shigwa came home. "Dad, Mom, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, eldest sister-in-law." Han Shigwa greeted with a smile. "Okay, are you tired? Take a break and drink a glass of water first." Zhou Guoyan poured a large glass of water for her son-in-law, knowing that he must be thirsty after all the way back. Han Shigwa was a little thirsty, So he took the water and drank it with a smile. After a large glass of water, he felt comfortable. Do you want another glass? That's enough. By the way, Mother, don't prepare my meal. I'll go home to eat later. Han Shirwa said. The noodles are ready. I'll make you a bowl of egg noodles later. Zhou Guiyun said, how many days can you stay this time? I'll come back today and let my mother pack up. We'll go to the city early tomorrow morning.
Han Shirwa said.
The original plan was the day after tomorrow, because he didn't want to come to his father-in-law's house today, but since he has come here first, he doesn't need to come again tomorrow. He can pick up his mother and niece and go to the city to take a bus. It was a bit rushed, but now my daughter is alone in the army. Zhou Guiyun smiled and said, the third brother said that Qianqian is pregnant with twins?
Yes.
Is your belly almost as big as Aru's 7 months? Zhou Guiyun remembered this. A little smaller, but very big. Don't let Qianqian eat too much. You have to be careful. Zhou Guiyun was worried that her daughter would suffer a lot if she had 2 children for the first time. Well, Qianqian is very careful and dare not eat too much. Han Shirwa assured his mother-in-law. Zhou Guiyun knew that her son-in-law took good care of her daughter, so she said, when the 2 children are born, Qianqian may not be able to take care of them alone. I wonder if your mother can stay to help take care of them? She herself gave birth to Jiang Shouchuan and Jiang Qian, brother and sister, as twins, and they were really busy when the 2 children were born. Especially when it was February, the roof was almost shaken down. The son-in-law is busy on weekdays and has to go on missions occasionally. If the daughter is alone at home, how can she handle it? Han Shirwa, I will discuss with my mother to see if she can stay and help us for a few years. Zhou Guiyun said. If the mother-in-law is not used to it, you can find a time to send Qianqian back after she finishes her confinement. I will go with you and help you take care of the child. I can come back when the child is older. Hearing what his mother-in-law said, Han Shirwa was moved and smiled and said, when the time comes, you will also need to help take care of the third sister-in-law's child. How can you be free? This time I will also bring my niece with me. My eldest sister's daughter is 15 years old this year and can also help. If Qianqian is satisfied, let her stay to help take care of the child. She can handle the work, just rest assured. Zhou Guiyun was very satisfied when she heard that her son-in-law had arranged all these things. But she knew that her daughter was still working now. The job was leisurely and she liked it very much. She said that it would be easier to pass the time if she had something to do. After giving birth, she still wanted to continue working, so it would be best if someone could take care of the child. But she also said, I am also free. By then, Aro will probably have finished her confinement, so she can go to work. Aiying and Afin will take turns to rest at home and help take care of the child, and I can be free. She wanted to lend a hand to her daughter when she needed it most. Of course, they can do this because the Jiang family has a good family background, which allows the eldest and second daughters-in-law to take turns to come back to rest and take care of the house. If the family conditions are not good, Zhou Guiyun will have no way to love her daughter. As for the mother-in-law's words, Zhao Aiying and Zhao Aifeng's eyes lit up slightly. They both expressed their support. If my aunt-in-law is not available, you can directly take me over this time. My younger sister is pregnant with twins. I wonder if she will be a little scared? I have experience too. She will definitely feel comforted if I go over. Yes, as for Aro's confinement after giving birth, you don't have to worry about it. If she has time, she can take a donkey cart to the city hospital to give birth. If she doesn't have time, she can give birth in the village. The midwives here are very skilled. We can take care of her after giving birth and confinement. 2 kilograms of meat and 5 kilograms of eggs are the unified standards for our daughters-in-law during confinement. Don't think that there are only 2 kilograms of meat and 5 kilograms of eggs to eat during confinement, but this postpartum treatment is the best in the entire 5-star brigade. Because many daughters-in-law go to the fields a few days after giving birth. Do they still want to eat meat and eggs during confinement? What good things are they thinking about? They may not even be able to eat a thick bite. But Zhou Guiyun, the mother-in-law, is really good. She can rest for half a month after giving birth. She doesn't have to do anything in the first half of the month. She just needs to take care of her. There is no need to do any work in the second half of the month. If it is the winter season, just rest. If it is the busy farming season, stay at home and do housework. In total, you can rest for nearly a month. These 2 kilograms of meat and 5 kilograms of eggs have all gone into their stomachs, and they eat the most. Otherwise, why is the atmosphere in the Jiang family so good? Although Zhao Aiying and Zhao Eifeng are cousins and are close to each other, they have never suffered any grievances after marrying into the Jiang family. Mother-in-law Zhou Guotian does not treat her daughter-in-law harshly or show off her power. Moreover, every year when the team distributes money, they will still give them some as private money. Their mothers praise them for their good fortune to marry into such a family. Now that the sister-in-law is in need, they all know that the mother-in-law loves her daughter, so the mother-in-law can go if she wants. They are at home, and taking turns to rest and guard the house is beautiful just thinking about it. Su Zhiro also got along well with her 2 sisters-in-law. With them in her confinement and the child, she didn't have to worry about taking care of them, so she supported them. Yes, mother, if you want to go, you can go with your uncle now. Seeing that the 3 daughters-in-law all supported it, the sons' opinions were not important. Zhou Guoyun smiled and looked at Zhang's father. See what the mother-in-law thinks. Zhang's father said. He was also worried about his daughter being pregnant with twins. This was a good thing, but giving birth was like going through for a woman. It was not easy to give birth to one, and the daughter had to give birth to 2, and this was her first child. But when her mother gave birth to them, it was not her first child, but even so, it was a lot of trouble. So, if her mother went to take care of them, the daughter would be at ease. But it depends on the in-laws. If the mother-in-law refuses, they will take the responsibility. But if the mother-in-law wants to take care of the daughter-in-law, even if they are the biological parents, they have to let the mother-in-law go. Han Shigua felt very relieved, but he had to go back and ask his mother about this matter to see what she thought. If his mother didn't want to go, he would bring his mother-in-law to accompany his wife. He thought that if he brought his mother-in-law, his wife would be very happy. After eating egg noodles at his mother-in-law's house, he went back. Jiang Shouhe rode his bicycle to send him back, and the villagers also saw the rich son-in-law of the Jiang family. The neighbors came to ask, "It's not a festival. Why is your son-in-law back? Didn't he say he was busy?" He had been engaged to the second wife of the Jiang family for 3 years and had not come back once. Yes, he is busy. This time he came back specially to take his mother to take care of Qianqian. Zhou Guoyun had already put away the cigarettes, alcohol, and candies left by his son-in-law. Take care of Qianqian? What's wrong with Qianqian? The neighbors were confused when they heard it. Qianqian is pregnant with twins, and Shigua is busy. Sometimes he is away for a month or 2 on a mission. How can I feel at ease leaving Qianqian alone at home? This time I came back to pick up his mother to help, but let's see if my mother-in-law is free. If not, I will go there. Zhou Guoyun said. When the neighbor heard it, he exclaimed, Qianqian is pregnant with twins. Yes, this girl is just like me in this respect. Zhou Guoyun was still very proud. She was the only one in the 5-star brigade who gave birth to the twins, the 4th child and the daughter. Now her daughter has inherited her constitution and is pregnant with twins. The neighbors are really envious. No wonder the blind man said that Qianqian is lucky. She married the best family in the area and is pregnant with twins. Qianqian is really born with a good life. This word was also spread to the second branch of the Jiang family. It happened that Jiang Yu was at her parents' home. There was no other reason, just because she had a big fight with Wang Hasong. In fact, this was not the first time she went back to her parents' home after marriage. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Jiang Yu went back to her parents' home, but she was beaten back that time. Several aunts from the Wang family went home to visit relatives during the Chinese New Year. After learning that their sister-in-law was simply a rebellion, they found an excuse to get angry. No matter how powerful Jiang Yu was, could she be a match for the aunts? On the second day of the Chinese New Year, she was directly beaten up by the aunts. She was beaten black and blue and cried when she went back to her parents' home. She originally wanted to wait for Wang Hasong to come and pick her up, but He didn't come over from the second day of the Chinese New Year until the 15th day of the first lunar month. Knowing that he would not come to pick her up, Jiang Yu could only go back in shame even if she was angry. But this time they had another big fight and went back to her parents' home again. As a result, she met Han Shihua, who came back to pick up his mother and wanted to go over to help Jiang Qian, who was pregnant with twins. When Sun heard what Shilia's wife said, her face was stiff. "Are you pregnant with twins?"
she asked.
"Of course, we are so lucky." Sholu's wife glanced at her sister-in-law with a half-smile. Jiang Yu's face turned pale. "Humph." Jiang Yu snorted coldly and turned back to her room. Shilia's wife rolled her eyes and said to Sun, "Mother, please persuade my younger sister."
"What's the matter with this?"
"She asked for this marriage. Don't let them become enemies in the end. Besides, how can she be like this? Being a daughter-in-law to someone else, she has to wait for her mother-in-law to serve her. She doesn't even think about whether she has the fate of her cousin." Sun scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you so ungrateful? Isn't this for my younger sister's good? People should know their own worth. Don't be like what they sing on the stage, with high aspirations and a fragile life." Day by day, she still thinks how great she is. Both her in-laws and her own family have to pamper her to satisfy her. Who is she? Even if she thinks she is a little bit like an onion, someone still needs to stir-fry her. Shilia's wife couldn't stand her sister-in-law's behavior. "Say less," Jiang Shiliu said to her. Shiliu's wife curled her lips. Did she say something wrong? Why is the sister-in-law so arrogant? She always looks so great and looks down on people, but in fact, she is nothing. Sun glanced at her and ignored her when she came in to find her daughter. Because even if Shilia's wife was wrong in other things, her daughter's temper really needed to be changed. "Do you regret it? Such a good marriage, you just say you don't want it. What kind of life is Jiang Qian living now? Her in-laws treat her as a treasure, and now she is pregnant. She has to serve them. Look at you, what kind of life are you living? Do your in-laws take you seriously? A blade of grass is more valuable than you." Sun couldn't help but mocked her daughter. She was also angry. She gave up such a marriage, and now her daughter has to go back to her parents' home every now and then. Who in the village is not laughing at her? "What are you doing, mother? My sister-in-law humiliated me, and you want to humiliate me too, right? Don't forget, who are the ones that make the family live like this? Without me, could you pay off the debt to the first wife so quickly? And save up such a fortune?" Jiang Yu scolded. After a winter of business, Sun sent 2 sums of money, which had completely paid off the debt owed to the first wife. Not only that, the family also saved some money. And there is also the job in her hands, which also belongs to the family. If it is sold, it can also be sold for a lot of money. These are all family assets. Sun didn't argue with her about these things and said earnestly, "You can't always live like this. You have been married for quite a while, and the pregnancy before was a misunderstanding, but now you don't have good news." "How do you want me to have good news? After I got married, Wang Hasong didn't even touch me again," Jiang Yu said angrily. Sun was stunned.
She didn't know about this.
She was shocked. "He didn't even touch you? Is he not capable?" "Jiang Yu, don't I know whether he can do it or not? He just thinks I cheated on him, so he doesn't want to touch me. He is still thinking about Jiang Qian. Wang Hasong has no physical problems. Otherwise, how could they succeed before marriage? It's just that after marriage, her fake pregnancy was exposed, and he was annoyed, and he really never touched her again. So how could she get pregnant, and who should she find to get pregnant?" Sun was so angry. "Why is he like this? You are married. How can he still think about Jiang Qian? Besides, if he really wanted to marry Jiang Qian, why would he get involved with you? Isn't it?" Jiang Yu sneered. Now she has a face of deep affection. Then when she took off her pants before, why did his eyes turn red, and he rushed over so excitedly? Men are all the same. What you can't get is the cinnabar mole and the white moonlight, and what you get is mosquito blood and rice grains. This won't do. If you go on like this, how can you live? What's the difference between this and being a widow? You should listen to your mother and be submissive and try to coax Hasong. How can a man hold back? If you are a little soft, he will also be soft. Don't confront him head on. If you confront a man head on, you will only bring yourself trouble, right? Everyone knows the truth, but I am also having a miserable life in the Wang family. My mother-in-law is the same. She is always thinking about me and comparing me with Jiang Qian, saying that if it was Jiang Qian who came into the family, she would be enjoying her life now. Jiang Yu was full of resentment when she talked about the mother and son. Who can you blame? You say, who can you blame? It's your own fault that you were blind. If you hadn't broken off the engagement, it wouldn't be Jiang Qian who would be enjoying her life now, but you. Sun couldn't help but bring up the past again. Come on, do you think Jiang Qian will have a good time? Just wait and see, it won't be long. Jiang Yu sneered. In the original novel, she and Han Shiguo were not in harmony after marrying, and Han Shiguo seemed to have some unspeakable secrets, right? She only remembered this later. So she had never been pregnant in the original novel, but Jiang Qian got pregnant not long after she got married. This made her a little puzzled. Wasn't there some unspeakable secret? But no matter what, Jiang Qian is smiling now. When Han Shiguo gets into trouble in the second half of the year, she will have another child. By then, it will be difficult for her to remarry. Sun didn't know where she got the confidence from. You know what, if Jiang Qian married into the Wang family, she would never live like you do now. Although the daughter is her biological daughter, she does have a bad temper. On the contrary, Jiang Qian, this niece, has a watery temperament. She smiles with everyone, never competes, is beautiful, educated, sensible, and speaks. Which mother-in-law doesn't like such a daughter-in-law? It's face-saving to take her out. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes and sneered. Just wait and see. Sun was too lazy to say that she was hysterical again. You can't keep going like this. You have to hurry up and get pregnant. Your mother-in-law gave birth to so many daughters and finally got a son. If you just give her 2 more grandsons, she will worship you, right? Jiang Yu was so annoyed with the Wang family, and giving them grandsons was almost like giving them a cuckold. Cuckold? Jiang Yu's expression paused, her eyes rolled, and she smiled and said, Mom, you are right. I want to reconcile with Wang Hesong, and I want to give him a big fat grandson. Seeing her daughter relax, Sun was relieved. That's the right way to think. Give birth to a big fat boy for the Wang family, and you will be stable in the future. She was very worried that her daughter would be divorced. If that were the case, how could she face people? Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely live a good life with Wang Hesong. Jiang Yu, who had already made up her mind, said with a smile. If she makes her life miserable, then she will make the Wang family extinct, and they will still be grateful. This is Jiang Yu's temper. Not only will she avenge her grudge, but she will also pay it back tenfold. If anyone glares at her, she will kill the whole family of that person. Han Shiguo and Jiang Shouhe have already arrived at the old Han family. Jiang Shouhe was not in a hurry to go back after arriving.
He wanted to see what his aunt-in-law meant.
If he didn't want to go, he would go back and ask his mother to pack up. If he wanted to go, he would go back and tell her. Han's father and mother were both happy to see their youngest son Han Shiguo coming back, but the first thing they asked was about Jiang Qian, their daughter-in-law. Did she come back with them? But when they saw Jiang Shouhe, they thought Jiang Qian was at her mother's house. Qian Qian didn't come back. She's pregnant with twins.
Han Shiguo smiled.
Han's mother's eyes lit up when she heard that her daughter-in-law was pregnant with twins. Twins? Qian Qian is pregnant with twins? Han's father was refreshed. Yes, we've already gone to the hospital for a checkup.
Han Shiguo smiled.
Well, Qian Qian and her 4th brother are twins. Qian Qian looks like her mother. Han's mother quickly said, obviously very happy, and praised Jiang Shouhe. Qian Qian is so lucky. Jiang Shouhe smiled. Han Shimin also smiled and congratulated his brother. Shiguo, congratulations, you got 2 children this time. Li Xia pouted, feeling a little sour. This sister-in-law was really lucky. Han Shiguo smiled and turned to talk about taking his mother over. I just came from my father-in-law's house. My mother-in-law said that if you are not free, she will go with me to take care of my wife. Before he finished speaking, Han's mother hurriedly said, Why bother your mother-in-law? I can just go over. I am free. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law, and I have already discussed it. Before we split up, I raised their children. When you have children, I will also go to take care of them for you. Han's father nodded. Let your mother go with you. Don't bother your mother-in-law. Han Shimin didn't care, but Li Xia pulled the corner of her mouth. In fact, if your aunt-in-law is worried and wants to go, let her go. What's it to you?
Han Shimin interrupted her unhappily.
Jiang Shouhe listened with a smile, but didn't say a word. Li Xia glared at Han Shimin and was about to say something when Han's mother glared at her. What's the matter? You want to take advantage of everything? I raised all 4 children for you. Now it's Qianqian's turn. Can I help out? Do you think it's unfair for you to let your father eat with you? Mom, that's not what I mean. I just think my aunt is worried that her daughter will get pregnant with twins. Besides, she has been pregnant herself, so she has experience, right? Li Xia made an excuse. To put it bluntly, she just doesn't want to serve her father-in-law.
Why?
When the family was divided, they didn't get any advantage, but now they have to serve their father-in-law first. But she can't say this out loud. Shut up if you don't mean that. Han's mother glared at her and said to Jiang Shouhe, Shouhe, go back and tell your mother that Shirgua and I will go there. I will take the child to a daycare center before coming back. If they still have a baby by then, I will not come back and will continue to take care of it for them. Okay, I'll go back and tell my mother. Jiang Shouhe could see that this aunt-in-law really wanted to go over to take care of his little sister, so he smiled and nodded. The old Han family had a clear attitude, so he didn't stay any longer.
Slow down.
Okay. Jiang Shouhe rode his bicycle back, and Han's mother couldn't wait to say, when are we going to leave? I'm worried about leaving Qianqian alone at home. Oh, twins. It's so rare to think about it. I just don't know if they're twins, dragon twins or twins, but it would be best if they are twins, a boy and a girl, so that the second child will have both sons and daughters. Han Shirgua smiled. We will take the bus tomorrow morning, but before that, I want to take Xiaojun with me to see the world. Upon hearing this, Han's mother said, No, I can take care of it. Qianqian will go to work by then. How will you take care of the 2 of them at home alone? Han Shirgua said, let Xiaojun go over to help and you can relax a little. Han's mother thought about it, and it was true. If her daughter-in-law still had to go to work, it would be a bit too busy for her to take care of the 2 of them alone. Then what about food? If you take her over now, you'll have to stay for a long time. Otherwise, you can come back and take her over after the birth. Han's mother talked about this. It would be okay for her to go alone and bring her own rations, and it would be a big burden to take a granddaughter with her. Don't worry, mother. I will be able to afford the rations for you and Xiaojun. Han Shirgua shook his head. He would be very busy this year and probably wouldn't have time to come back later. Then let Xiaojun go. Han's mother nodded. When the 2 children grow up and become more sensible, she will let her granddaughter come back and she can be alone. Hearing this, Li Xia couldn't help but say, Shirgua, why bother to go all the way to pick up Xiaojun? You can take Jieyue with you. She is 11 years old and can do any work. Han Jieyue was jealous that her uncle wanted to take Zhang Xiaojun instead of her. When she heard what her mother said, she immediately looked at her uncle excitedly. Uncle, I will take care of the children for my aunt. She wanted to see the world. No need. Han Shirgua poured a basin of cold water on her. How could he possibly take this niece with him? To put it bluntly, this niece is an ungrateful person.
Han Yiyu.
Han Shirgua ignored the mother and daughter and went to pick up his niece. Li Xia couldn't help but said to Han's father and mother, Dad, Mom, why don't you persuade Shirgua? You have your own niece, but you don't use her. Instead, you call your niece. Isn't this making people laugh at Jieyue? Han's mother asked her granddaughter directly, Jieyue, what can you do? In this family, which other girl your age is not a capable helper? But what can you do? Are you washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning the house? Don't I wash the clothes? I wash the clothes of the whole family, including your grandma and grandpa. Han Jieyue said loudly. Then wouldn't you be happy if I gave you 50 cents?
Han's mother said.
Han Shimin's eyes widened. I washed 2 pieces of clothes for your grandparents, and you still want money? Grandma gave it to her herself. Han Jue said quickly. Han's mother didn't even bother to say anything to her, and directly criticized the eldest daughter-in-law. Last year, her aunt just came into the house, and she dared to speak wildly. She has no manners at all. That sarcastic face is very similar to you as a mother. Asking her to come over, is it to help Qianqian or to cause trouble? You can't be polite when talking to this eldest daughter-in-law. She will be so arrogant when you are polite. Li Xia was so angry, Mom. Jue is your granddaughter. How can you say that to her? Do you want me to make it clear? Just stay at home. It's not her turn to deal with such things. Han's mother said bluntly. Han Jue jumped up. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I don't care. After that, she ran back to the house. This girl. Han Shimin cursed and glared at Li Xia. Go back quickly. Li Xia was not convinced, but she could not get any advantage in front of her mother-in-law. But when she returned to the house, she still complained to Han Shimin, you don't take care of your own niece, but you take care of your niece. How can this be justified? You treat him as a younger brother, but does he treat you as a brother? I warn you, don't stir up trouble between us brothers. Shirgwa doesn't treat me as a brother. Where did you get this house you live in? Where did the more than 500 yuan from our family division come from? Those were all earned by Shirgwa, all his hard-working money. If Shirgwa said that he wanted to take the biggest share, everyone in the village would think it was his due, but he was kind and took out his hard-working money to divide it equally. Did he say anything extra?
Han Shimin kushied.
There was no division and all the money earned was public. Li Xia thought it was all natural. I won't argue with you about this, but don't say anything provocative in front of me. If Jue is good, Shirgwa will not refuse to take her, but you can't pretend what Jue is like. My mother, Shirgwa, and I all know it. Letting her go is asking for trouble. Han Shimin said mercilessly. His daughter is his own, and he hopes that she will be good, but his daughter is sneaky and slippery. She is the first to rush up when there is food, and she doesn't give in to her younger brothers and sisters at all. But she is the first to run when there is work, or she is cunning and takes advantage of loopholes. Even the youngest daughter knows to take a rag to wipe the house, but she does nothing and is so lazy. What's the point of going there like this? Go there to eat dry food? Can they still need her to eat? Even if Han Shirgwa wants to take her there, Han Shimin will stop him, because he can't afford to lose face. Then I have a niece too.
My niece is not bad.
Li Xia still didn't give up. If her daughter couldn't go, she wanted to introduce her niece from her mother's family. Forget it. Your niece from your mother's side looks like you, your aunt. You are all the same kind of people.
Han Shimin, what do you mean?
What do you mean we are all the same kind of people? What's wrong with us? In your eyes, only Widow Zhao is a treasure, and we are all weeds, right? Hearing the couple quarreling in the house, Han's father and mother ignored them. A horse really doesn't know how long its face is, and an ox doesn't know how curved its horns are. Han's mother complained. She dared to take her granddaughter with her, and said she wanted to take her granddaughter Zhang Xiaojun with her, because Zhang Xiaojun was honest and dutiful, and she was a good girl at home and outside. So Han's mother agreed. Otherwise, she would object. Han's father didn't say anything. He usually wouldn't care about this kind of thing. He went to find Uncle Han Jio to book a donkey cart to send it to the city tomorrow. Han's mother didn't stay at home either. She went to find someone to exchange eggs and bring them over to nourish her daughter-in-law. Han Shirgwa borrowed his uncle's bicycle to pick up his niece Zhang Xiaojun. Han Shirgwa's arrival surprised the elder sister Han Shikai and the elder brother-in-law Zhang Fa. And he came so late at night, which had never happened before. Han Shikai thought something had happened and asked anxiously. As a result, when she heard that her sister-in-law was pregnant with twins and that she was rushing back to take care of her mother, Han Shirtsai's worry turned into joy. Okay, Qianqian is really blessed. She couldn't help but praise him. Wait a minute, I'll go find someone to collect eggs, and you can bring some eggs to Qianqian for me. She couldn't give anything else, but since her sister-in-law was pregnant, bringing some eggs over was also a token of her love. Han Shirgwa smiled and said, Sister, no need. It's not easy to bring them all the way there, and we have them over there and we can buy them. Don't bother. I came here specially tonight for another thing. I want to take Xiaojun to the army to stay for a while and see the world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fa and Han Shikai were both happy. They were adults, so they naturally knew what he meant. Instead, Zhang Xiaojun was stunned for a moment. Uncle, I don't need to see the world. There are still many things to do at home. Her eldest sister has married, and there is an older brother, but the older brother has to go to the fields with his parents to earn work points. She is the third child, and now she is doing all the housework, including the 3 younger brothers and sisters, all of whom are taken care of by her. Han Shikai and Zhang Fa have 6 children. Go with your uncle, Zhang Fa said hurriedly. Han Shikai also said, You silly girl, go with your uncle to see, just as a way to open your eyes. Zhang Xiaojun looked at her parents, but there are so many things to do at home. There will be no one to work at home. Your third sister is 12 years old. She can do it, Han Shikai said, and then said to Han Shirgua, Shirgua, wait a minute, I will go to pack clothes for Xiaojun. Zhang Xiaojun didn't have much clothes, just a set of worn-out clothes, and this was the clothes her sister had worn before. Before getting married, my grandmother made a new set of clothes for my eldest sister to wear, so this one was left at home. Mom, I really don't need to see the world, Zhang Xiaojun said. Silly girl, your uncle may want to take you to your aunt to help you. When you go there, you must be smart, have a lively eye, and listen to your aunt. If you do something wrong, you should listen to her when she corrects you, understand?
Han Shikai whispered.
There is also a niece, Han Jieyue, in her mother's family. She is already 11 years old. If she is sensible, she will be a good helper. And there is also her second sister's eldest daughter, who is 2 years older than Xiaojun's daughter, but she didn't call her, so she came over to call this girl. This opportunity is very rare. Zhang Xiaojun understood after hearing what her mother said. Okay, I will help my aunt-in-law. You have to work hard, and your uncle and aunt-in-law will not treat you badly in the future, and it will be your blessing. I know, I won't be lazy. Don't worry, mother. Zhang Xiaojun nodded seriously. Good child, mother knows. Although Han Shikai has many children, she also loves them, and this daughter is really sensible. If she can have a place to stay outside, it will be a blessing for her daughter. Han Shirgua also came to their brigade with his eldest brother-in-law Zhang Fa and issued a letter of introduction for Zhang Xiaojun to visit relatives. The time limit is 3 months, and she can just write another letter and send it when it expires. In this way, Zhang Xiaojun took a change of clothes and came back with Han Shirgua, her uncle. On the way, Zhang Xiaojun said, Uncle, if there is anything I do not do well, just tell my aunt to tell me, and I will change it. Although she has not met the aunt, she is a well-educated person and very beautiful. Her parents told her about it when they came home from the wedding banquet. Han Shirgua also hopes that this niece can stay, and said, Your aunt is a very good person, but she is very hygienic. He talked about some of his wife's living habits. As for personal hygiene issues, he will let his wife teach them later. Although she was a little surprised, Zhang Xiaojun took note of what the uncle said one by one. If I don't understand something, ask my aunt and let her tell me. Okay. Han Shirgua was very satisfied. As for whether it suits his wife's taste, she has to let her see it herself. Although he is his uncle, he has to listen to his aunt. Only his aunt has the right to speak. After returning to Hanjiatan, he returned the bicycle to his uncle, got a certificate of his mother's identity, and brought Zhang Xiaojun back. Han Jieyue rushed out and yelled at Zhang Xiaojun, Silly girl like you, what can you do when you go there? Han Jiadong, the eldest brother, scolded Han Jieyue, You are not allowed to be so rude to Sister Xiaojun. He also apologized to Zhang Xiaojun, Sister Xiaojun, don't bother her. She wanted to go with her uncle, but her uncle wouldn't let her, so she got mad at everyone she saw. Han Shimin had already gone to get a bamboo stick to beat Han Jieyue. Zhang Xiaojun said to her cousin that it was okay, and quickly stopped him. Uncle, don't hit Jieyue. She's still young. Don't bother your uncle. Let him teach his daughter well. She's so rebellious. If she's not taught well, she'll get into trouble and ruin the family sooner or later. Han's mother scolded. Han Shigwa did not stop her, and Li Xia rushed over, shouting, "Beat us, mother and daughter, so that you can marry Widow Zhao." Han Shigwa was fed up with such a scene, and took clean clothes to take a bath in the river. After taking a bath, he was quiet. Han Shigwa said to Zhang Xiaozhen, "Xiaozhen, you can sleep next door later. Your grandma has cleaned the house." "Okay." Zhang Xiaozhen nodded. Han Shigwa was also tired. He had taken a hard seat all the way back and had not rested much. He had to rush back tomorrow, so he went back to his room to sleep. Han's mother also took her granddaughter back to the house to talk. She said, "Your aunt is pregnant with twins this time. When she gives birth, she wants to go back to work, so she asked you to go with her. Otherwise, Grandma can't take care of them alone. But when you go there, you have to be diligent and have work in your eyes. Look at Jieyue, your uncle ignored her when she was making a fuss about going."
"Don't worry, Grandma. My mother also told me."
"I know." Zhang Xiaozhen nodded. It was just because her uncle and grandma said so, so Zhang Xiaozhen was a little afraid of this aunt she had never met before coming, because she felt like she was very fierce, which made her a little nervous. When she followed her uncle and grandma to take the train to the military family compound, she saw her aunt who looked like a fairy. Her aunt broke Zhang Xiaozhen's knowledge for many years. She really had never seen a woman as beautiful as her aunt. Even Zhang Xiaoxiao, the village flower in their village, was compared to her aunt. The key is that her aunt is not fierce at all. "Mom, Shigwa, how come you came back so soon?" Jiang Qian calculated the time and thought that they would come back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but Han Shigwa brought them here today. Han Shigwa smiled and said, "We don't have anything to do. We just reported to the team and came here." He was mainly worried that she would be alone at home. Jiang Qian knew this, of course. She gave him a delicate look and then noticed the things at the door. She was stunned and said, "Why did you bring so many things?" "Mom insisted that I bring them here." Han Shigwa was helpless. "You carried them all the way here? It must be tiring." Jiang Qian said immediately. Han Shigwa was carrying 2 sacks of food, which were heavy. You could tell at a glance that they were not small. But it was not small at all. 1 sack was 50 kilograms, and 2 sacks were 100 kilograms. As for Han's mother, she went to the village to exchange a basket of eggs overnight. She knew that they could be bought here, but being able to buy them was one thing, and having her bring them was another. Rice bran was also put in it as a buffer, and it was well protected along the way, so it was not damaged at all. Oh, there was also a chicken coop under her feet, with 2 chickens in it. They were raised at home, and they were not kept for laying eggs, but were directly caught to nourish their daughter-in-law. Han's mother smiled and said, "Don't worry about Shigwa's body. He can't carry 100 kilograms of food. It's just that I'm old, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use it, so I picked some more myself. It would be kept at home, and the old man couldn't eat so much by himself." Of course, she had to bring some when she came here now so as not to use it to subsidize the big ones. "Drink some water quickly." Jiang Qian felt distressed. 100 kilograms of food. In her previous life before takeout appeared, she went to the supermarket to buy rice by herself, and she chose bags of 5 or 10 kilograms. She was too tired to buy bags of 20 kilograms and 50 kilograms. Don't even think about it. She can't even move it. Han Shigwa took it and drank it, then smiled. "I'll send a telegram to my family to report that I'm safe." "Why are you in such a hurry? Take a good rest first," Jiang Qian said, and then said to Han's mother, "Mom, I know you mean well. You love us and want to reduce our burden, but this is too tiring. Don't do this again next time. You don't have to work so hard. Look at Shigwa's shoulders, they are all red." "Okay, forget it next time," Han's mother said happily and smiled at her son. This rough son didn't want to get married before, but now he has a wife who loves him so much. He is so happy. Han Shigwa is indeed very handsome. Sure enough, his wife loves him more than his own mother. He took a good rest for a while, and then sent a telegram to report that he was safe. Seeing that he was fine, Jiang Qian didn't stop him and smiled at Zhang Xiaozhen. "Mom, this is Xiaozhen from my eldest sister's family, right?" Seeing her daughter-in-law's big belly, Han's mother's eyes had already lit up, and she said with a smile, "Yes, this is Xiaojun. Xiaojun, this is your aunt. I haven't met your aunt yet." "Hello, aunt." Zhang Xiaojun blushed and greeted this very beautiful and gentle aunt. "Are you carsick on the way here?"
No.
Zhang Xiaojun shook her head. She was very happy. It was the first time in her life to ride a car and a train. It was like a dream. "Then you are better than me. When I came here with your uncle, I couldn't stand the bumps and the huge smell of gasoline. I was exhausted." Jiang Qian smiled and grabbed a handful of candy for her to keep. Zhang Xiaojun was a little at a loss and looked at her grandmother. "Just take it and eat it if your aunt gives it to you." Han's mother smiled. "Thank you, aunt." Zhang Xiaojun took it with embarrassment. "Mom, you and Xiaojun will live in one room, right?" Jiang Qian took them to the room. They lived in the second bedroom, and the small second bedroom was reserved as a study. When the baby was born, it would be used as a children's room. Because she had a daughter like Han Shijia, Han's mother knew that houses were in short supply outside. Besides, this was indeed not small, a 3-bedroom house. "It's good for Xiaojun and I to live together,"
Han's mother said.
"This is my room and Shigua's room. This one will be used as a study for Shigua and me temporarily. When the baby is born, it will be used as a children's room." Jiang Qian showed them around the house and smiled. Han's mother also said it was good. "Mom, shall I make you a bowl of egg noodles? I thought you would be back tomorrow, so I didn't buy any vegetables." Jiang Qian smiled. Because as long as Han Shigua was not at home, she was too lazy to cook and ate the cooked food in the space directly. But there were also instant noodles at home, so it would be the same if she made some instant noodles. "Okay, but Mom will do it herself. You take a rest. Xiaojun, come with Grandma." Han's mother called Zhang Xiaojun to come into the kitchen. Jiang Qian didn't insist on doing it herself, so she taught them how to use the bellows, which they didn't have back home. Han's mother tried it and was very satisfied. This is easy to use and makes cooking much more convenient. Zhang Xiaojun also felt that it was easy to use. Jiang Qian opened the cupboard and took out some noodles. "Xiaojun, cook all of these. Is it too much?" Zhang Xiaojun looked at the handful of noodles and hesitated, as they were fine grains. "No, cook them all." Zhang Xiaojun had been told by her grandmother and uncle before she came that she should listen to her aunt-in-law when she came. When her aunt-in-law asked her to cook everything, she cooked everything. Han's mother didn't say anything either. She came here without any intention of interfering in anything, and she let her daughter-in-law make the decision. Because her granddaughter was busy, she looked at her daughter-in-law's belly with a smile. "This belly is much bigger than usual. We haven't had twins in Hanjiatan yet." Jiang Qian smiled and touched her belly. "I was also surprised when I found out. I didn't expect that she inherited my mother's physique." Han's mother smiled and nodded. "That's right. When the mother gave birth to twins, the daughter will also give birth to twins." But the old lady was also a little worried, but in daily life you have to pay a little attention to it, you have to walk more and don't eat too much. Although the belly of twins will be bigger, it's only more than 4 months, but this belly is not smaller than that of a 7-month-old. Knowing that the old lady was doing it for her own good, Jiang Qian listened patiently and said, "Mom, you are right. I walk to and from work every day now, and I also take a walk to exercise. I also pay attention to what I eat. My friend Gu Yunlon gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and they are 4 years old this year. She told me not to eat too much." "That's good." Han's mother smiled and nodded. While the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were chatting, Zhang Xiaojun was concentrating on cooking noodles. However, she listened to her grandmother chatting with her aunt-in-law. Her aunt-in-law spoke softly and gave her a handful of milk candy just now. This made her uneasy heart calm down. Cooking noodles is very fast. After a while, the water boiled and the noodles were directly put into the pot. When the noodles were almost done, Jiang Qian asked Zhang Xiaojun to 3 eggs. 3 bowls of egg noodles were soon out of the pot, just in time for Han Shigua to come back. "Are you hungry? Come and eat noodles with Mother and Xiaojun," Jiang Qian said. "Okay."
Han Shigua smiled.
3 bowls of egg noodles. The portion is very large. Han's mother wanted to share some with her daughter-in-law. I can't eat so much. Bring another bowl, and I will share some with you. I ate it before you came back. You can eat it. Jiang Qian couldn't help it today and ate half a roast chicken. It was really delicious. Since they had eaten it, they ate it by themselves. The fragrant egg noodles were really delicious. Especially for Zhang Xiaojun, it is no exaggeration to say that she has never eaten fine grains since she was a child. It is good to have coarse grains, and fine grains are out of the question. Because there are many children in the family, and the conditions are very ordinary, she is also a person who can take care of her younger brothers and sisters, and she will give them anything she stutters. She looks pale and thin. But at the age of 15, whether it is a boy or a girl, she can eat a lot. This big bowl of egg noodles was swallowed. After eating, she saw her aunt looking at her and she hurriedly said, "Aunt, I don't need to eat so much in the future, and I don't need to eat so well." Jiang Qian smiled immediately. Just treat it as your own home. You eat whatever we eat.
Don't worry about this.
As long as you can eat, just eat. The supply of meat and eggs is not guaranteed. After all, the meat and egg tickets are relatively limited. But when it comes to 3 meals a day, although everyone's portion is limited, with a fixed amount, Han Shirwa can buy it separately, so there is really no need to worry too much. Fine grains are not expensive, and coarse grains are even cheaper, such as corn flour, sweet potato flour, bean flour, etc. They are all very cheap. The family eats them together, so even if they eat a lot, her family can afford it. Don't be restrained.
Han Shirwa also said,
Can your uncle and your aunt still mistreat you, their niece? You eat what the family eats. It's not reasonable for us to eat better, and you eat worse. What are we? Really? Han's mother said with a smile. Zhang Xiaojun was a little embarrassed, but seeing that her grandmother had finished eating, she took the dishes and chopsticks and went to wash them. Jiang Qian followed in and told Zhang Xiaojun about using soda to wash and which rag was used for what, and that wiping the table and stove and washing dishes should be used separately. Zhang Xiaojun nodded, and I remember it. If there are other things that need attention, tell me, I will write them down. Okay. Jiang Qian smiled. This job was given to Zhang Xiaojun, who cleaned the kitchen very neatly. They were used to doing these jobs at home. When Han Shirwa took them to the bathhouse to take a bath, Jiang Qian also came in to take a look. The hygiene was very good. The rags were used separately according to her requirements and put back to their original positions after use. However, the time is still short, and I don't know if I can stay yet.
I have to wait and see.
Han Shirwa took his mother and niece out. Naturally, he met many military wives. When they greeted him, Han Shirwa would also greet them and introduce them to them. This is my mother, and this is my niece Zhang Xiaojun. Han's mother also greeted them cheerfully. After looking at them all the way, she couldn't help but praise them in a low voice. This place is really nice, Xiaojun. Don't you think so? Yeah. Zhang Xiaojun had been out of the village only a few times and had never been to the county town. The most lively thing she had seen was going to the market. It was really the first time she saw such a good place. When they came to the bathhouse, Han Shirwa bought tickets for them and took them to buy them. Later, they could also buy tickets to take a bath. More than an hour later, Han's mother Zhang Xiaojun followed Han Shirwa back. Mom, is the bathhouse comfortable? Jiang Qian smiled. Han's mother couldn't help but praise. Comfortable. Very comfortable. This is the first time I have taken such a comfortable bath at my age. It's just too expensive. A bath ticket costs 30 cents. Zhang Xiaojun also felt that it was really comfortable, and she felt like she had peeled off a layer of skin after taking a bath. But the bath ticket costs 30 cents, which is really too expensive. This is true. Han's mother also thinks it is expensive, but she doesn't wash like this every day. She washes a few times a month and washes at home at other times. This is not a big problem. Zhang Xiaojun took out the clothes to wash. It is very convenient to use the faucet. Jiang Qian taught her to wash with soap, and there are also underwear, but seeing that Zhang Xiaojun is 15 years old, there is no underwear. Zhang Xiaojun was a little embarrassed, but Jiang Qian didn't have any contemptuous look on her face and asked in a low voice, Are you having your period?
No.
Zhang Xiaojun has an older sister who is married, so she knows what it means to have your period. Jiang Qian knows that because the food they eat at this time is original and natural, unlike girls in later generations, they don't have their period at the age of 11 or 12. It is not uncommon for some to have their period as late as 15 or 16. Go out with your aunt later. At my sister-in-law's house last year, I asked my sister-in-law to make 2 sets for you to keep as a replacement. If you have your period later and don't know what to do, you can ask me or your grandmother. Don't be embarrassed. Jiang Qian said in a gentle voice. Okay. Zhang Xiaozhen nodded. After Zhang Xiaozhen finished washing the clothes, Jiang Qian asked her to take the cloth and go to Nian's sister-in-law's house. Another set of small quilts, scarves, diapers, etc. needed by the twins in her belly had already been taken to Nian's sister-in-law to make. She asked Cheng Miao to bring this cloth back. Cheng Miao and Zhang Qingsong and his wife went to the county town to eat and go shopping in the mall this week, so she asked her to help buy it. It was also specially kept for Zhang Xiaozhen to make clothes as a gift. When they left, Han Shigwa looked at his mother with a smile. Mom, my wife is a good aunt, right? As soon as the niece came, she took her to make clothes. Han's mother laughed and scolded. What? Now you know it's good to marry a wife? I asked you to go home to marry before, but you didn't go back. Seeing her son's smug look. And when he just came home, seeing him carrying more than 100 kilograms of food, it also made his daughter-in-law feel distressed, and she even went up to check his shoulders. Han's mother was a little embarrassed. She had never seen a daughter-in-law who cared so much for the man. They all treated the man like a cow. But seeing her son's proud look, Han's mother also smiled. Now that she has a daughter-in-law who knows how to feel, she knows how beautiful it is. Look at what you said, mother. Not every daughter-in-law is like my daughter-in-law. If I go back earlier, I will miss my daughter-in-law. God loves me, so I have been dragging it on and not going back, and just chose that day to go back. Han Shigwa said. Needless to say, Han's mother said, You are right. If you married Qianqian's cousin, you would definitely not have a good life now. The old Han family has a relative in the town. That is Han's mother's cousin. That is Han Shigwa's aunt. She was visiting relatives at the beginning, so she sprained her leg and was helped by Jiang Qian. It was also a coincidence that Han's mother's cousin lived not far from Lao Wang's house. Before the busy farming season this year, Han's mother went to visit relatives again and heard from her cousin about the excitement at the Wang family. Who in the area doesn't know that the Wang family has married a daughter-in-law? She eats everything and does everything well. She says she has a job, but she takes all the money she earns back to her mother's home. That's fine, but after she gets home from work, she doesn't do any work and just waits for her mother-in-law to serve her. She's not happy when her mother-in-law says a few words and she says 3 more words, so that on New Year's Day, she was beaten up by several ants. This excitement made the neighbors eat melons very happily. The soldier's wife is really something. She actually introduced you to such a person. Isn't this a disaster? It's thanks to your good luck. Otherwise, if you let such a person come in, it would be another Li Xia. Han's mother complained. The soldier's wife is Jiang Xiaogu. After going to her aunt's house to listen to the excitement outside, Han's mother was really scared. She couldn't help but complain to Jiang Xiaogu. What kind of thing did she introduce? It was because I trusted her that I arranged this marriage. And this is the result? It's not my aunt's fault. She wanted to introduce her niece to me because she had high hopes for me. Besides, Qianqian was still studying at that time. Otherwise, she would definitely introduce Qianqian. Han Shigwa said. Han's mother was not really surprised. After all, later on, Aunt Jiang also tried her best to facilitate the marriage of her niece, which showed that she was really satisfied with her son. Mom, you haven't really gotten along with my wife yet. My wife is a very particular person. She likes cleanliness very much. You have to go along with her. Han Shigwa stopped talking about those things and started to get to the point. Han's mother rolled her eyes at him. Are you not satisfied with being clean? Are you going to be like your eldest sister-in-law, who is so lazy that she makes the house look like a pigsty? I can't stand it. I'm really fed up with your eldest sister-in-law. How can a woman be so dirty? She doesn't even take a shower in the hot weather. Even if we are farmers, Don't we have to clean ourselves and our homes? You are so lazy that you go out and gossip with others all day long. Fortunately, we are separated now. Compared with such an older daughter-in-law, Han's mother came today and saw that her younger son's house was clean.
Don't you say how satisfied she was.
I'm not afraid that you can't stand my daughter-in-law's living habits. I'm not dissatisfied.
Han smiled.
His daughter-in-law loves cleanliness, but he is basically the one who cleans the house. I won't be uncomfortable, and I won't interfere with how you live. Anyway, I will eat what I eat, wear what I wear, and use what I use. If you need my help, I will help you. You can figure out the rest by yourselves. I don't care.
Han's mother said.
With his mother's words, Han Shurgwa felt relieved. Okay, mother, just do it like this. Han's mother rolled her eyes at him and said, okay, well it's still early, I'll go out for a walk. When Jiang Qian brought Zhang Xiaozhen back from Mian Yuji's place, she saw her mother-in-law chatting with Gao Cui. Secretary Jiang, you are so lucky. Now that you are pregnant, your mother-in-law actually came all the way to serve you. Gao Cui said in a somewhat sarcastic tone. This young wife is really like a capitalist. She stews meat and drinks soup at home every day. Now that she is pregnant, she has brought her mother-in-law and needs to take care of her. What's the difference between her and the capitalist landlords in the past? Jiang Qian is no longer the same as when she first came. She was polite before, but now she is not ambiguous at all. He smiled and glanced at her. Of course not. I have a perfect mother-in-law, 1 in a million, the kind you may not find even in 10,000. Sister-in-law, it's useless for you to envy me. You don't have my fate. Gao Cui. Mom, let us go back. Jiang Qian said with a smile.
Okay.
Han's mother went home with her daughter-in-law. Why are you so proud? You just rely on your man's ability, your beauty, and your knowledge of foreign language translation. What's so great about that? Gao Cui spat as soon as the person left. Jiang Qian didn't care about Gao Cui's expression. After bringing Han's mother and Zhang Xiaozhen back, Han Shurgwa immediately brought them a glass of warm water. Jiang Qian smiled and gave him a glare, then handed it to her mother-in-law first. Han's mother smiled and said, Mom, I'm not thirsty, just drink it. Jiang Qian then gave it to Zhang Xiaozhen, who smiled and shook her head, Aunt-in-law, you drink it, I'll pour it myself. After drinking the water, Jiang Qian introduced herself to Han's mother. Mom, the person you were just chatting with is the family member of Deputy Battalion Commander Gao. Her name is Gao Cui. She is one of the 3 notorious cobblers in our family compound, and she loves to gossip about other people the most. Han's mother smelled the gunpowder smell of her daughter-in-law's criticism of Gao Cui and smiled and said, she is an unusual person. You can tell as soon as you hear her open her mouth. She is exactly the same as Zhang Lao's family in our village. Zhang Lao's family? Zhang Chodan? Han Shurgwa asked. Yes, don't even mention the wife that Zhang Chodan, who used to play with you, married. If she heard that there was a commotion 20 miles away, she would drop her work and rush over to inquire. Whatever went into her ears was as small as a sesame seed, but once it passed through her stomach, it would be as big as a watermelon. She loves to make rumors and stir up trouble. 2 years ago, your 8th uncle's daughter-in-law was almost driven into jumping into the river because of rumors she spread. Fortunately, her husband was worried and followed her out, so he quickly fished her out when he found her. I heard that someone tried to jump into the river 2 years ago. Was it from Hanjiadan? Jiang Qian was stunned. She had really heard about this. The 5-Star Brigade also has a loudspeaker, and what happened in Hanjiadan was also reported to the 5-Star Brigade. At that time, it was the neighbor's aunt who heard it from the village loudspeaker and gossiped with her mother, and she followed along and listened. Yeah, you still have to call her sister-in-law, but you obviously have nothing to do with her. But in the mouth of that rascal, it's like you were slapped on the ace and flirted with her, and it's so convincing. There were more dirty words afterwards, such as hiding in straw piles and groves. Han's mother had nothing to say, but the meaning was also very clear. Didn't you go over to teach her a lesson?
Han Shurgwa frågade.
Yes, She had a fight and was pinned to the ground and beaten by her aunts and sisters-in-law from her mother's family. A lot of her hair was pulled out and her face was swollen. I heard that she had to lie in bed for several days. Han's mother felt relieved when she talked about this. She was watching at the time, and she couldn't believe how badly she was beaten. Jiang Qian said, "It's exactly the same." Before, Shirgwa was too busy to go back to get married, so they made up dirty rumors about Shirgwa, saying that he had something to hide. Han's mother's face suddenly turned black. This shameless rascal. How dare she make up such a rumor? Also, it said that Shirgwa is Qin Shimi who abandoned his wife, and he kicked out his wife who had been engaged to him for 3 years after he met me and was bewitched by me. Han's mother. They are bored, right? They are bored. Jiang Qian agreed deeply. If they had a few acres of land to cultivate, they wouldn't be so idle. When you live here for a while, you will know who they are. Han Shirwa shook his head. Han's mother nodded. Don't worry, I know what they are like. Han Shirwa knew that his mother was a wise old lady and said with a smile, "It's getting late. You and Xiaozhen should wash up and go to bed early. I will take you to the market to familiarize yourself with it tomorrow morning." Okay, you should go to bed early too. Han Shirwa went to wash up with his wife and then went back to the room to rest. Of course, he didn't go to bed so soon. After lying down, Han Shirwa kissed his wife and then said softly, "Are you not used to having Mom and Xiaozhen in the house all of a sudden? It's impossible to say that you're used to it. There were originally 2 people and now there are 4 people. The originally spacious house is a little cramped, but Jiang Qian doesn't care about this. These are all small things. You will get used to them slowly. She has to go to work every day and she is only at home when she goes to and from work, so it really doesn't matter." What she wanted to ask was, "Have you talked to Mom about taking care of the child in the future?" I told Mom and she assured me that she would help us take care of the child until the child can go to the nursery and then go back. But if we have another child by then, she will not go back and will continue to help us take care of the child. Han Shirwa said with a smile. Jiang Qian couldn't help but feel grateful. Although her mother-in-law had also helped her eldest daughter-in-law take care of the child before, and now she just treats her equally, it's also because her mother-in-law is kind and she is willing to help, so of course she is grateful. Han Shirwa also talked about his mother-in-law's thoughts. Originally, I thought I would bring Mom this time. She also wants to take care of you. Counting the days, my 3rd sister-in-law should be 7 months old now, right? How can my mother have time? Jiang Qian was also moved and said, "That's what I said, but Mother said that when she's free, she can let the eldest and 2nd sisters-in-law take turns to stay at home, and they can also come to take care of the 3rd sister-in-law. The 3rd sister-in-law has no objection. The whole family supports Mother to come to accompany you. But Father said to ask my mother's opinion. If my mother can adapt to this place, let Mother come. But when my mother heard that you were pregnant with twins and needed help, she was very happy, so Mother didn't come." Jiang Qian's heart softened, leaning in his arms and said, "My parents have always loved me very much. Knowing that I am pregnant with twins, they must be worried and concerned. Well, Mother asked me to tell you not to eat too much, just enough." Han Shirwa did not forget to tell his mother-in-law's advice. Jiang Qian smiled, "I know." After saying these things, Han Shirwa asked, "What do you think of Xiaozhen?" "Very good, but let's see later." Zhang Xiaozhen gave her a good first impression. This girl looks very real, with simple and pure eyes, and she is a girl with no ulterior motives. Unlike Han Jieyue, who is cunning and sly at first glance, with more thoughts and tricks than a sieve. But if it is positive, it is okay. It is not a bad thing for a girl to have some tricks. After all, you should be on guard against others, right? But Han Jieyue is full of calculations. She is so young, but her words are harsh and sarcastic. It is really hard for people to have a good impression of her. But Zhang Xiaozhen is really good. It's just that she just came today, and we will see the rest later. Han Shirwa nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you on all these." The wife is the most important, so she will do whatever she wants. Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. Looking at the handsome face of the man, she came over and kissed him. Han Shirwa's eyebrows and eyes softened when his wife kissed him. And this look is what Jiang Qian likes most. But she didn't continue to kiss him, so as not to make him angry. Jiang Qian found a comfortable position and prepared to go to bed. Han Shigua looked at his young wife, with a smile on his lips, and slept with his wife. It is almost the middle of March now, but the weather in the morning is still very comfortable. When Jiang Qian woke up, Han Shigua brought Han's mother and Zhang Xiaojun back from shopping. After Jiang Qian brushed her teeth, breakfast was ready. In the morning, they had bean flour steamed buns. Han Shigua taught Zhang Xiaojun how to make them. He told her the ratio of bean flour to white flour and how to make corn flour steamed buns and sweet potato flour steamed buns. The bean flour steamed buns in the morning were made by Zhang Xiaojun. The staple food is bean flour steamed buns, and the side dish is stir-fried vegetables with lard and some oil residue in it. The vegetables stir-fried in this way taste very fragrant. After Jiang Qian had breakfast, she took her special canvas bag and went out with Han Shigua. Now they all walk, and Han Shigua sent her to the unit before he goes to work. There is nothing to do in the propaganda department today, so everyone starts to slack off. Gu Yunman asked Jiang Qian, "Is your mother-in-law here? How come you are so well informed?" Jiang Qian was surprised. Gu Yunman smiled. "Yesterday, Shigua took your mother-in-law and niece to the bathhouse and met Changzheng. He came back and told me." Jiang Qian smiled, and Gu Yunman was a little worried about her. "You won't get along with your mother-in-law, will you?" Gu Yunman herself is very resistant to creatures like mother-in-law. Although she has a son who will become a mother-in-law in the future, she will definitely keep a good distance from her future daughter-in-law. It shouldn't be a big problem. My mother-in-law is a good person. She is an old lady with wisdom in life. If Han's mother was not good, Jiang Qian would not have time to avoid her. So how could he provoke her? That's good. Gu Yunman was also happy for her. How many mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pairs can you meet a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who can get along well? This is very rare. After Han Shigua and Jiang Qian went to work, Han's mother did not stay at home for long. When you first arrive, shouldn't you go out and take a look? You should always have an idea of who lives around you and what kind of neighbors you have. She said to her granddaughter, "Xiaojun, you clean up the house, and Grandma will go out for a walk." "Okay, Grandma, just go, and leave the house to me," Zhang Xiaojun replied. After Han's mother went out, she came to the courtyard where the military wives liked to gather the most. Some military wives had never seen her before, and when they saw that the old lady was a strange face, of course they had to ask about it. After asking, they found out that it was the mother of Battalion Commander Han, who came to take care of her daughter-in-law. Of course, they were very welcome and enthusiastically pulled Han's mother to sit down and chat. "Aunt, you are so lucky to have such a promising son like Captain Han. He is the youngest and most powerful general in our camp, along with Captain Liu. Isn't it? He dares to fight and work hard. He is really amazing. But if you ask me, the most amazing one is not Captain Han. Officer Jiang is the real, amazing one." The military wives all praised Han Shigua, who took the first place in the last assessment. After praising Han Shigua, they praised Jiang Qian. Especially Jiang Qian. The military wives had something to say. Captain Han is really lucky to marry a daughter-in-law like Officer Jiang. I have never seen a daughter-in-law more amazing than Officer Jiang. Who said it wasn't? In our family compound, I don't admit defeat to anyone, but I am really convinced by Officer Jiang. Really nothing to say. Originally, Han's mother was confused. What did her daughter-in-law do to make them look envious and admired? When they learned from them, Jiang Qian, the daughter-in-law, could actually do English translation. She was an official translator of the provincial library and could earn more than 100 yuan a month, not counting her salary from the propaganda department. If the two salaries were added together, it was almost twice the salary of Han Shigua, the battalion commander. The old lady was stunned. "What? When did this happen? Aunt, don't you know?" Su Fenglian said. "I don't know. They didn't tell me." Han's mother was stunned. "Are you kidding me?" Su Fenglian smiled and said, "We are kidding, Aunt. Ask the compound. Who doesn't know about this? Qian is an official translator of the provincial library and can earn more than 100 yuan a month in translation fees." Han's mother was really stunned. She could feel that they were not kidding. This must be true. The daughter-in-law could actually make so much money. This is more than what her son makes. And do you also find it hard to believe? To be honest, we also couldn't believe it when we heard it, but we specifically inquired about it. We asked Secretary Jiang, but Secretary Jiang was unwilling to say. A military wife could hardly hide her envy. Su Fenglian smiled and spoke for Jiang Qian. Secretary Jiang has always been like this. Have you ever seen her proud of anything? She never shows off. If Song Zhaodi hadn't reported her that time, how would we know that she would? What, report? Han's mother was still in shock and was frightened when she heard the word report belatedly. Su Fenglian and others hurried to explain to her, "Don't worry, Aunt, it's okay. The organization has investigated it clearly, and Director Jiang is innocent. He is helping the country to translate foreign information and doing things for our country." Han's mother breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, "The Jiang family and our Han family are all ordinary people with good roots. We are not afraid of investigation. I know, the organization has investigated it clearly. Now Director Jiang is often asked by the leaders to drive over to help. It is a unique treatment for military wives in the family compound. It's really amazing." Listening to their praise, Han's mother wanted to be low-key, but her daughter-in-law's strength did not allow it, and she couldn't suppress her mouth. Oh my goodness, her daughter-in-law got a job as soon as she came here, and she thought it was amazing. But her daughter-in-law can actually do that foreign translation? But let's not talk about this for the time being. Han's mother asked about the rumors about her son and daughter-in-law Chen Shimi being A, and she also wanted to help clarify the matter. Although it was all in the past, it was something that everyone was willing to rehash, and it was not bad to listen to it again. Moreover, Han's mother's explanation was much clearer than Han Shigua and Jiang Qian's. The old lady was also very good at talking about these family matters, and her descriptions were vivid and fascinating. After hearing this, everyone said, "Don't worry, Auntie. We didn't believe the rumors spread by those 3 cobblers in the first place. Yes, don't we know who Captain Han and Officer Jiang are? Those 3 cobblers are troublemakers. You don't know, Auntie, but last year a young nurse was nearly forced to death by Song Zhaodi." When Han's mother heard this, she hurriedly said, "What happened? Why did she force someone to death? Was it such a big deal?" Everyone also liked this old lady who could chat well with them, and she also vividly recounted the incident last year when Song Zhaodi made a big scene in the hospital and forced the intern nurse to almost cut her wrists to prove her innocence. Thanks to the timely rescue, otherwise it would be a sin. The young nurse was only 18 years old, and her life almost ended at this flower-like age. This is really a disaster. Who says it's not? I saw the young nurse dating someone the other day. Her boyfriend is from the logistics department, a handsome guy. I heard that they have met his parents and are preparing to get married. Really? Of course, only Song Zhaodi thinks that a woman has to think about her battalion commander Wang. It's so funny. Han's mother came here to stay for a whole morning and got more intelligence than Jiang Qian had lived here for several months. When she came back from work at noon, she listened to her mother-in-law gossiping while eating. After hearing a lot of things that Jiang Qian didn't know, although Jiang Qian was not very interested in these things, she was still very supportive. Really? I didn't expect that I would not know these things because I have to go to work. After talking for a while, Han's mother said, Qian, how are you so amazing? You can even be a translator for foreign countries. They say that you earn more than Shigua, the battalion commander. Aunt-in-law is so amazing. Zhang Xiaozhen said in shock. In her heart, her uncle was already amazing, but this beautiful and gentle aunt-in-law in front of her earned more than her uncle? Jiang Qian laughed. If Shigua and others go on missions, they will also get bonuses and allowances no less than me. You're still amazing. He earns his life for money, but you can do it at home. You earn money purely by writing. Han's mother praised. Since ancient times, those who can make a living with a pen are particularly educated and talented. Han's mother admires people like this. Jiang Qian smiled. So this makes her mother-in-law admire her a little? Han Shigwa came back from work in the evening, and his mother said to him, Qian is still working as a translator.
How come you didn't tell me?
My daughter-in-law earns more than you battalion commanders, and I have to hear it from others. When he heard his mother say this, Han Shigwa couldn't help but raise his lips and pretended to be calm. How did you know? My daughter-in-law doesn't like to show off these things. I heard it from the military wives in the family compound. They were all very envious and convinced that Qian could make this money. Han's mother was full of smiles. She knew it clearly from the military wives. Originally, her daughter-in-law didn't tell anyone, but a cobbler came to the house and saw it. He was a guy with long hair and short knowledge, and he reported her. Only then did people outside know that her daughter-in-law was doing this. And the specific amount of money, people outside still don't know until now, but some people know that the identity of the library translator earns more than 100, so they estimated it. But Han's mother is particularly satisfied with her daughter-in-law's tight mouth. Han Shigwa smiled and whispered, I'm telling you, Mom, don't tell anyone else about this. Why would I tell you that? Han's mother said. Han Shigwa was a little proud. My wife can earn 35 a month from her job, and this translation job can earn 120 or 30 a month, so in a month, she can probably earn 150 or 160. 100 and 560? You only make 70 a month. Han's mother widened her eyes. Her daughter-in-law was so capable. Of course not. Han Shigwa looked proud of having a. My wife told me not to work too hard and to focus on my health. She said that supporting the family is not just my job. She is the mistress of the family, and she will share the burden with me. She even said that if one day I don't want to stay in the army and want to retire, she will support me. She said that even if I don't have a job, she is willing to support me and won't look down on me. Speaking of these sweet words, Han Shigwa's mouth corners are harder to suppress than AK. Of course, he will not let his wife support him. This is impossible. But these words are too heartwarming. Han Shigwa talked about the trip to the provincial capital shopping again. She said I was reluctant to treat myself well. When I came here last winter, she bought me a woolen sweater, a new pair of shoes, a new belt, everything inside and outside, even a scarf, and spent a lot of money on me. She didn't spend a penny on herself.
She spent all that money on me.
When I came back from the mission this time, she was afraid that I would lose out, so she stewed meat for me, stewed chicken and old duck soup for me, saying that they were nourishing and asked me to eat them. I said there was no need for that. She said I didn't know how to take care of my body. Now that I'm young, nothing will happen. I'll know when I'm old, but she doesn't want me to have anything when I'm old, so she wants to nourish me more. Han's mother, as a real mother, sighed after hearing what her son said. Because she really didn't love Han's father so much. It's not that she didn't love him, but she didn't have such an awareness at all. Generally, she treated Han's father like an old cow. Of course, she is also a horse, and everyone is a cow or a horse. But she is not the only one like this. Everyone is like this. Marry a man to get clothes and food. This is a very real thing. Otherwise, why would you marry someone? Isn't it good to live alone? A daughter-in-law like this will directly tell her husband, if you don't want to work anymore, just rest at home. I will support you. This is impossible. And since he has spent so much money, there is no need to even think about it. You are more blessed than your father and your elder brother. No, you are more blessed than most other men. Han's mother couldn't help but sigh. Really, she has never seen a daughter-in-law who loves her man so much. It is really eye-opening that a woman can be so willing to spend on her husband. If it were her, even if she could make money, she would not be so willing. It's all about the same. Han Shigwa raised the corner of his mouth. Han's mother smiled and glanced at her son. You are so big and strong, but you can still have such luck. But I tell you, you have to cherish the blessings you have, don't you know? If you dare to let me know what you do outside to let Qian down, I will skin you alive. Skinning you is a small matter, but I guess you will lose your wife completely, and you will cry to death then. Don't think she doesn't know. She just came here today and heard a little gossip. Some will go out to mess around. Not all soldiers are good soldiers. This is to warn her son not to be led astray by others, to cherish the people in front of him. Han Shurgwa smiled. How is that possible? I have my wife. I won't change her even if a fairy comes to Earth. In this life, he only wants a wife, and he will only live a good life with his wife. Han's mother also understands the personalities of her two sons. The eldest son will not do that. Although he had said harshly before, saying that if Li Xia returned to her parents' home, he would let Widow Zhao come in, but that was all nonsense to scare Li Xia. Not to mention the younger son, who would never do such a thing. So she didn't say much. At this time, Zhang Qian, who had gone out for a walk, also brought Zhang Xiaozhen back. Wash your hands, it's time for dinner. Han's mother smiled.
Okay.
Zhang Qian was also a little hungry. For dinner, they had corn buns, stir-fried vegetables with lard, and fragrant pig's trotters stewed with peanuts. As a pregnant woman, Zhang Qian enjoyed the only pig's trotter. She didn't feel embarrassed because she was pregnant. While eating, she couldn't help but praise Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen, your cooking skills are really good. The pig's trotters are stewed at just the right temperature. This is what Grandma taught me to do. Zhang Xiaozhen smiled. After all, there was no meat in the family for a year. How could she know how to cook it? But she knew it after her grandma taught her. Zhang Qian praised her mother-in-law again. The peanuts are stewed so soft and glutinous that I can eat a bowl of them alone. If I had known, I would have asked Sugar to go back and pick you up earlier. Han's mother was praised with a smile on her face. If you like it, I will often stew it for you later. When I was pregnant with them, I also loved to eat peanuts. I heard from the old doctor that it is especially good to eat more peanuts, sesame seeds, black beans, and soybeans during pregnancy. Xiaozhen and I will go there early tomorrow morning to see if there are any big bones that are free of charge. If there are, we will buy them and stew them with soybeans for you. Thank you, Mother.
I don't know why.
I didn't like it so much before, but after I got pregnant, I really like to see meat. It's all normal. The baby in your belly needs to grow, so of course you have to eat it. When I was pregnant with them, my family was too poor, and your father still tried to get me some good food. But when I was pregnant with Shurgwa, I was treated the best. Your father picked up a few yuan data coins from the old well and recycled them. He exchanged them for dozens of yuan and asked someone to exchange them for an old hen for me. Han's mother said with a smile. Of course, the whole family shared the old hen, but half of it went into her stomach. Not to mention, with the old hen to nourish her, she felt refreshed. Zhang Qian smiled and glanced at Han Shurgwa. You should be more filial to your parents, you know? It was not easy for your parents to raise you in the early years. I am filial. Don't you think so? Han Shurgwa said with a smile. Except that Shurgwa didn't want to get married before. Everything else is perfect. Han's mother also said. Zhang Qian nodded. That's good. If he dared to be unfilial to you, I would not agree. Han's mother was coaxed into a smile and glared at her daughter-in-law. Eat more. These peanuts are also very nutritious.
Okay.
Zhang Qian smiled slightly. If the mother-in-law can be of some help, she will be a great helper. This is Zhang Qian's heartfelt feeling. Since Han's mother came, she doesn't need to take care of all the things at home. Although there was nothing to do originally, Han Shurgwa basically came. He is very good and can do all the work. But with Han's mother coming, she personally washed all the children's things again and exposed them to the sun. And they can eat hot food as soon as they get home, and Han's mother's cooking skills are also very good. This is a bit similar to her mother, Zhou Guoyun. When the big pot meal was in the past, Han's mother also went to help in the kitchen. And Han's mother also loves her. Today, she stewed peanuts with pig's feet, and tomorrow, stewed soybeans with big bones. She also boiled eggs for her, boiled peanuts or fried chestnuts, and fried crispy black beans to take to the office as snacks. For several days, the snacks were never the same. Even Gu Yunlan was impressed. It's rare to have such a good relationship with your mother-in-law. Zhang Qian, who had just finished eating an egg and took out an apple to eat, smiled and said, Don't be envious. You have your mother here to take care of you. Gu Yunlan smiled and looked at Zhang Qian's big belly, and she was a little worried. It's late March now, but in the past half-month, she felt that Zhang Qian's belly has grown a lot. Have you been more restrained in eating? I have been. Jiang Qian looked at her belly. This morning she had eaten 3 sweet potato buns and some vegetables. She just ate an egg and an apple. That's it. Well, she hasn't eaten the fried chestnuts she brought over yet. She will eat them around 10 o'clock. But she is really restrained. And although Han's mother, the mother-in-law, made delicious food in various ways, she also remembered that the amount she brought to her was limited. She didn't dare let her eat too much, just to appease her mouth. If I really let go of my food, I guess I would have to eat twice as much. Do you think my belly is growing too fast? Jiang Qian said, touching her belly. It's mainly because you have such a good appetite. You have to control yourself. Gu Yunlan could only say this, and she didn't dare to tell the truth, for fear of scaring Jiang Qian. It was really much bigger than hers at that time. It's only been more than 4 months, not even 5 months yet. How big will it be later? The later it gets, the bigger it gets. She didn't dare to say it, but Jiang Qian could feel that her belly was growing a little fast. She even thought, could there be more than 2 babies in her belly but 3? But as soon as this thought came out, she rejected it. The probability of twins is very small, not to mention triplets. How could such a low probability event happen to a salted fish like her? Feng Bowen heard them talking about the big belly when he was pouring water. His wife Zhao Xuemei has also passed the morning sickness period, but because of Jiang Qian's big belly as a comparison, Feng Bowen, the new father, is still a little anxious. Officer Jiang, your belly is too big, but my wife, S, is too small. It hasn't grown much these days, and now it's only this big. He gestured, and it was only protruding a little bit, not much bigger than a bowl. Your wife's first trimester is just over. How big do you want her belly to be?
Gu Yunlan said to him.
That's right, not everyone is twins. Chung Miao over there just experienced morning sickness. Yes, she also has symptoms of pregnancy. As Feng Bowen said before, the entire propaganda department is full of pregnancy. Jiang Qian smiled and comforted Feng Bowen. Be calm. Just be normal. Zhao Xuemei also vomited in the first 3 months, not to mention gaining weight. She even lost a lot of weight. This is also a very common pregnancy symptom. It is rare for a pregnancy like Jiang Qian to be normal. This is still pregnant with twins, but she eats well, drinks well, and sleeps well. There is no other problem except that the metabolic burden is a little heavy. Okay. Feng Bowen was effectively comforted, and he asked Qing Miao again, by the way, what's wrong with Xiaolan these days? Why does she take leave every other day and not come to work? Does she not want to work anymore? I don't know. I don't live close to her. Director Zhang said she took sick leave. Qing Miao shook her head. Because she got along better and better with them. Even Gu Xiaolan was a little angry, and now their relationship has become a little distant. But Qing Miao didn't want to talk about her. Could it be that after she made a friend like Gu Xiaolan, she couldn't make other friends? Besides, she had more things to talk about with Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan. Now Gu Xiaolan always liked to talk about what good things she bought recently, and showed off to her. Qing Miao didn't care about those things, and although her family conditions were good, she never spent money like that.
So there was no need to talk about this topic.
Gu Xiaolan took leave every other day recently, but Qing Miao was pregnant and had reactions. She was too busy taking care of herself to ask more about Gu Xiaolan.
Gu Yunlan knew about it.
When Feng Bowen returned, she whispered to Jiang Qian about it, saying, I heard that she has some gynecological problems, so she is resting at home. The last time she went back, her mother complained to her that she had contracted a gynecological disease. She didn't know if Zhao Yushun had done something to let Gu Xiaolan down, so he passed it on to her. Jiang Qian was stunned for a moment. Isn't this normal after pregnancy? It's not a big deal. Because after a pregnant woman becomes pregnant, there is a child with a very fast metabolism in her body, and these have to be excreted through the mother's body, so it is normal to have some problems. Not to mention Gu Xiaolan. Even she would feel a little uncomfortable, but probably because of her good health and strong immunity, she recovered on her own. It's not an ordinary one. It's a gynecological disease related to relationships between men and women. Gu Yunlan whispered. Jiang Qian was puzzled. Could it be that manager Zhao who passed it on? Who else could it be besides him? Gu Yunlan felt that it was Zhao Yushun who passed it on in all likelihood. because Zhao Yushun was not a good person to begin with. And do you know? I just learned from my mom that it was Gu Xian who brought them together. Did your third brother bring them together? Jiang Qian was surprised. Does your third brother know him? Of course, they are good friends. They are so good. Jiang Qian was really puzzled. I saw that your third brother seemed to be very good to Gu Xiaolan. He even picked her up and dropped her off personally before. Why did he turn around and introduce her to someone like this? Isn't this a trap for Gu Xiaolan? Maybe in his eyes, someone like Zhao Yushun is not bad. After all, he is the same kind of person. If he dislikes Zhao Yushun, isn't that like disliking himself? Gu Yunlan had no good feelings for her parents' adopted son. If he is not of her Gu family's bloodline, he is not decent. Look at her biological elder brother and second brother. They are all very promising and capable. There is only this one foreign species, who always looks pretentious, but in fact he is nothing and has no ability at all. Jiang Qian said it was difficult to judge. But she just listened for fun. After all, they were people and things that had nothing to do with her. April came in a blink of an eye. Just as Han Shigwa said, they were very busy. After helping Jiang Qian get this month's translation fee, he went out on a mission. He didn't even have the time to accompany her for the prenatal checkup as originally agreed this Sunday. But Jiang Qian didn't force him to do so. When Sunday came, she asked her mother-in-law, Han's mother, to come with her. The doctor also gave her a detailed examination and asked all the questions he should ask before letting her lie down and listening to the fetal heartbeat. After a long while, the doctor said, "The belly is larger than that of ordinary twins, but this is also related to your good appetite and good absorption. However, the two fetal bellies in your belly are very healthy, and there is no problem. Just don't eat too much later." "Okay, thank you, doctor." Jiang Qian thanked him. Coming out of the hospital, Jiang Qian said, "I don't know if I will be able to give birth when the country is on a mission." Han's mother comforted her, "Don't worry, if I really do, I'll go call for help. There are so many people in the family compound, and we will definitely be able to send you to the hospital to give birth. It's not far away." Jiang Qian nodded. This was the only comforting thing. The hospital was not far from home. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law walked home. Nian Yuji happened to come over and smiled when she saw them. "Where are you going?" "My mother accompanied me to the hospital for a prenatal checkup." Jiang Qian smiled. "How is the baby?" "The doctor said everything is fine, but he told me not to eat too much." Nian Yuji agreed, but she didn't need to say much about this. She brought the clothes she had made for Zhang Xiaojun. It had been more than half a month since the satin was brought over, but things also have a sequence. When Jiang Qian brought it over, the small quilts that Nian Yuji had made for her were not finished, and there were also neighbors who asked her to make clothes and shoes. She was very busy. So Zhang Xiaojun made these 2 sets a little late. But this was also rushed out by working overtime. Jiang Qian also knew that she was busy. "I told you, sister-in-law, don't rush. Why are you rushing to make it?" Nian Yuji smiled and said, "What's the big deal? Ask Xiaojun to try it to see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, I can change it." Jiang Qian called Zhang Xiaojun to come and get the clothes. Because there were 2 sets of underwear for girls, Han's mother, the grandmother, also went into the room to teach her granddaughter how to dress. After she came out of the room, Zhang Xiaojun's face was red. She had never worn such good clothes in her life. Jiang Qian took a look and found that Nian Yuji actually made them too big, but she also knew that it was like this these days. Clothes for children were made bigger. And Zhang Xiaojun was only 15 years old. Because of malnutrition, she was only about 1.5 meters tall and very thin. But after coming here for a while, Zhang Xiaojun's complexion has improved visibly. Because of the limited supply, they could not eat much meat and eggs, so they were all supplied to Jiang Qian first. However, she ate the staple foods such as stewed fish and soup, and she could eat them together. Her dry hair became shiny. "I believe that if she lives here, it will grow taller." Han's mother also praised Nian Yuji. "Your craftsmanship is really amazing." She looked at it. Although it was made in a hurry, the edges and corners were perfect. You can tell at a glance that her skills are very good. There are also 2 sets of underwear for close-fitting wear, which are also made very well. Nian Yuji smiled and said, "It's okay as long as you think it's good." She drank a glass of water that Jiang Qian poured for her, and then went back, because she had to be busy, and there were clothes to be made for others. Change your clothes and rinse them before wearing them, Jiang Qian said to Zhang Xiaozhen. Okay. Zhang Xiaozhen nodded and said with a red face, Thank you, Aunt. You're welcome. Jiang Qian smiled. During the past half-month of getting along, she was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaozhen. When she came, she never made decisions on her own and would ask her if she didn't understand anything. After she taught her how to do something, Zhang Xiaozhen would do it according to her instructions and would never disobey her instructions. Now, she can do any work or anything by herself, and she does it very well. So, if Zhang Xiaozhen is willing, she would like to keep Zhang Xiaozhen to help. It's better to do it today than tomorrow. So Jiang Qian smiled and said, Xiaozhen, are you willing to stay with your aunt and help her? Not for a year or two. Maybe you have to help your aunt take your cousins until they can go to daycare. Zhang Xiaozhen quickly said, Aunt, I am willing to stay and help. Before she came, her parents told her to help her aunt, so Zhang Xiaozhen didn't hesitate at all. Jiang Qian smiled and said, That's good, but your aunt won't let you work in vain. In addition to the food and accommodation at home, your aunt will give you another 80 yuan every year to take home, okay? It's not that she is unwilling to give more, but 80 yuan a year is not a small amount. It's 6.6 yuan a month, but this is based on the premise of providing food and accommodation. And before, when she was teaching in a school, how much did she make a month without food and accommodation? It's not unfair. Han's mother thought it was too much. Why do you need so much? 20 or 30 yuan a year will be enough. How much money did the village get from the brigade in the first year? She knew exactly how much her eldest daughter earned. After deducting the basic food for the family, she could get 20 yuan a year. That was all because the couple worked very hard with their eldest grandson. Zhang Xiaozhen also came back to her senses and said quickly, Aunt, Grandma is right. You don't have to give me so much money. Jiang Qian didn't want to exploit Zhang Xiaozhen, and she didn't think that bringing Zhang Xiaozhen out was a big favor to her, because Zhang Xiaozhen was using her own labor to get her affirmation, doing all the housework and taking care of 2 children later. She didn't come here to eat and drink for free. I also asked her to come because I needed her, so where did such a big favor come from? If Zhang Xiaozhen herself had a grateful heart, she would remember that after coming to her uncle's house, her aunt treated her well, but Jiang Qian didn't care, because once she cared, she would have expectations, and expectations would lead to disappointment. Salted fish like her only wanted a supply and demand relationship, and didn't want to be involved in so many favors and feelings. And how much of her income did the salary paid to Zhang Xiaozhen account for? She wouldn't deduct that little money. Just do as I say. Jiang Qian smiled. Mother Han didn't say anything else, but she privately told her granddaughter, You have to know how your aunt treats you. You have to remember it and work hard, okay? Yeah, I know. Zhang Xiaozhen nodded vigorously. Coming here, she felt like she was dreaming every day. Her aunt never said that she ate too much, and she was worried that she didn't have enough to eat, so she told her to make more. After she came here, she ate well and had enough every day, which was something she had never dared to think about before she came. Her aunt also made new clothes for her, even taking into account the underwear. This time, she asked directly to give the family 80 yuan every year. Before this, how could she dare to think about these things? Was on a mission at the end of March, but he didn't come back for the whole month of April. This is their job, and because of this, he took the opportunity to go back and bring his mother to take care of things. In this way, he can be relieved when he can't come back. In fact, this is true. Although he is not at home, Jiang Qian basically doesn't need to do anything by herself because of Han's mother and Zhang Xiaozhen. She just needs to take good care of herself. April passed and May came. According to the last menstrual period, Jiang Qian's belly is already 27 weeks plus. If she gave birth at 37 weeks like Gu Yunlan, she probably has about 2 months left. But there is no guarantee. Everyone's physique is different, and Jiang Qian has made preparations for early or delayed delivery. In addition, she has basically prepared all kinds of things for giving birth so she can go and give birth at any time, no worries. Jiang Qian, with a big belly, feels that the weather has been really hot since May. Han's mother and the others feel fine, but Jiang Qian is very afraid of heat now and can be woken up by the heat at night. She didn't want to make herself feel uncomfortable, so when Gu Yunlon planned to buy an electric fan and came to her house to ask if she wanted to buy one, Jiang Qian said yes, without hesitation. So, not long after, 2 electric fans were sent by Gu Yunlon and became the first big event in the family compound. Everyone asked how much it cost. Gu Yunlon didn't mean to hide it, 150 yuan not counting the ticket. This really scared everyone. When Han's mother went out for a stroll, Gao Tsuetsue said to her sourly, "Why buy only one? Secretary Jiang gets a salary and some translation fee. You, aunt, come all the way here to serve her. She should buy one for your mother-in-law. Just enjoy it yourself?" "Shut up." Han's mother started to rant. It was not the first time she came. Yunlon came to our house and asked if we wanted to buy an electric fan together. Qianqian wanted to buy 2 directly. I stopped her as soon as I heard it. I didn't want it myself. It's not that my daughter-in-law doesn't want to buy it for me. My daughter-in-law made me 2 new clothes when I came here, and she never regretted eating. She is filial. You'd better stop trying to sow discord, otherwise I will go to your husband Gao to talk to him. Gao Tsuetsue said quickly, "I am just caring about you with good intentions." "Really? Then thank you, but it's not necessary. Keep your kindness to yourself." Han's mother said bluntly. Some people just need to be confronted directly. You can't indulge them. If you indulge them, they will think you are easy to bully and even take advantage of you. Gao Tsuetsue didn't get any advantage and went back with a sullen face. That's a bad behavior. Su Fenglian and Yan Yuji both despised her. Han's mother told Jiang Qian about it when she got home. Jiang Qian was speechless. Gao Tsuetsue was just like a brainless supporting role. She would show up and jump from time to time. But it's good to have a fan. It's much more comfortable to sleep at night. But as her belly is getting bigger and bigger, Jiang Qian is very bulky. The most important thing is that her appetite is really like a bottomless pit. It's really like what Gu Yunlon said. She felt hungry as soon as she put down the bowl. Even if she ate fish, meat, eggs, and other protein-rich foods, she was still hungry very quickly. So boiled peanuts, fried chestnuts, fried pine nuts, and other nuts have become a must. But her belly is still very big, so Han's mother has to send her to work now. When he sent her here that day, he wanted to persuade his daughter-in-law. If you feel uncomfortable, you can stay home and take care of the baby. Jiang Qian smiled. Okay, I won't come to work next month. I'll finish this month. This month is not that hot. It's mainly because she is pregnant that makes her afraid of heat, but she really doesn't plan to come next month. The main reason is that the month is not small, and she has to stay at home to wait for the birth. Han's mother was relieved when she heard it. Her daughter-in-law knew what to do. After arriving at the propaganda department, Han's mother went back. Jiang Qian came to work by herself. She came late. Gu Yunlon, Cheng Miao, and Gu Xiaolan were all there. But Jiang Qian was not late. She just came on time. "Secretary Jiang, your belly is so big. Do you have that ugly stretch mark?" Gu Xiaolan looked at her belly and said with a smile. Gu Yunlon's face pulled. "What do you mean?" Gu Xiaolan smiled. "I didn't ask you. Why are you so anxious? I'm just concerned about Secretary Jiang." She knew that if the belly is too big, some women will grow ugly stretch marks on their belly. Jiang Qian patted Gu Yunlon's hand, looked at Gu Xiaolan and said, "Thank you, Secretary Xiaolan, for your concern. This is what I was worried about, but I didn't grow it." "Don't mention it." She was really worried about growing stretch marks. But I don't know if it's because she ate more black sesame and black beans after she got pregnant, so her skin is particularly good and shiny, and her round belly doesn't grow stretch marks. Gu Xiaolan said again, "Your belly is so big, it will definitely be very loose and ugly after giving birth." This time even Cheng Miao couldn't listen anymore. "Say less. We are all women. We all have to get pregnant and give birth. Why do we have to say such words that specifically poke people's hearts and lungs? Besides, Everyone knows Jiang Qian's character in the past 6 months, and no one has offended her, right? This made Cheng Miao feel that she had made a mistake. How could she make a friend like this and still think she was a good person? No wonder her mother told her to stay away from Gu Xiaolan before, saying that she was cunning and dishonest. Gu Yunlan was about to get angry. Jiang Qian held her back, looked at Gu Xiaolan and said, Gu Xiaolan, whether I get stretch marks or not, whether my belly is ugly after giving birth, that's my own business and has nothing to do with you. I also think I have no grudges against you, but you came here early in the morning and attacked and slandered me in the name of caring about me. What made you angry that you came to the office to pick a fight with me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Gu Xiaolan's face was a little stiff. I didn't mean that. You know whether you mean that or not. We are just ordinary colleagues. Please recognize your position. I don't need you to meddle in my business. If you are angry, don't vent it on me. Have you figured out your own business? Why do you come to meddle in my business? Who knows? You may get stretch marks on your belly in the future, and your belly may be uglier than mine after giving birth. Jiang Qian said bluntly. When Director Zhang and Feng Bowen came in, they saw that the atmosphere in the office was a little tense. Director Zhang, I'm not feeling well. I need to take a leave today. Gu Xiaolan felt isolated and asked for leave directly. Director Zhang was very dissatisfied and looked at her. How about you take a temporary leave and go back to recuperate? The position will be reserved for you. Come back to work after giving birth. Okay. Gu Xiaolan didn't want to work in this class anymore. As soon as she left, Feng Bowen hurriedly asked what happened. Gu Yunlan told him, and Feng Bowen scolded. It has really a wasp's tail, and the heart of a woman is the most poisonous. Director Jiang, don't be influenced by her. I know. Jiang Qian smiled. Feng Bowen said to Cheng Miao again, You are really careless in making friends. Cheng Miao. This time, she couldn't refute it. Don't bother with her. She's not normal. She's like a mad dog. She bites whoever she sees. My third sister-in-law Ping Shui went home for dinner the other day. She was also in a weird mood. I don't know what provoked her. Gu Yunlan said to Jiang Qian. It didn't affect me. Jiang Qian's mentality was very good. Although Gu Xiaolan suddenly went crazy and attacked her, she didn't suffer any loss and bounced back. But what Gu Yunlan said was right. Gu Xiaolan was provoked this time. She was provoked by Peng Shui. Gu Xian was so servile and flattering in front of Peng Shui, but when it came to her, she had to add Gu Xian. In other words, she was 2 levels lower than Peng Shui.
How could she feel good about this?
She found an excuse to quarrel with Xiao Yushun last night. When she went to the office today, she saw Jiang Qian's ruddy complexion and blurted it out. In fact, Jiang Qian didn't defend her. She was just looking for trouble. It was just that Jiang Qian seemed to have a blessed mouth because before Jiang Qian said that, Gu Xiaolan didn't have stretch marks. Including in her previous life, she didn't have any stretch marks. As a result, a few days after she quarreled with Jiang Qian, she found that stretch marks slowly grew on her stomach. Gu Xiaolan. She went back to Mrs. Gu and cried, saying that Jiang Qian cursed her. But Mrs. Gu scolded her in return, because before she said that, Gu Yunlan went back to complain. I teach you how to behave and do things, right? People are fine. Why did they provoke you and you scold them? Mrs. Gu was really rude this time. Jiang Qian has been here for half a year. Everyone knows what kind of personality she has in the past 6 months. It can be said that she never causes trouble and is also generous. The daughter sent so many small clothes, and she turned around and made 2 new clothes for her grandson and granddaughter. Although the fabric was not as much as the small clothes, it was also her intention. She didn't want to take advantage of it. This also shows her character. Now she is pregnant with twins, and for no reason, her daughter said to her that her belly will be ugly after giving birth because of the wrinkles on her belly. We are all women. How can we not hate this? If it wasn't her own daughter, Mrs. Gu would have wanted to slap her.
Gu Xiaolan.
I just care about her. Who knew she would curse me? Shut up. Don't be feudal and superstitious in the army. Mrs. Gu didn't take it to heart at all, but said something heartbreaking, and you may look like your own mother. In one sentence, Gu Xiaolan was directly beaten back to her original form, but Mrs. Gu felt that this was a reasonable guess, because she herself would not be like this. Gu Xiaolan couldn't stay any longer, so she went back crying and scolded all the way. Jiang Qian was not interested in knowing what was going on with her, because she was very happy now. Han Shigua was back after being out for more than a month. After returning from this mission, Han Shigua had become darker and thinner. In fact, all of them were the same. But Han Shigua felt that he was fine. Although he was darker and thinner, he was in good condition. He was worried about his wife. The first thing he did when he got home was to look at his wife from head to toe. He was relieved after seeing that she was fine, but his eyes were also attracted by her big belly. In the more than a month since she was out, her belly had become visibly bigger. "Have you gone for a prenatal checkup?" Han Shigua asked with concern. "Yes, the doctor said the baby is very healthy, but I have a good absorption, so my belly is big." Jiang Qian smiled. The last time he came back from a mission, she was a little embarrassed because she felt a little strange after not seeing him for a while. But this time, she had been married to him for a little longer, and the baby in her belly was getting bigger and bigger. She was always thinking about him coming back early so that he could be with her when she gave birth. Although he couldn't help with the birth of the child, he was always busy around, which made her happy, right? It was because she was thinking about him that she was really happy to see him come back this time. She checked him and found that he was a little darker and thinner, but there was nothing wrong with him. She turned to Han's mother and said, "Mom, go to the market early tomorrow to see if there are any chickens or ducks. If there are, buy one and stew it for Shigua to nourish his body. Also buy a pig's stomach and a few more fish to stew for him to nourish his body." Okay. Han's mother was not a stepmother. The man her daughter-in-law loved was her own son, so she agreed directly. Han Shigua smiled at his young wife, and when his mother and niece were not paying attention, he came over and kissed his wife, then took his clothes and went to take a shower. After washing himself, he came back and the noodles prepared for him were ready, cooked on time. He was also hungry, so he came over to eat noodles, and after eating, he came into the small study to accompany his wife. "Wife, your belly is so big, you can't sit for long," Han Shigua did not forget to say. Jiang Qian said while translating, without raising her head, "I know, I'll get up and walk for 20 minutes. How can she sit still with a big belly? She is not a person who will force herself. She only translates to kill time when she is bored." But now he is back. Jiang Qian finished writing the last point and closed the book. Han Shigua came over quickly to support his wife. Jiang Qian smiled and glared at him. Han Shigua felt really painful when he saw his wife's round little face, so he came over and kissed her. "Go brush your teeth," Jiang Qian said glaringly.
Han Shigua smiled. Okay.
So he went to brush his teeth, and then went back to the room to rest with his wife. He heard Lu Chongjing say that his wife's feet were swollen, sore, and so on after pregnancy, so she needed a massage. So he also learned to give his wife a massage. Jiang Qian let him do it. The man's rough hands gently massaged her. It was a very comfortable thing. And her waist was indeed a little sore, her belly was big, and the burden on her waist was also heavy. After rubbing it, Jiang Qian felt quite comfortable. Although she hadn't seen him for a while, she was now calm and didn't think about it at all. And after a while, she yawned. "I'm going to sleep first." "Okay."
Han Shigua responded gently.
"Don't turn off my fan. It's very hot." Jiang Qian didn't forget to remind her. She was afraid that he would turn off her fan to save electricity. Han Shigua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. Jiang Qian was satisfied and slept on her own without worry. She was very good at sleeping throughout her pregnancy. It's just that now is different from the early pregnancy. Now it's the middle pregnancy. She has to get up 2 or 3 times a night. I believe that mothers who have experienced this know this. At this month, it's really impossible to sleep a full night. Even so, everyone still agrees that pregnancy is the easiest time in the entire process of raising a child. This shows how difficult it is to be a mother. As the saying goes, only when you have children can you understand the kindness of your parents. The next morning, Han's mother took Zhang Xiaojun with her, and the two of them became the first customers of the market. They had to act separately because according to their experience, if they were late, they would not be able to buy many good things, and they would have to buy what others had left. For the same price, of course, they had to choose the best. Zhang Xiaojun went to buy fish, and Han's mother came to the meat stall to ask for a big bone to stew soybeans at home. My daughter-in-law likes to eat those soft soybeans. In addition to the big bones, she also asked for a pig's stomach, pig's intestines, and other pig's offal, as well as big bones, all without tickets. Because of this, there is meat at home every day, and Han's mother will come early to buy big bones to stew at home, or buy pig's intestines, pig's liver, and pig's stomach. Today, she came again to ask for a pig's stomach. After buying the pig's stomach, Han's mother came to see if there were any chickens for sale. The 2 chickens brought from her hometown have been stewed twice after coming here. But chicken is hard to come by. Even in the army, it is only available once. It is not available today. So Han's mother came to find Zhang Xiaojun. Zhang Xiaojun was very happy. "Grandma, we have shrimp today. My aunt loves shrimp the most. She bought it last time, and it was sold out later. But my aunt has always missed the shrimp last time." When Han's mother saw that the shrimp in the basket were still alive and kicking, she smiled and asked, "How much did you buy?" 2 caddies. 2 caddies was about enough. Han's mother nodded and brought her granddaughter to buy vegetables. At this time, a military wife had already come to buy vegetables. "Oh, and you guys came so early? I thought I was early enough." Now Han's mother has more connections in the family compound than Jiang Qian because the old lady is talkative and can chat with anyone. She is also decent, so everyone is still happy to make friends with her. Han's mother smiled and said, "You have to come early to buy it, okay? Go buy it quickly, or it will be gone soon." "Okay, let's talk later." Han's mother bought the vegetables and took her granddaughter home. Along the way, she saw many military wives carrying baskets. The grandparents and grandchildren started to prepare breakfast when they got home. They had corn buns today. They fried some vegetables, cooked a plate of shrimps, and steamed an egg for their daughter-in-law while steaming the buns. This breakfast was very rich. When Jiang Qian and Han Shigua woke up, the fragrant breakfast was ready. "There are shrimps today?" Jiang Qian saw the plate of boiled shrimps and his eyes lit up. Yes, Xiaojun bought it when she saw it. Han's mother smiled. Jiang Qian said to Zhang Xiaojun, "Buy some shrimps whenever you see them for sale." The pure wild river shrimps were as big as her index finger. She fell in love with them after eating them once. "Okay." Zhang Xiaojun agreed, with a smile. The boiled shrimps were especially sweet and fresh, and Han Shigua was also responsible for peeling the shrimp shells. Jiang Qian smiled at him, but did not stop him. Her husband was back, and she was enjoying herself. Han Shigua also liked to serve his wife, and he loved the way his wife was served by him. After a satisfying breakfast, Jiang Qian brought her apples, eggs, and half a box of sesame cakes to work. Han Shigua sent her here and supported his wife carefully. "Wife, will you take a leave later?" Jiang Qian nodded. "I told my mother that I will take a leave after this month's class and come back to work after giving birth." Han Shigua was relieved when he heard it. "I have stockpiled 13 cans of milk powder now, which is definitely not enough. You have to find someone to help buy some more." Jiang Qian said again. If she could breastfeed, she would definitely choose breastfeeding, but there is no guarantee that she would not have milk at that time. Gu Yunlan is the best example. But if she feeds milk powder, the consumption is amazing. 13 can seem like a lot now, but if you really need to use the milk powder, it will probably take more than a month or 2. "Okay, leave this to me." Han Shigua nodded in agreement. After coming to the unit, Jiang Qian waved and came in. Gu Yunlan was late today, with an indelible tiredness between her eyebrows. The beauty's devastated look made Jiang Qian laugh every time he saw her, and teased her. "You've been tired." Gu Yunlan laughed and scolded. "Go away." She felt a little embarrassed, but what could she do? Lu Changzheng was always like that. It really made her tired, but she also enjoyed it very much. Ahem. Gu Yumon began to change the subject. Battalion Commander Ma and Battalion Commander Wang are going to be promoted to Deputy Regiment Commanders. Jiang Qian smiled and said, "What's the matter? Isn't it normal? They are both excellent officers. Old Ma's promotion is indeed expected, but I thought Battalion Commander Wang would continue to be stuck." Gu Yumon said, "I heard from Shirgua that he should have been promoted last year." Jiang Qian said, "Don't think that Han Shirgua and Lu Changzheng are the only ones fighting in the camp. In fact, whether it is Ma Zhonghua or Wang Aigua, they have been fighting hard in the past few years. No matter how difficult the task is, they will face it head-on without fear, because as a farmer's son, without background or backing, they have only one way to go if they want to go further." Han Shirgua is the same, including Lu Changzheng. Although he has become the son-in-law of the Gu family, he is unwilling to rely on his father-in-law. He wants to rely on his own strength, because only in this way can he stand up straight in the Gu family. It is precisely because they dare to fight that they formed a 4-member death squad. They have completed more than one very dangerous mission together outside, and they have entrusted their lives to each other, so they have also established a very close comradeship. Because Wang Aigua is capable enough, he was originally the first to be promoted when the time came, but because his family was too noisy, he was also criticized. Last year, he got stuck and didn't get promoted smoothly. It wasn't until this year that he got promoted with Ma Zhonghua. But he got promoted smoothly after all, which is a good thing. Gu Yumon got the news first, but Nian Yuji and the others didn't get it so quickly. After knowing the good news, Nian Yuji was very happy. She came to find Han's mother, "Auntie, don't prepare Shirgua's portion for tomorrow's dinner. I asked someone to exchange meat tickets today. I'll go buy more meat tomorrow and invite them to come to our house for a good meal." Han's mother is now a know-it-all in the family compound. Of course, she also knows that Ma Zhonghua has been promoted. She smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll agree to Shirgua's offer, and I have to say congratulations to you."
Haha. Thank you, Auntie.
Nian Yuji smiled heartily, chatted with Han's mother for a while, and then went back. The next day, Han Shirgua and Lu Changzheng took Jiang Qian and the things that Gu Yumon asked them to bring to the old Ma's house for dinner. Wang Aigua also came and brought a bottle of wine. A few people got together and had a good meal. This time, Ma Zhonghua and Wang Aigua were promoted to deputy group leaders, and Song Zhaodi unexpectedly wanted to treat them. How could Wang Aigua dare to think of this? After coming back from eating at Ma's house and hearing what Song Zhaodi said, he almost didn't react. "What's that expression on your face? Don't you agree?" Song Zhaodi couldn't help but ask. Wang Aigua pulled the corner of his mouth. "No. Are you serious?" He had eaten at Ma Zhonggua's house, had eaten at Han Shirgua's house, and had been treated to dinner outside by Lu Changzheng. Only he had never treated them. Of course, he never ate and drank for free, and he never went there empty-handed. But in fact, Wang Aigua also wanted to host at home and invite his brothers to come to his house for some fun. During the Chinese New Year, he saw Han Shirgua and Jiang Qian make their homes so lively in the first year, and today he saw Ma Zhonggua's home so festive, and he was very envious. But how could he dare to expect this from his family? He didn't even dare to think about it. "I'm serious," Song Zhaodi said. "Just tell me whether you will treat or not. If you do, I will go find someone to exchange meat tickets." Wang Aigua glanced at her. "Are you sure? How many times do you want me to say it? If you don't treat, forget it." Song Zhaodi was not very willing to do it in the first place, and this time she heard those military wives muttering behind her back, saying that's such a good thing, but they didn't even treat them, and it's no wonder that the couple has no feelings for each other. Song Zhaodi didn't take the other words seriously, but she took the last sentence to heart. She still wanted to get Wang Aigua's praise for her. So she was willing to treat. "You don't have to find someone to exchange meat tickets. I'll go. I'll also buy the vegetables for tomorrow," Wang Aigua said. Song Zhaodi couldn't help but remind her, "Don't buy so much." "I know," Wang Aigua replied, and he went out directly. Come to inform Han Shirgua, Ma Zhonghua, and Lu Changzheng, not only them but also a few good people under his command, to come to the house for a gathering. This is simply the sun rising from the west. Nian Yuji even came to ask Jiang Qian, did Lao Wang come to invite Shirwa? To say that we should go to his house for dinner tomorrow?
Yes.
Jiang Qian smiled. It didn't rain red today. Why is it so rare? Jiang Qian smiled. Although she had completely blacklisted Song Zhaodi, Han Shirwa and Wang Aigua were friends for life and death, and she would not interfere with the friendship between men. So if you want to eat, just go and eat. But the dinner there was indeed unexpected. When she came to work the next day, Gu Yunlan was still full of imagination. Song Zhaodi's temperament suddenly changed drastically. She actually agreed to set up a table for dinner. She didn't want to poison them, did she? Jiang Qian laughed. How is that possible? Song Zhaodi was not crazy, and if she was crazy, Wang Aigua would not be crazy. Gu Yunlan just muttered a few words, saying, I hope they can have a peaceful meal. Don't say it. It came true. During this meal, Song Zhaodi threw Wang Aigua's face to the ground and trampled on it. Originally, because Song Zhaodi asked him if he wanted to treat her, Wang Aigua was still wondering if he had changed his personality. So he was very happy. After confirming again and again, he told his brothers and asked someone to exchange meat tickets and egg tickets. He went to buy meat and vegetables in person early the next morning. After leaving some for his wife and children, he had already planned what other dishes to cook. There were 3 pounds of pork belly, which was used to stew a braised pork. This pork belly was definitely enough. The 5 or 6 ribs he bought were stewed with potatoes, and a pot of meat dish that was presentable was also stewed. The 2 fat grass carps weighed 11 pounds in total, which could be used to make pickled fish. There were also eggs, which could be used to make a dish of leek fried eggs. There were also several other vegetarian dishes such as stewed cabbage, 3 fresh vegetables, and so on. Because of the limited meat tickets, it was not possible to make such a rich meal, but it was also presentable. This was also arranged by Wang Aigua. As a result, when he got off work in the evening and came back with a group of comrades, the dishes that Song Zhaodi served were about 1 pound of braised pork. In the pot of pork ribs stewed with potatoes, there were about 3 or 4 pieces of pork ribs, and the rest were all potatoes. The amount of pickled fish was also reduced by half. The 2 pounds of eggs reserved for stir-fried leeks disappeared, and there was only the stewed cabbage with clear soup. Wang Aigua's face couldn't hold it back at that time, but he was still calm. There are still dishes not ready. Everyone sit down first. Han Shirwa, Ma Zhonghua, and Lu Changzheng, as well as the other 3 comrades, smiled and took their seats. However, Han Shirwa and the other 3 knew Wang Aigua best. They looked at the dishes on the table and knew that their brother would not hold back this time. But they also tried their best to maintain their brother's face. No one was in a hurry to eat, so they chatted first. Wang Aigua came out to search the kitchen and wanted to cook it himself, but Song Zhaodi had already prepared for this trick and couldn't find it at all. After suppressing his anger immediately, Wang Aigua asked Song Zhaodi in a low voice what was going on. Song Zhaodi was very dissatisfied. She allowed him to treat and supported him to treat, but it was not the way to treat, right? 3 pounds of pork belly, 6 large ribs, 2 large grass carps weighing more than 10 pounds, and more than a dozen fried eggs. Oh my God! Even the old landlords didn't dare to eat like this before. How could she treat so many things to eat? Wang Aigua was so angry that his forehead was throbbing, but he suppressed his temper and said patiently, "It's just this meal. There won't be a second time in the next 1 or 2 years. Hurry up and take out all the food and cook it."
No.
Song Zhaodi just said this, and she regretted it so much. If she had known, she would not listen to those women. Treating a meal required her to spend so much money. Go and take it out. Wang Aigua warned in a low voice. Song Zhaodi refused to take it, saying that it was enough. What else did she want? Seeing that she was still stubborn, Wang Aigua could no longer suppress his anger and slapped her in the face. No matter how shrewish Song Zhaodi was, how could she withstand a slap? She was slapped to the ground and burst into a huge cry. "I won't live anymore, I won't live anymore. My husband wants to kill his wife for a treat." Han Shirwa and others in the room were stunned by the noise for a while, and they hurried out after they reacted. They saw Wang Aigua like an erupting volcano, and Song Zhaodi was like a bug. rolling on the ground 3 times left and 3 times right, shouting, "I won't live anymore. My husband wants to kill me." This is her unique skill. It is the most terrifying move for Han Shirgwa and other men. But Wang Aigwa couldn't suppress it anymore today and wanted to punch and kick, but of course he failed and was stopped by Han Shirgwa and others. Because they were angry, Han Shirgwa and his men quickly dragged Wang Aigwa away and asked the neighbors who were watching outside to go in and persuade Song Jiaodi. In the end, the meal was naturally not eaten. Jiang Qian came to the nursery with Gu Yunlan after work today to pick up the twins. Mingming and Shuang are 4 years old this year and can go to the nursery. They are also very sensible and adapt well here. No one can bully them at all. After picking them up from school, they also learned from Gu Yunlan, their mother, and Jiang Qian, their aunt, what happened in the nursery today. There were other children who wanted to bully them, but they were suppressed by the 2 siblings. They beat the other children to tears. Gu Yunlan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she also said, "If others bully you, you don't need to be polite, but if others play with you well, you can't bully others, understand?" Of course we know. They are very civilized and polite. Unless they encounter something like today, they won't hit people. Auntie, when the younger brother and sister are born, send them to the nursery. We can play with them and won't let anyone bully them. Shuang said. Mingming nodded. That's right. Okay, when they are born and are as old as you, we will send them to the nursery. Jiang Qian smiled. The brother and sister were looking forward to hearing this. They would not go home today, but would come to Han's house with their mother for dinner. Because Lu Chongzheng and Han Shirgwa went to Lao Wang's house for dinner, Jiang Qian asked Gu Yunlan not to cook, and the 3 of them could just come here to eat together. "Aunt, sorry to bother you," Gu Yunlan said to Han's mother with a smile. "Why bother you? It's just the right time to have some fun." Han's mother smiled. The old lady knew that Gu Yunlan had given so many small clothes, all of which were finely made. Although she also knew that her daughter-in-law had sent back several sets of new clothes, Han's mother also felt that Gu Yunlan was really willing to give.
Hello, Grandma Han.
Hello, Sister Xiaozhen. The twins were very polite and came to greet Han's mother and Zhang Xiaozhen. Mother Han smiled and said, "Hello Mingming and Shuang, are you hungry? Wash your hands and let's eat." Zhang Xiaozhen also smiled and brought out the rice and the dishes that were prepared. Wow, it smells so good. Mingming and Shuang's eyes lit up. This is too rich. Gu Yunlan smiled. It was very rich, with pig intestines fried with pickles, pig liver fried with celery, stewed fish, scallion fried eggs, sour potatoes, and cabbage stewed with oil residue. Every dish exuded a fragrance. Mother Han smiled and served rice to the twin brother and sister, 1 bowl for each, and if it was not enough, she would add more. She originally wanted to feed them, but the brother and sister said that they didn't need to be fed. "Grandma Han, we can eat by ourselves." Gu Yunlan also said to Mother Han, "Annie, you eat. They have already learned to eat by themselves. Let them be self-sufficient." "Okay, whatever you want to eat, just ask Grandma Han to pick it for you," Mother Han said with a smile.
Grandma Han, you eat.
"I'll ask my mom to serve me some." "Yes, Grandma Han, you don't have to worry about us." The brother and sister are so well-behaved and easy to take care of. Jiang Qian smiled and said to Han's mother, "It would be great if the 2 babies in my belly were as easy to take care of as them." Han's mother said, "Yes, yes. You have such a good personality, and the second child's personality is not bad either. No matter which one of you, it can't be wrong." The meal started like this. Seeing the brother and sister trying hard to eat, Han's mother liked them more and more. Yunlan served them more fish. Children are smart when they eat fish.
Okay.
Gu Yunlan smiled and couldn't help but praise, "Did you stew this fish, or did Xiaozhen stew it? It's so delicious." It's not a compliment, it's really delicious. It was stewed by Xiaozhen. The fish I stew always has a fishy smell, but Qian taught Xiaozhen, and now Xiaozhen can stew fish like this. I also think it tastes very good. Han's mother smiled. There is nothing you can't do. Gu Yunlan admired Jiang Qian very much. Jiang Qian smiled. If you praise me again, I will be proud. Mom, pork liver, I want to eat pork liver. It smells so good. Mingming shouted. I want some too. Shuang was not willing to be left behind. Okay. Gu Yunlon smiled and served them some, and scooped some cabbage soup for them to pour over the rice. The cabbage soup stewed with oil residue was full of oil and gas, and poured over the rice made the rice slippery and delicious, with a hint of cabbage's sweet taste. The twins were very satisfied with the meal. Gu Yunlon also liked the Han family's food, whether it was pig intestines or fried pork liver. She liked them all. Jiang Qian also liked fried pork liver, and she had to eat some pork liver to supplement iron at this stage. While eating, she saw Han Shigua and Lu Chongzheng, and the others came back. Lu Chongzheng knew that the three of them, mother and son, were coming here to eat today, so he came with Han Shigua. Didn't you go to Aigua's place to eat? Why are you back? Did you forget to take anything? Gu Yunlon asked. I can't eat. Lu Chongzheng shook his head helplessly. What do you mean? Jiang Qian asked Han Shigua. Han Shigua also looked helpless, but he also told the whole story. Hearing that it was Song Zhaodi who pretended to obey but secretly withheld the ingredients prepared by Wang Aigua and hid them from being cooked, Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlon's expressions were. Even the knowledgeable Han's mother was stunned. There is such a thing? This is really rare. That person is Song Zhaodi, and it's not surprising that she does anything. Gu Yunlon said. Han's mother said, Isn't this just throwing her man's face on the ground and stepping on it? Jiang Qian was also speechless. Wang Aigua didn't treat everyone, and no one said anything. No matter whether Han Shigua, Ma Zhonghua, or Lu Chongzheng were treating guests outside, he would not be left out and would definitely be called over. But this time Wang Aigua was promoted to deputy regiment commander, and it was he who took the initiative to invite him. I think he could do this because he discussed it with Song Zhaodi at home. Song Zhaodi didn't object to Wang Aigua's invitation at home. As a result, when her man brought his comrades back for dinner, she actually did such a thing? What's wrong with her brain? What on earth is she doing? Just for that little thing. She threw her man's face on the ground and trampled on it? Let alone Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlon, Han's mother has lived to this age and has seen countless top-notch women, but most of them are excusable. Because they are so poor, they have to live a frugal life. But some of them, no matter how poor they are, will swell their faces for the sake of face. But Wang Aigua is not poor. His previous salary was not lower than Han Shigua's. Now he has been promoted to deputy regiment commander, and his basic salary can be 80 yuan. Such an income is not low anywhere. Besides, they don't invite guests every day, and they may not invite guests once a year. As a family member, they can still do this. Isn't this deliberately ruining the party? Wang Aigua was completely embarrassed by her doing this. This incident became a big event in the family compound. Although Han Shigua and others did not say a word to the public, when Wang Aigua and Song Zhaodi were making a fuss, the neighbors on both sides also saw it. How could they not know what was going on? There was no way to hide it. Su Fenglian, Li Guifan and others were all mocking and ridiculing Song Zhaodi. In her eyes, her man's face is not as important as those 2 pounds of meat and a few eggs. Who said it wasn't? I also know what kind of person she is, but I really can't figure out how she could do such a thing. It's so funny. This is still a military family after all. It's not like they can't make ends meet. Besides, it's the first time they've treated guests after so many years, and they can still do this. It really broadens my horizons. I've seen people with shallow eyelids, but this is the first time I've seen someone so shallow. That's right. If it were an ordinary person, I would think it was a rumor, but if it were Song Zhaodi, I really don't doubt that she could do this. Everyone was talking about it, all watching the joke. Originally, Wang Aigua was promoted to deputy regiment commander. Although everyone was envious and jealous, they were also convinced. They all knew that the 4 members of their death squad fought hard, and there was nothing to say. As a result, this incident happened. Isn't this an outlet for everyone to vent? So it was very lively. Song Zhaodi couldn't bear these words and threatened to drink pesticide. It was said that she was snatched away in time, otherwise she would have drunk it. But even so, she still went to lie on the bed. Hearing such good news, Galicia and Gao Tsuetsue were in a very good mood. The unhappiness of seeing their best friend's husband get promoted was dissipated a lot. Because they were all good girlfriends, they came to comfort Song Zhaodi, who was lying on the bed with a look of despair. Seeing them coming, Song Zhaodi asked, "Tell me, did I really do something wrong?" Gao Tsuetsue exclaimed, "Oh my God, why do you think so? How could you be wrong? What did you do wrong? Don't listen to their rumors, you are not wrong. If there is anything wrong, it is that you are too frugal, but this is something a good woman can do. What's wrong with it? Their men are extravagant. How can they know how difficult it is for us women?" Galicia continued, "That's right, I have seen everything about your family. If it weren't for you being so diligent and frugal, how could you live today? Wang Aigua is doing well outside, but how can this family live and manage their lives? It all depends on you, the hostess. Because he hit you when he invited guests, I think he should report it to the director of the women's department and let him receive a good education. Men who hit women are useless. He doesn't cherish a good wife like you. He is not grateful." Gao Tsuetsue continued to encourage Li Xia, "Is right. Don't be sad. You have to cheer up. We must have a will as strong as steel. Yes, you have to cheer up. Which couple has not experienced such a small fight? How can you be knocked down? Brave female warrior. We must stand up firmly, and even if it is not for anything else, we have to see the children. They can't live without you." The two of them comforted Song Zhaodi and encouraged her. "It's really effective." Song Zhaodi stood up tenaciously and held their hands. "Thank you for encouraging me and inspiring me so much. You let me strengthen my beliefs in this confused life. It's my blessing to have you. Why are you saying this? We are all good friends. You are being so awkward." Song Zhaodi, who is alive again, went out and confronted Su Fenglian, Li Guifan, and others. The family compound was in chaos again. But Wang Aigua didn't know about this. The day after the quarrel, he took the initiative to take the task and lead the team. Now no one is at the base. Because she is not there, Song Zhaodi has no scruples. She can't beat Li Guifan, who used to be a female soldier, but she can still deal with Su Fenglian and others with ease. But Li Guifan will not just watch. Everyone has a small group. So much, so that the leaders came out in the end. The director of women's affairs also came over to criticize Song Zhaodi, the thorn. In this way, the atmosphere was suppressed. Although Jiang Qian didn't pay too much attention to this matter, because Han's mother was at home, she knew everything she should know. And Gu Yunlan, she was very satisfied with eating melons and said to Jiang Qian, "This is only in the army. If she retires from the army one day, Wang Aigua will never let Song Zhaodi have an easy time. This time, it's outside, and it's definitely not a slap that can solve it." Jiang Qian also felt so. She heard what Han Shigwa said when he came back, and the brothers almost couldn't stop Wang Aigua at that time. It was obvious how angry she was. She thought Wang Aigua wanted to kill her. The two were chatting when Cheng Miao started to dry heave. She ran outside while dry heaving and came back after a while with a pale face. "Why is it so serious?" Jiang Qian couldn't help but said, "It's the same for everyone. I was lying in bed all day in the first 3 months and couldn't do anything. I saw a lot of people like us. You are pregnant like nothing happened. I haven't seen many people like you." Gu Yunlan was really envious. She had morning sickness in the early stage and swollen feet in the later stage. How could she be in the same condition as Jiang Qian? Now her belly is so big, but there is no problem at all. "Yeah, I went back to complain to my mother, and my mother comforted me, saying that the symptoms of morning sickness are like this, and everyone has gone through it. I said, 'Qian, you're fine,' and my mother said you're lucky." Cheng Miao was weak. Jiang Qian smiled. "I heard that if the child looks more like the father, the symptoms of morning sickness will be severe, but if the child looks more like the mother, it will be fine. This involves the invasion of the husband's genes. If the husband's genes are dominant, and because his genes do not belong to her body, the body will have a rejection reaction. She will feel nauseous and retching. But if her own genes are dominant, then the body's acceptance will be higher. You know what? Mingming and Shuang are both cast in the same mold as Changzheng, and they really made me suffer at the beginning.
Gu Yunlan said.
Then I look like Chingsong? Cheng Miao touched her belly and said with a smile, "What do you mean by like Captain Zhang?" Feng Bowen came in with the promotional manuscript. "It's a question of who the child looks like," Cheng Miao explained to him. Feng Bowen shook his head when he heard this. "It's hard to say. When my mother gave birth to me, she said that the symptoms were more serious than my wife's now, but I look like my mother. Sons look like mothers, and walls are made of gold bricks." Gu Yunlan added, "That's not possible. It's better for us ordinary people to be simple," Feng Bowen said immediately, making Jiang Qian and Cheng Miao laugh. No wonder that since Gu Xiaolan, the eyesore, has disappeared from the office, the atmosphere has become even more harmonious. Everyone works when they have work to do, and when they don't, they're busy with their own things. When they're done, they get together to chat and gossip. It's really too comfortable. This is why Jiang Qian likes this job so much. It's no wonder that people in later generations say that these career-based jobs are to divide one person's work among 5 or 6 people. With a cup of tea and a newspaper, you can sit until the end of the workday. I've seen a TV series where a girl dislikes the career-based job that her father arranged for her through connections, saying that she can't sit still. Her father retorted to her, "Who can you blame for not being able to sit still? People with ideals may really be unable to sit still, but Jiang Qian, this salted fish, really doesn't love it too much. This job is tailor-made for her. If possible, she plans to work until retirement." In the middle of May of the lunar calendar, watermelons were on the market. The watermelons at this time are not as big as the new varieties cultivated in later generations. They're not as sweet as those that have been cultivated in later generations, but they're very cool. Jiang Qian had heard that pregnant women cannot eat watermelon because it is cold, but she didn't listen. As long as she controlled the amount and didn't eat too much, eating 2 or 3 slices at a time like she did wouldn't be a problem at all. And watermelon is indeed very refreshing and replenishes water. People feel comfortable after eating it. And as time gets hotter, all kinds of fruits and vegetables are on the market. Jiang Qian now brings 2 tomatoes and cucumbers to the office every day to eat. Not only that, but she also takes turns to bring boiled peanuts, pine nuts, and chestnuts. As the months get older, the appetite gets bigger and bigger, and the food she eats feels like it's digested instantly. It's like eating is the same as not eating at all. In mid-May, Jiang Qian's belly was 29 weeks plus. Although it's not yet 30 weeks, the size of her belly is really impressive. It's really a big round belly. Han Shigua's first thing to do after work every day is to rush to the propaganda department to pick up his wife home. Jiang Qian is also willing to walk home with him, just as exercise. Life is like this. Although she was reluctant, Jiang Qian still temporarily quit her job at the end of May and began to wait for the birth of her baby at home. Her belly had grown bigger after 31 weeks. Jiang Qian now needed Han Shigua to help her get up. It was difficult for her to get up by herself. And there was another thing, she really wanted to live next to the toilet. In this late pregnancy, my God, it was really something she had never dared to think about before. She couldn't sleep well at night and got up several times a night. Han Shigua had to go to work during the day, so Jiang Qian suggested that he sleep in the small study room and wanted Zhang Xiaozhen to come and sleep with her to help her. But Han Shigua refused and said it was okay. Because he insisted, Jiang Qian didn't say anything, but couldn't help but sigh. I hope it has twins. It's really no wonder that Gu Yunlan was afraid of giving birth once. After having a son and a daughter, her mother didn't want to have another one even if she urged her to give birth. She was almost the same. After giving birth to this child, whether it was a son or a daughter, she planned not to have another one. Of course, it would be best if they were twins, a boy and a girl, the most ideal. Han Shigua knew how hard his wife worked, but he really couldn't help with the pregnancy and childbirth. It's just that this man is also very good at providing emotional value. Knowing that his wife loves cleanliness, he specially went to find someone to make a big wooden basin and serve her bathing in the house. Because her belly is too big, Jiang Qian is not convenient for many things, so someone has to help. Han Shirgwa is particularly willing to lend a hand and serve his wife comfortably. It is precisely because of his thoughtfulness. Plus, there is nothing to worry about in life. She can do translation at home. So Jiang Qian's mood has always been very stable. Even if her belly is very big, she is not too worried. Because compared with Gu Yunlan's swollen feet in the later period, her condition is really very good. And she also came for regular prenatal checkups, and the doctor said that she is in good condition and the child is healthy, so there is no need to be too anxious. Just wait for the melon to ripen. Jiang Qian quietly nurtured the fetus and waited for the child to be born. On this day, Han Shirgwa came back from the county town and handed her the passbook. Wife, after you give birth, you can open one yourself and put all the money in your passbook. Jiang Qian glanced at the amount in the passbook. It was a huge sum of money that outsiders could hardly imagine. After all, Han Shirgwa's salary plus bonuses and allowances were nearly 100 yuan. There was also her translation fee and salary of about 160 yuan. Although the family's consumption was quite high, after all, she was pregnant and paid attention to nutrition, but the money at this time was really valuable. Even if the family's living standard was very good, they only spent 30 or 40 yuan a month on food and drink. Although it cost a lot to buy a fan, even so, the amount in the passbook increased very quickly. Because Jiang Qian was pregnant, it was inconvenient, so she asked Han Shirgwa to collect the translation fee, including his own salary. Jiang Qian also asked him to collect it himself, and he also paid for Han's mother's living expenses. But Jiang Qian knew how much money there was in the family, but she was too lazy to manage the money, so she asked him to manage it, and the money was directly deposited in his passbook. Hearing Han Shirgwa's words, Jiang Qian was puzzled. Why do you say that suddenly? It's better for my wife to manage the money. Han Shirgwa looked at his wife, who didn't want to manage anything with amusement, feeling helpless. Most of his comrades in arms had their wives go to collect their salaries. For example, Wang Aigua and Deputy Battalion Commander Gao also went to collect their salaries themselves because Song Zhaodi and Gao Cuizue liked to subsidize their parents' families. They would subsidize as much as they could. But he never interfered with his wife's filial piety to her parents' family, but his wife was not interested in money at all and didn't want to manage money at all. This made him feel a little amused. Jiang Qian waved his hand. Don't bother, just put it in your passbook. Aren't you afraid that I will swallow it? Han Shirgwa said with a smile. Jiang Qian thought to himself that if you wanted to swallow my money deliberately, you could also pry it away if I put it in my own passbook. This era is different from the later generations. In this era, it is not so strict to withdraw money. As long as you bring the marriage certificate, household registration book, and passbook together to prove that they are husband and wife and say that she is inconvenient to go, he can also withdraw the money. So if he really has other intentions, does it make a difference whether the money is with her or with him? Jiang Qian is not so stubborn about this and said generously, why should I be afraid of this? You can spend the money at home as you want, spend it casually, and tell me when you are done, and I will make more. Isn't it a domineering female president? Han Shirgwa was stunned, and after a while he muttered, isn't this what a man should say to a woman? The little wife is going to turn the tables. But I don't know why. Why is my heart so touched? Jiang Qian has already figured out his old background. This man just likes this and likes to be coaxed. So the female domineering president raised her hand and touched the man's handsome face. I am happy to spoil you like this. Han Shirgwa was so beautiful that he was bubbling. Jiang Qian smiled and glanced at him. Little guy, I didn't read my 3,000 novels for nothing. I can finish them in minutes. Facts have proved that it is not only women who like to hear nice things, but men do too. Han Shirgwa, who was coaxed into a state of ecstasy, certainly could not spend lavishly. He had no desire to consume. As long as he was full, he did not care about other things such as clothes. Otherwise, Jiang Qian would not have needed to buy so many things for him when he went to the provincial capital last year. He did not change his pants even if they had holes in them, and he did not necessarily throw them away and buy new ones even if his socks had 2 or 3 holes. Otherwise, how did he save his 2,000 yuan of private money? This man is really good at saving money. Jiang Qian, who does not like to worry, is very relieved to let him manage the family's money. In the blink of an eye, it was June, and the weather was even hotter than before. Jiang Qian really couldn't live without a fan. Not only could he not live without a fan, but he also asked Han Shirgua to buy some saltpeter and made ice directly. When the ice was made, Han Shirgua, his mother, and Zhang Xiaojun were all stunned. Although Han Shirgua had read a lot of books, he did not know that saltpeter could be used to make ice. Han's mother and Zhang Xiaojun were stunned by this move. "Aunt, you are amazing.
How do you know so much?" Zhang Xiaojun said admiringly.
Jiang Qian smiled. "Books are the best. You should read more books. You can read the books in your uncle's study. If you don't understand a word, come and ask your aunt."
"Yes."
Zhang Xiaojun smiled and nodded. Because her cousins are not born yet, she is still relatively free. After finishing her housework, she can also go to get a book to read. She has never been to school and has only been able to do literacy training. She doesn't know many words. Her aunt taught her, and she knows a lot of words these days. After having ice, Jiang Qian felt much cooler. She made a basin of ice and placed it in front of the electric fan. When the fan blew, the cool air came over, a bit like air conditioning. It tasted really good. After having ice, the watermelon she bought can be chilled before eating, and the cooked mung bean soup can also be chilled. Of course, Jiang Qian was very careful and didn't dare to eat iced food, fearing that it would cause uterine contractions or something. After all, her belly was so big. But Han Shirgua and his mother ate it with great satisfaction. Jiang Qian also taught Zhang Xiaojun how to make iced double-skim milk, and she succeeded in one go. She said, "Xiaojun, go call Yunlan and Mingming over, and tell them that I'm treating them to delicious food." Okay. Zhang Xiaojun came to find Gu Yunlan and the twins. The brother and sister jumped over and followed their mother. They were very polite and greeted people. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, you guys." Jiang Qian smiled. "Hurry up and sit down." Gu Yunlan smiled and said, "What delicious food are you going to treat us to? I won't let you down." Jiang Qian smiled. After asking Zhang Xiaojun to save some for Han's mother, who went out to chat with someone, and for Han Shirgua, she served the remaining iced double-skim milk. Gu Yunlan had eaten a lot of good things. Mrs. Gu was a cooking expert, but she had never eaten these snacks. Seeing this milky, white double-skim milk, it was really pleasing to the eye. When she ate it, she liked it even more. The twin brother and sister also said it was delicious. So delicious. "Where did you get the ice?" Gu Yunlan couldn't help asking. "I couldn't stand the heat, so I made some to cool down," Jiang Qian said. Gu Yunlan hurriedly said, "Can you make ice?" "Yes, do you want it?" "If you want, take some home and put it in front of the fan. It's very cool, and you can sleep well at night," Jiang Qian recommended. She would put 2 basins of ice at night and let the fan it. It tasted good. "I'll buy it for you." "I can't stand the heat either," Gu Yunlan said. But Jiang Qian gave her the recipe directly. "It's not something valuable. Why buy it? Take some saltpeter and make it yourself." "What is saltpeter?" "Eat it first, and then I'll show it to you. It's very easy. You'll learn it after I teach you once." Such a precious recipe. You just gave it to me like that? Gu Yunlan looked at her. "Others won't give it to you, but you just take it." Jiang Qian gave it to her generously. She had all kinds of other recipes in her head. Making ice was one of them. Gu Yunlan couldn't help but glared at her. "Then I won't be polite with you." "You're welcome." After eating the refreshing and delicious double-skim milk, Gu Yunlan learned to make ice. After learning, she also used ice cubes very comfortably. Lu Chongjing also enjoyed it with him and sighed. It has to be a cultured person who knows everything. Gu Yunlan agreed with this. But what is more valuable is Jiang Qian's affection for her. The hot June passed day by day, and Jiang Qian's body was getting heavier. By the end of June, her belly was so big that Han's mother, who had given birth to 3 daughters and 2 sons, was really scared. She didn't dare to say it in front of Jiang Qian, her daughter-in-law, but just went to her son and said, "Can you report to the organization? If there is a mission to let others go, you have to stay and take care of Qianqian. Qianqian's belly is really too big." I gave birth to so many of you brothers and sisters, but my belly was not this big. Han Shirgwa was also worried about it and sighed. My wife doesn't eat that much. Why is her belly so big? She eats quite a lot. Han's mother said that she also advised her daughter-in-law, but her daughter-in-law was hungry and ate a lot even if she tried to control herself. After all, the family conditions are good and they eat fish, meat, eggs, and even milk every day, as well as soup, such as this Crucian carp tofu soup, which her daughter-in-law likes very much. She could drink 2 large bowls of the milky white Crucian carp and tofu soup every time. She also liked river shrimps. She could finish a plate of river shrimps by herself while sitting there. Of course, Han's mother had no objection. She was happy that her daughter-in-law had a big appetite, but she had to be careful even if she had a good appetite. But before she advised, her daughter-in-law would say pitifully, Mom, don't blame me. I feel like I didn't eat anything after eating. My stomach is like a bottomless pit. Han's mother's heart softened and she could only explain to her daughter-in-law, Mom is not going to blame you. I'm afraid that you will suffer if the child is overfed. So she didn't dare to say anything else and could only tell her son. Han Shirgwa also said, don't worry, Mom. I'll tell the boss tomorrow. But before he could say anything, at 9 o'clock that night, Jiang Qian had just laid down and fell asleep when her stomach started to move. At this month, with a big belly, Jiang Qian was very concerned about her condition. She was also prepared to be earlier or later than Gu Yunlan at that time. So when she felt her stomach dropping, she knew it. She immediately called out to Han Shirgwa, who was beside her, Shirgwa, I might be giving birth soon. Please take me to the hospital. Han Shirgwa also got up immediately. Don't be afraid. My wife. I'll take you there right now. He helped his wife up, and at the same time, he didn't forget to call him mother. Han's mother was also always ready for battle. When her son went to borrow a car, she comforted Jiang Qian and told Zhang Xiaozhen, you stay at home and cook some egg porridge. Ask your uncle to come back and get it later. Okay. Zhang Xiaozhen nodded. Han Shirgwa drove the car over quickly and asked him to support his wife. Han's mother carried the delivery bag, which was milk powder, milk bottles, and small clothes, and got in the car. When they arrived at the hospital, Jiang Qian was sent to the delivery room immediately. Mom, go in and look after my wife. Han Shirgwa also wanted to go in, but was driven out by the head nurse, who told him not to make trouble. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll go in and help Qian. Han's mother asked him to be steady. Then she came in. Han's mother can come in because the old lady is generally experienced and can help calm the mood of the praetoriant. Facts have proved that Han's mother is indeed very useful. She came in to calm Jiang Qian and told her not to be afraid. Giving birth is as simple as laying an egg, and it only takes a few minutes. But this is Jiang Qian's first child, and the labor pains come very quickly. Now she has started to hurt. Han Shirgwa, who is outside, can't see or hear anything, and he is so worried. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw a nurse coming out, and he hurriedly asked about the situation. Captain Han, don't worry, your wife is fine. She is very fast. She has already started to feel pain, and then she will feel pain when she opens her fingers, but these are the steps of giving birth. Giving birth is like this, and you can't help much. Just go back and prepare some food, such as egg porridge, so that the praetorian can replenish her physical strength later, said the nurse.
Han Shirgwa did.
He knew that his niece had started to cook, but it would not be cooked so quickly. He would go back and bring it over later. Time passed very slowly. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Han Shirgwa had gone back to bring the egg porridge over. Han's mother fed her daughter-in-law as soon as possible. After Jiang Qian finished eating, she felt no sensation in her stomach again. But at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, the real pain began. This was the pain of opening the fingers. It was also with this pain that she realized that the previous cramps were nothing. Gu Yunlan had already given her a vaccination. It would be painful when giving birth. Jiang Qian also knew that opening the fingers would definitely hurt, but she had never experienced it and really didn't know it would be so painful. It felt like her body was being torn apart, and she screamed in pain. At the beginning, it was irregular, and the pain lasted for a long time or a short time, but after 2 o'clock, the pain began to become regular. It hurts every 3 to 5 minutes. After I give birth to this baby, I won't give birth again. Mother, please don't ask me to give birth again. Jiang Qian shouted. Okay, I won't give birth anymore. I won't give birth anymore after I give birth. Han's mother had been through it all, so of course she knew how painful it was. She held her daughter-in-law's hand and quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. Your fetal position is very good, and the pace is also very fast. It's already dilated. The head nurse comforted her. I've been in pain for so long, and it's only dilated? Jiang Qian's mentality almost collapsed. Your first child, this is already fast. Jiang Qian. What else can she say? Of course, she can only continue to endure it. She was ready to continue to feel pain for several hours, but in about 40 minutes, Jiang Qian felt that she was about to give birth. The head nurse came over to check. Oh, it's dilated so quickly, it's really time to give birth. Everyone get ready to deliver the baby. Maybe because she had been in pain before, when it was really time to give birth, Jiang Qian didn't feel that much pain. She felt like she was numb to the pain. Of course, now her energy is mainly used to give birth. Moreover, the head nurse and midwives in the hospital are very experienced and good at cheering up the mothers. Listening to their encouragement and inspiration, Jiang Qian, who was about to dehydrate, felt full of energy. Don't use brute force, just follow my breathing rhythm. When I say take a deep breath, you take a deep breath. When I say exhale hard, you exhale hard. The experienced head nurse also taught her. Jiang Qian was a person who listened to others' advice and had a full meal, so of course, she was very obedient and followed the head nurse's rhythm. Don't say it, you have to listen to the professionals. It really saves a lot of energy. Head nurse, after I give birth to the baby, I will give you a banner. Jiang Qian did not forget to say it during her free time. When the head nurse heard it, her eyebrows were full of smiles. No. This is our duty. I remember. Jiang Qian said. The head nurse was all smiles. Come on, follow my rhythm. Yes, that's it. You're so smart. You can do it as soon as I tell you. Because they were all very professional. Even Han's mother couldn't help much, so she was responsible for wiping her daughter-in-law's sweat and so on. After about 30 minutes of busy work, the first child was born.
Wow.
The child's loud cries suddenly rang out. Not only Han's mother and the head nurse were happy, Jiang Qian was also happy. When the head nurse delivered the child, she said it was a son, but Jiang Qian's focus was on, is everything fine? Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Don't worry. Han's mother took out the small blanket she had prepared and wrapped the child up, especially quickly, and replied to her daughter-in-law with a smile on her face. Han Shigua, who was outside the delivery room, also heard the loud cry of the child. It was a coincidence tonight that there were no other women in labor, only his wife in the room, so it goes without saying that the child was born. Han Shigua was happy and worried. He was happy that his first child was born, but he was worried about how his wife was doing now. How is Jiang Qian doing now? She was trying hard to give birth to the second child. She only had time to care about the first son who was already born and was fine. She didn't even have time to take a look at him. The head nurses were also very supportive and continued to encourage her. Look how smoothly you gave birth. Others had a lot of trouble with their first child, but you didn't have much trouble. And you have to give birth to 2 more. I have delivered so many people, and you are the fastest. Jiang Qian actually didn't have much strength. Although this salted fish paid attention to exercise, giving birth was really too energy-consuming. But with the encouragement of the head nurses, she actually tried her best and successfully gave birth to the second child. Oh, it's another son. You are really good. The head nurse praised her as soon as she saw her. Mother Han couldn't stop smiling. After wrapping the baby up quickly, she kept saying, Qian, thank you for your hard work. You've worked so hard. Jiang Qian was a little disappointed that she didn't have twins, but since she didn't have a daughter, it didn't matter. Her mission was accomplished anyway. But before she could rest for long, she suddenly froze and said quickly, Head nurse, Come and deliver the baby.
I
think I have another baby in my belly. The head nurse came out first. Han Shigwa hurried forward and said, Head nurse, how is my wife? The head nurse smiled and said, Your wife is fine. The children are all healthy. Although the third child is not as strong as the first and second children and is a little thin, he is also a strong young man, and there is no problem. Han Shigwa was stunned by this. Third child? Where did the third child come from? You don't know yet? Your wife is pregnant with triplets. The head nurse said with a smile. When they heard Jiang Qian say that there seemed to be another one in her belly, they were all shocked, thinking that the mother was too exhausted and had hallucinations. As a result, they went over to see that the third child's head had come out, and then they exclaimed, Oh my God, there is really another one. So they delivered the third child. But after reacting, the head nurse was very happy again, because this was the only time the head nurse had delivered triplets in her life. Oh, this is really a great merit. In fact, Han Shigwa also heard 3 cries of children outside the delivery room. The first 2 were very loud, and the last one was a little weaker. But this man never thought that his wife gave birth to triplets. He just thought that the child was crying again. But he didn't expect that his wife gave birth to triplets. He was dumbfounded, not twins, but triplets? Yes, triplets, there are 3. The head nurse said with a smile. How is my wife? Is she okay? Han Shigwa didn't even have time to be happy about having triplets. He didn't care whether the triplets were good or bad, boys or girls. What this man is thinking now is that his wife is so delicate. It was hard enough to be pregnant with twins, and it turned out to be triplets. Can his wife bear it? Although she had just said that, the head nurse also understood and said with a smile, Don't worry, although they are triplets, the birth went smoothly. The mother and the 4 children are all safe. They will be out in a while, so you don't have to worry too much. Go back and get some porridge for your wife. The mother needs to replenish her energy now. After explaining it, the head nurse left. After Han Shigwa knew that his wife and the children were safe and healthy, his heart was relieved. He went home without any delay, but on the way home, the corners of this man's mouth really couldn't help but rise up. Triplets, it turned out to be triplets. How could he be so amazing? Not only is he amazing, but his wife is also awesome. After all, good seeds must have fertile soil to grow good seedlings, right? Both are indispensable. When he came back with a box of egg porridge, Jiang Qian and the children had already been transferred to the ward. At this time, the sky was just getting light.
Wife.
Han Shigwa came to greet him immediately. Jiang Qian felt pain and tired during childbirth, but she didn't feel anything when she was alone. But when she saw this man, she couldn't hold it back and her eyes turned red.
She wanted to cry.
Don't cry, don't cry. You can't cry during confinement. It will damage your eyes. Han's mother comforted her. Jiang Qian sniffed and said to Han Shigwa, I'm fine, and the children are fine too. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. Han Shigwa also avoided the fact that his mother was still there and came over to kiss his wife on the forehead. You go and see the children, I'll feed Qian Qian. Han's mother took the lunchbox and said, I can do it. Han Shigwa knew that the children were healthy and was not in a hurry to see them. The egg porridge was warm, so he just fed it to his wife. While feeding his wife, he said, Mom, do you want to go to the next bed to sleep? I will take care of my wife and the children. You don't have to worry. Although Han's mother is not young anymore, she is not tired at all at this moment. Mom is not tired. You don't have to worry about me. I have to take care of my 3 grandchildren. Although this is a military hospital and her son is there, she doesn't have to worry about the children getting lost, but Han's mother has to see it with her own eyes to feel at ease. And just as she said, she is not tired at all now, not only not tired, but also energetic. Oh, how can the daughter-in-law be so capable? She gave birth to 3 grandchildren for her at once. This is really amazing. 3 grandchildren? Han Shigwa grasped this point. He didn't even have time to ask the head nurse. Yes, all 3 are sons. You have surpassed your eldest brother in one go. It can be regarded as something later than something else. Han's mother said with a smile. Han Shirwan knew that what his mother wanted to say was coming from behind. The corners of this man's mouth could no longer be controlled to rise. Wife, you are so awesome. He looked at his wife again. Jiang Qian was very hungry and ate quickly. She had finished eating and looked at him with a smile. Go see the children. After eating the egg porridge, she felt much more comfortable. The most important thing was that when she saw him coming, she was completely relieved, and the sleepiness swept over her. Just as Han Shirwa turned around to pack up the lunchbox and wanted to say something to his wife, he saw that his wife had closed her eyes and fell asleep. He knew that his wife must be exhausted, so he got up quietly and covered his wife with a thin blanket and then came to see the children. The 3 children were wrapped in small blankets. Although she thought she was pregnant with twins, Jiang Qian always liked to keep a hand in doing things. Not only did she make more small clothes and diapers, but she also had a spare blanket. She brought it with her, so it just happened to be used. Han's mother smiled softly and said, "This is the eldest, this is the second, and this is the third. The 3 brothers all look the same, and they look like you at first glance." The 3 children all opened their eyes, as if they were looking at this new world, very quiet and well-behaved. Han Shirwa's hard eyebrows softened at this moment. These 3 children really looked exactly like the 3 little babies he dreamed of. In fact, they were different. The 3 children in his dream were all white and fat. Now they were just born, and the 3 little guys were all wrinkled and red. How could they look alike? But Han Shirwa just felt that they looked alike. He also remembered and looked at the 3rd child and asked in a low voice, "Mom, I heard from the head nurse that the 3rd child is a little thin?" Han's mother comforted him. Compared with the 2 brothers, the 3rd child is a little thin, but it's okay. They are all very healthy. Because they are triplets, of course they can't be compared with just one. Moreover, the conditions at this time are generally not good. When the children are in the mother's body, the mother's stomach may not be full, let alone want to eat well. Therefore, the babies born rarely have enough weight, and they are all very thin. This makes the triplets not too thin in comparison. Because when they were in the mothers, Jiang Qian also paid attention to nutrition, so even if they were born before 35 weeks, it was still okay. However, if compared with the weight of babies in later generations, the 3 brothers would definitely not be able to compare. As the sun rose, more and more people came to the military hospital. Because the surrounding area, not only the people from the base, but also the nearby factories and villagers would come here to see a doctor. With more people, the news that Jiang Qian gave birth to triplets spread like wildfire. The first person to hear the news in the family compound was Ge Lixia. Ge Lixia's son had a stomachache and seemed to have worms, so he was brought to the hospital for deworming. Her sister Ge Saixia happened to see him while cleaning and told her about it. "Are you sure? Wasn't she pregnant with twins? How did it become triplets?" "I've never heard of triplets." Ge Lixia thought she was wrong. "Really?" It spread all over the hospital. Everyone knows that Captain Han's family gave birth to triplets. I even went to take a look while cleaning. There were 3.
Ge Saixia said.
Ge Lixia's eyes widened. "Really 3? "Yes." Ge Saixia nodded, and then said to her sister, "Sister, you are really something. Captain Han's wife is so beautiful. What kind of girl does he like? I am a million miles away from her. You actually want to introduce me to him. What are you thinking?" When she heard the news of triplets today, she went to take a look and saw Jiang Qian. Even though she was in a bad state after giving birth, she was very beautiful when she was asleep. She was also very white, and she looked like a delicate girl, like a female college student. She was completely different from her. She was the kind of girl she envied and could never become.
Yelixia.
What I was thinking, I am doing this for your own good. I want you to have a good life for the rest of your life. Ge Saixia waved her hands. "Okay, sister, don't worry about my affairs in the future. I have a boyfriend." "You have a boyfriend? What does your boyfriend do? How old is he, and where does he work?" Ge Lixia hurriedly asked after hearing this. "He is our head nurse's younger brother. He works in a big factory outside and earns 35 yuan a month." Ge Saixia pursed her lips and smiled, obviously very satisfied. "Your head nurse's younger brother?" Xia was also stunned. Our head nurse is very satisfied with me. She was the one who applied for my permanent position. And seeing that I am hardworking and down to earth, she introduced me to her brother. We have been together for more than half a month, and we are both very satisfied with each other. Xia said a little shyly.
Xia.
Don't you want to marry an officer?
Yes.
Xia was very frank, but you have to have that fate. I have been here for so long, and I haven't seen any officer who likes me. After thinking about it, I think it's better to be realistic. The most important thing is to find someone who suits me. After all, I have a job now, and Li Shan also has a job. If we get married, we will be a dual-income family, and our life will definitely not be too bad. So, why marry an officer? Finding someone like Li Shan is not bad.
Xia.
That's all. Then, what's the situation with his family? Everyone is fine at home. Xia didn't say anything after listening to it. If she wants to marry, then marry. She quickly turned her attention to the fact that Jiang Qian gave birth to triplets and even came to the delivery room to visit. Then she came back to the family compound without stopping and told the story of Jiang Qian giving birth to triplets. Look, this early in the morning, the family compound almost exploded. If you want to make a rumor, you should make it realistic. Everyone knows that Director Jiang is pregnant with twins. That's right. When she opens her upper and lower lips, anything can come out. Triplets? I've heard of and seen twins, but I've never heard of triplets. Who said it wasn't true? No one believed Xia's words, but Xia herself found it incredible at first. She asked her sister repeatedly, and even went to the delivery room to see it in person. Although she was stopped outside the door by Han Shigua because his wife was sleeping and no one could get in, and he was guarding the door, she confirmed with Han Shigua in person that it was triplets. All three of them were sons. If I tell a lie this time, let me be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. In order for her news to be accepted by the public, Xia risked everything and swore a poisonous oath. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. They didn't expect her to swear such a strong oath. Are you kidding? A military wife asked. It's triplets. I'm not kidding. Captain Han is in the hospital. She had an attack last night and gave birth in the second half of the night. The news has spread all over the hospital. If you don't believe it, go ask someone to see if I'm wrong. Xia said proudly. She was very proud to get the first-hand news. And with this big news, let's see if they still don't believe her in the future. There were also military wives who were really curious. Could it be true? Besides, the hospital was not far away, and she just wanted to get some medicine, so she came to ask. When she asked, it turned out to be true. Oh. She took the medicine and immediately ran back to the family compound to tell them. What Xia said was actually true. It's triplets. It's really triplets. All three are sons. When this military wife came back and said it, everyone really believed it. They were also shocked by the news. People like Nian Yuji and Su Fenglian, who were close to Jiang Qian, asked, didn't they say it was twins? How did it become triplets? I asked, and they said that one of them was not checked and they didn't hear the fetal sound, so they thought it was two. It turned out that there was one after the birth. Oh, this is really incredible. I have never heard of anyone giving birth to triplets. Yes, it is rare for Secretary Gu to give birth to twins, but Secretary Jiang gave birth to triplets without any fuss. But Secretary Jiang's belly was really big before, much bigger than Secretary Gu's before. I thought it was because Secretary Jiang ate well, so his belly was so big. Yes, the belly was really big before. I couldn't say it when I saw it. Just now I heard you say that all three are sons? Yes, 3 sons. All the military wives couldn't help but exclaimed. Not to mention these military wives. Even Ma Zhonghua, Lu Changzheng, and others were stunned when they heard it. The 3rd son? The men thought that those big mouths had spread the wrong news. But they soon found out that it was not fake news, but real triplets. Ma Zhonghua and Lu Changzheng were so impressed. They knew that Han Shigua was a strong brother, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. He was supposed to get married last, but he had 3 children this time, which pushed the schedule to the limit. He caught up. Although they haven't seen the brothers yet, They can almost imagine that the corners of their mouths can't be suppressed, right? As they expected, Han Shirgwa, who had taken a leave and did not go to work today, could not smile at all. But his wife was still sleeping in the delivery room, and he did not want to be disturbed. Even if Gu Yunlan came, she could only sneak in to take a look and did not disturb her much. When she came out, she saw Han's mother coming back from outside, carrying a lunchbox, bringing food to Han Shirgwa. Yunlan, you're here. Han's mother smiled. Auntie, congratulations, you have 3 grandchildren now. Gu Yunlan congratulated her. Han's mother handed the lunchbox to her son and greeted Gu Yunlan with a smile. After chatting for a while, Gu Yunlan smiled and said, I will go to work first and come to see Qian after work at noon. Okay. Han's mother agreed. Gu Yunlan brought the matter of Jiang Qian giving birth to triplets to the office. Feng Bowen, Cheng Miao, and Director Zhang were all stunned. After confirming that Jiang Qian really gave birth to triplets, they were really amazed. Since there was nothing else to do, she wanted to come over to visit. But she was stopped by Gu Yunlan. I just came back from there. Qian is sleeping. Let's go over together at noon. Okay. Jiang Qian slept so soundly that she felt like she didn't know what day it was. After giving birth, she felt like she was hollowed out, both mentally and physically. She was really too tired. But she was also very excited, but that kind of excitement only lasted until she saw Han Shirgwa. Seeing him and knowing that he would take care of the children, all her vigilance relaxed. The tiredness swept over and suppressed the excitement. This sleep started in the gray morning and lasted until noon when Gu Yunlan and others came to visit her after work. She had just woken up a while ago. As soon as Gu Yunlan and the others came over, they praised her a lot. I was wondering why your belly is so much bigger than mine at that time. I thought you were greedy and didn't control your mouth. Feng Bowen. Yes, you are amazing. How come you can do such great things with your soft personality? I heard that your family compound was shocked by your news. They are all talking about you having triplets. I admire you too much, Qian. Didn't you feel anything? This is what Cheng Miao said. Jiang Qian smiled and said, I didn't feel anything. I thought there were only 2. After the first and second children were born, I thought it was over and I could breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect there was another one. She was also shocked at the time and thought it was an illusion, but that was the feeling of giving birth. She quickly asked the head nurse to come and take a look. The result proved that she was right. There really was a 3rd child, but all 3 were sons, which was something she didn't expect. Although she was a little regretful that there was no daughter, Jiang Qian would not be disappointed even if there were 3 sons. Because they were all her children, they were all the same. At this time, Han Shirgwa brought lunch over. Wife, eat first. Gu Yunlan and the others let her eat first, and they went to see the children. Jiang Qian ate egg and lean meat porridge, and after eating, she felt comfortable. Gu Yunlan and the others stayed for a while, and then went back. Jiang Qian lay on the bed alone, looking at the 3 children. She looked left and right and felt that they didn't look like her, but like Han Shirgwa. I thought my pregnancy was so peaceful, and the children would look like me after they were born. Jiang Qian said. It seems that the so-called genetic invasion science is indeed not 100% correct. Han Shirgwa looked at the 3 children with a smile. They look like me, but I don't know their personalities yet. Maybe their personalities are like yours. If their personalities were like hers, they would be 3 little salted fish. Jiang Qian smiled and looked at him. Did you take a day off today? Of course I have to take a day off. Han Shirgwa put her hand to his mouth and kissed it. Wife, you've worked hard. Jiang Qian smiled at him. She didn't say anything to add burden to him. After all, this man has always been responsible for the family. And this is her son, not just for him alone. Jiang Qian looked at the 3 children with the tenderness of a new mother in her eyes. She felt that she was really amazing. She actually gave birth to triplets naturally. This is simply too strong. She rested in the hospital for another afternoon. In the evening, Jiang Qian was sent home by Han Shirgwa. The 3 children were sent home by the nurses, and Han's mother followed with a package. Along the way, she also saw many people, and they were all amazed. Because after today's fermentation, Now the whole base knows that the family of Captain Han, the little Jiang officer who can translate, gave birth to triplets. Now everyone has seen it. How can they not be curious? If the nurses hadn't chased people away, they would have been left behind to watch halfway. When the children were brought back home, many military wives heard the news and came to visit. Nian Yuji, Su Fenglian, and Li Guifan heard the news and came as soon as they could. After seeing the 3 children, they couldn't help but praise Jiang Qian. You are really amazing. You are pregnant with 3 and gave birth to 3. Yes, this is the first time I have heard of someone giving birth to triplets in all these years. Look, how much they look like Shirgua. Yes, they are just like they were printed out of the same mold. Jiang Qian smiled and listened to everyone's words. Of course, she also replied to everyone, and Han's mother was also there to help greet them. After looking around, these sisters-in-law went back satisfied. Just as they left, Gu Yunman came with the excited twins. Auntie, I heard from my mother that you gave birth to 3 younger brothers for us. Mingming and Shuangshuang said, and they were very sensible and lowered their voices for fear of disturbing the younger brothers. Jiang Qian smiled and said, yes, you guys come and have a look. Mingming and Shuangshuang came to see the brothers. The triplets were standing in a row and looked exactly the same. They were confused. Why do they look the same?
Shuangshuang said.
The brothers are triplets. Of course they look the same. We look alike too, except that you are a girl and I am a boy. Mingming explained. Shuangshuang accepted the explanation. But why are the brothers a little ugly? Yes, they are a little ugly, wrinkled and red, like little monkeys. Mingming frowned and comforted Jiang Qian. But don't worry, Auntie, we won't dislike the brothers. The childish words made Jiang Qian laugh. Gu Yunman also laughed. What? You were like this when you were born. The redder the child is when he is born, the whiter he will be when he grows up. Is that so? The twins were puzzled. Of course. Gu Yunman was sure you will know after a while. The younger brothers are very cute and you will definitely love them. The brother and sister were very happy to hear that and planned to come to see their younger brothers every day in the future. Han Shirgua's telegram was sent back the next morning. His wife gave birth yesterday, and he was in the hospital the whole day, so he didn't think about it. His mind was all on his wife and children. It was not until Han's mother asked him about it in the evening that he realized that he had not yet informed his hometown of the good news. So the next day, when he went to work, he came to the telephone room to send a telegram. When this telegram was delivered to Lao Zhang's house, it was already noon. The whole family of Lao Zhang's family was there, and the postman on a bicycle came over and shouted, Captain Zhang, there is a telegram for your family. Because he had delivered several letters back and forth, everyone knew about the family, so the postman came directly. Who would send a telegram to our family? The eldest brother Jiang Shouhai wondered. It must be Shirgua who sent it. Could it be that my little sister gave birth? The third brother, Jiang Shouhai, said. Zhou Guiyun's heart jumped when she heard it, because according to the time, her daughter was only 8 months pregnant, right? Although twins would be born faster than one. But this is too early? Zhang's father was obviously worried too. The couple, Jiang Shouhai and his brothers, and Zhao Aiying and her sisters-in-law all came out. Zhang's father took the telegram from the postman with a serious look. He was worried about something going wrong, but when he saw the content of the telegram, he was stunned. There was only one sentence on it. The baby was born, mother and child were safe, triplets. Jiang Shouhai and his brothers also saw it. They focused on the 4 words mother and child were safe and felt relieved. Then they saw the rest and were stunned. Triplets? Zhou Guiyun was also dumbfounded and quickly asked the postman who was leaving. Comrade postman, is this telegram sent correctly? How could it be sent incorrectly? What's written over there is what the telegram sent. Congratulations, you have given birth to triplets. This is the first time I've heard of someone giving birth to triplets. The postman said with some envy. It was already noon at this time, and everyone had finished work. When they heard the postman's voice, the neighbors came out to see if there was anything going on. As soon as the results came out, she heard the postman's words, and her eyes widened immediately. What? Triplets? Qianqian gave birth to triplets? The neighbor aunt asked quickly. Yes, if you don't believe it, just go to the city and make a phone call to ask. After the postman said to Zhang's father and Zhou Guiyun, he rode away on his bicycle. Could this be a mistake? Aren't they twins? How did they become triplets? Zhou Guiyun couldn't help but ask. And the 3 sons at the back? Are all 3 sons? Third son, take a leave in the afternoon and take your mother to the city to make a phone call to ask. After you have figured it out, go to the old Han family and tell them. Zhang's father said directly. Instead of thinking about it at home, it is better to go to the city to make a phone call to find out. Zhou Guiyun thought so too. Let's go now. She couldn't wait even a quarter of an hour. Wife, you have to take Weigua and the others there this afternoon, Jiang Shoha said to Sujiro. Sujiro is now using the bicycle. She has returned to school to continue teaching after her confinement, but she can still use the bicycle to pick up her nephews and nieces. She can also use her free time to ride her bicycle home to feed her children. We can just walk there. It's not far. Please take your time to take your mother to the city, Sujiro said. Okay. Jiang Shoha took 2 straw hats and put one on each of his mother and went to the city. The speed of riding a bicycle is still very fast. The mother and son came to the post office to make a phone call as soon as possible. Han Shirgwa had given the army's phone number a long time ago, but it was inconvenient to call in the village, so they could only send letters. The call came to the army, and Han Shirgwa came to call back as soon as he was notified. He had expected that his mother-in-law would call to inquire about the situation. After the call was connected and he confirmed that it was his mother-in-law, he smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, Qian and the children are fine. Yes, you didn't make a mistake. They are triplets. The previous examination said they were twins, but one was not found out. We found out the other was born when they were born. Yes, all 3 are naughty boys. Zhou Guiyun on the other end of the phone was smiling, but she was also worried about her daughter. She couldn't help but say, Shirgwa, Mom wants to go over to see Qian. I want the 3rd brother to stay with me for 2 days. Is it convenient for you? Han Shirgwa on the other end of the phone said immediately, Mom, just ask my 3rd brother to take you over. There is a room here that can accommodate you. When the time comes, let his mother-in-law sleep with his wife, and he and his 3rd uncle will sleep in the small study. There will be no problem at all. Zhou Guiyun was very happy. Okay, then Mom will let your 3rd brother take me there, and we will go to the city to take a bus the day after tomorrow. Mom, when you arrive at our provincial capital station, give me a call, I will confirm the time, and borrow a car to pick you up when the time comes. Okay. Mom, don't bring anything, we have them here, just bring some spare clothes. After saying these things, she hung up the phone, and Han Shirgwa happily went home to tell his wife the good news. Wife, Mom knows that you are very happy to give birth, but she is worried about you and wants to come and see you. My mother is alone? 3rd brother will take her here, and they will go to the city to take a bus the day after tomorrow. Jiang Qian was also happy to hear this and smiled at her 3 sons. Your grandma and 3rd uncle are coming to see you. Back home, Zhou Guiyun was smiling and followed Jiang Shoha to find her 4th brother Jiang Shouchuan. Jiang Shouchuan happened to be at work. He was stunned for a moment when he saw his mother and his 3rd brother. When he heard that his younger sister had given birth to triplets, he was also dumbfounded. After reacting, he quickly asked, How is your younger sister? Zhou Guiyun's face was full of smiles. I have called Shirgwa to ask. Your younger sister is fine, your 3 nephews are fine, and mother and children are safe. That's good, that's good. Jiang Shouchuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Mom, why don't you go with your 3rd brother to see your younger sister? The younger sister is such a delicate person, but she gave birth to 3 children at once. How painful must it be? How can her family not go to see her? It's not far after a day and a night of train. Of course, he couldn't spare the time. Otherwise, he would take his mother there. Zhou Guiyun nodded and said, That's what I planned. I also told Shirgwa that we will go to the city to take a bus the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow would be too rushed, and there would be no time to prepare something for the daughter. The day after tomorrow is just right. Take this money, Use your connections to buy some nutritional supplements for your younger sister and bring them to the station to meet us the day after tomorrow morning. Zhou Guiyun, of course, brought money in and gave her son 30 yuan. Okay. Jiang Shouchuan took the money, but he had to prepare more than just the 30 yuan given by his mother. He also had his own savings, which he bought in the form of nutritional supplements to take to his younger sister. But Zhou Guiyun prepared more than just these. As soon as she returned to the village, she went to the neighbors to exchange chickens and eggs. In just this afternoon, the news that Jiang Qian gave birth to triplets had spread throughout the village. Although it was not certain enough, everyone firmly believed that Jiang Qian was a lucky girl. And it was a telegram sent personally by the son-in-law of the old Jiang family. How could it be wrong? However, seeing Zhou Guiyun coming to exchange chickens and eggs, he couldn't help but ask her about it as soon as possible. Zhou Guiyun smiled and said, "The telegram sent by Shirgua is correct. It is triplets. They said that when they went to the hospital for a checkup, they didn't hear the third baby's fetal sound, so they thought there were only two. It was not until the baby was born that they found out that there were 3 in the belly. If Zhou Guiyun knew that her daughter was pregnant with triplets before she gave birth, she would have gone there in person. If she didn't go there in person, she would not be at ease. She would not be at ease with anyone and would definitely be very worried. She would not tell everyone before the birth to avoid some people being jealous and doing bad things behind her back. But now that the time has come, the 3 grandchildren have been born, and her daughter is safe and sound. Zhou Guiyun has nothing to hide, so she told everyone openly. Sure enough, when they heard this, everyone exclaimed, "Oh, this is incredible. I heard that all 3 are sons?" Yes, all 3 are sons. Zhou Guiyun said this with a smile on her face. But she was also a little helpless because in her opinion, if the triplets were 2 sons and 1 daughter, it would be really great. 2 sons and 1 daughter, with both sons and daughters. It doesn't matter whether they have more children in the future. But the daughter is like her in this respect. Didn't she have sons in the first 3 children? It was not until the 4th child that she had a pair of twins. But although they were all sons, Zhou Guiyun was also happy anyway. As long as the children were safe and healthy, it would be fine. And this matter was spread throughout the 5-star brigade, and everyone couldn't help but praise it for being so lucky. The second branch of the Jiang family naturally heard about it. Shilia's wife heard it outside and took it home. She mainly knew that Zhou Guiyun went out to exchange chickens and eggs. It was said that she would take the train to visit. "Mom, we have to send some eggs over. It's a little bit of a gesture." Shiliu's wife came back and said. Son scolded, "You are so active in other people's affairs." She felt so sour in her heart. She really couldn't understand why this niece had such a good life. Twins are already enviable, but she gave birth to an extra one, triplets. Triplets, that's a very dangerous thing, but she gave birth to them safely instead of having several dead bodies. Shilia's wife didn't know that her mother-in-law was in a dark mood and couldn't help saying, "If we give it away now, won't the aunt give it to the sister-in-law when she gives birth later?" Zhang's second uncle also glanced at his wife. "You are still reluctant to give away 2 kilograms of eggs?" Jiang Shiliu also frowned. His mother didn't want to give it away, and he thought his aunt probably wouldn't accept it. Sun didn't admit that she was jealous and just said, "Okay, take it yourself." She was so uncomfortable that she went back to her room and lay down. Shilia's wife also went to get the eggs. They were all laid by the chickens at home, about 2 kilograms, and they were all saved. But just as Jiang Shilia thought, the big house didn't take them, and the eggs had been exchanged with the villagers, and Zhou Guiyun asked her to take them back. Shilia's wife didn't agree. "Annie, these eggs have been taken here. How can you take them back?" Zhou Guiyun smiled and said, "Annie knows that you and Shiliu are good friends. You just need to live a good life. You don't need these. Take them back and give them to the children. The children need to eat more eggs to supplement, so that they can grow well." Because Zhou Guiyun didn't want them, she had to take them back in the end. "Auntie didn't want them. I have already exchanged them with the village, but Auntie said she received your kindness." Shilia's wife came back and said. Uncle Jiang sighed a little, and Jiang Shilia didn't say anything. But both father and son knew that the first house and their second house were really estranged now. But son pouted. It was just right that she didn't want to give it away. As for the estrangement between the first and second houses, she didn't take it seriously. It's better to be estranged. Her family will have a good life in the future. It's better if the first house doesn't come to take advantage of it. Jiang Qian was pregnant with triplets, and the girl named Jiang Shuihua brought the news to the town supply and marketing cooperative to tell Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was stunned when she heard this. You're right? Triplets? Is Jiang Qian destined to have that? How could it be wrong? Your aunt went to the city to make a phone call and asked, and it's triplets. All 3 are sons. Jiang Shuihua was so envious. Giving birth to 3 sons at once. Wouldn't her position in her husband's family be as solid as a rock? Who can shake it? Her life is stable. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think about the plot, but there was really no extra description of Jiang Qian, an 18th-tier female supporting role. It only said that she was contented, her mother-in-law was generous and friendly, her husband was on the rise, and she lived a stable and rich life. Her role was really pitiful. This was only because of her cousin, otherwise she would not be mentioned at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu didn't care. After all, she was a top female supporting actress. Now she had exchanged Jiang Qian's life, so Jiang Qian would be the widow. And now there were 3 more burdens. What should she do? 1 or 2 was still reasonable, but now she had 3. When Han Shigua was out on a mission, she would have to raise 3 sons alone. Just thinking about it made her feel desperate for Jiang Qian. I wish her the best, Jiang Yu said in a very good mood. Jiang Shuihua really admired her heart and couldn't help but look at her belly again. Are your pregnancy symptoms better now? Jiang Yu touched her belly. Her eyebrows and eyes were proud. I still feel a little uncomfortable, but it's much better. She was also pregnant, and the baby in her belly was more than 2 months old. Your in-laws treat you very well, right? I haven't seen you go back to your parents' home recently, Jiang Shuihua said. It's also thanks to this child in your belly. Otherwise, how could they treat me well? Jiang Yu laughed sarcastically. Because of her pregnancy, her status in her husband's family is much better than before. After all, it's better to look at the face of Buddha than the monk, right? For the sake of the child in her belly, she can't be treated too badly. But this child… Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with a hint of sarcasm. How could she let him have an easy time if he dared to treat her so badly?
Don't even think about it.
Including that old woman. She's still very happy now, but let them be happy secretly. In fact, the Queen Mother was not really very happy. It's just a pregnancy. Which woman wouldn't be happy? What's there to be proud of? It's just that the Wang family is a single-line family, so she can only pinch her nose and suppress her anger. But when she came to the town to buy vegetables and accidentally heard the news that Jiang Qian had given birth to triplets, she was dumbfounded. He immediately asked the other party, "Where did you get this news?" "My mother's family is in the 5-star brigade. I heard it from my mother when I went back yesterday." "Is it true?" "Of course it's false. All 3 are sons. I called to ask about them. The mother and her 4 children are all safe. Her mother has already packed her things and is going to visit the army." Wang's mother didn't know how she got home. Her head was full of triplets. When Wang Hasong came home from work, he saw his mother looking distraught and asked what happened. "Triplets." "What triplets?" Wang Hasong was puzzled. Qian gave birth to triplets. All 3 are sons. Wang's mother glanced at him and said. Wang Hasong was also dumbfounded. "What?" "It's all because of you, you rascal. Those 3 were supposed to be my grandchildren, all my grandchildren, but you rascal, lost such a good girl like Qian and found such a thing instead." Wang's mother, who was broken, cursed at her son directly. Wang Hasong was also stunned. How is this possible? Jiang Qian actually gave birth to triplets? Wang's mother, who was broken, didn't even want to pay attention to him, and at the same time, she didn't want to pay attention to Jiang Yu, who came home from work. "Why didn't you cook?" It was Jiang Yu, who couldn't help but question. "What's the matter? I'm your servant. I have to wash clothes and cook for you. Who do you think you are?" The queen mother started to scold. She not only scolded her son, but also scolded this despicable guy. If she hadn't seduced her son, how could the daughter-in-law she had chosen, the daughter-in-law whose face made her fall in love with her at first sight, become someone else's? If she married into her family, then the 3 grandchildren of triplets would be hers, wouldn't they? Her son is a rascal, and this despicable guy is not a good thing either. Jiang Yu's face suddenly turned black. Why are you crazy? Do you still want grandchildren? What's the matter? Are you going to threaten me? If you don't want to have a baby, just get an abortion. Who dares to threaten me? The queen mother scolded. Jiang Yu. She ignored the old woman and came to ask Wang Hasong, but she was annoyed when she saw Wang Hasong's miserable look. What's going on? How did you become like this? Really, if she didn't know that Wang Hasong would become the top leader of the town in the future, she really looked down on such a man. Did Jiang Qian give birth to triplets? Wang Hasong said. Jiang Yu finally understood and sneered. I was wondering why you changed your face for no reason. It turned out that you knew that Jiang Qian gave birth to triplets. Yes, it's triplets. The mother and the 4 children are all safe. What, are you regretting it again? Wang Hasong ignored her. How could he not regret it? Since Jiang Qian got married and Jiang Yu came into the house, he lived in regret every day. He regretted why he was blind and was fascinated by Jiang Yu. Otherwise, he would be the happy one now, right? How could it be the turn of that rough soldier? But it was too late to say anything now. Jiang Yu sneered and did not bother to care about the mother and son and went back to her parents' home. When Sun saw her coming back, she rolled her eyes. Why are you back again? I came back to congratulate my uncle and aunt. Jiang Qian gave birth to triplets, 3 sons. Jiang Yu sneered. Sun wanted to curse. Do you know that everyone is praising Jiang Qian for being blessed now? I know, let alone others. When the mother and son surnamed Wang found out, they were so envious that they lay in bed and regretted it. Sun said angrily, You are already pregnant, and they are still thinking about Jiang Qian? Who cares about them? Jiang Yu didn't care. She didn't suffer any loss anyway. She got up and came to the big room to congratulate. But Zhou Guiyun didn't want to pay attention to her. I heard from her sister-in-law that you are pregnant too. Go back and take good care of the baby. Later, she also heard Shilia's wife gossip with her in a low voice. It turned out that she was not pregnant at first, and Jiang Yu didn't understand and thought she was pregnant. But Zhou Guiyun didn't care, because being pregnant or not was not the point, but stabbing her daughter in the back was. Now that the debt owed by the second house has been paid off, she doesn't want to have any contact with the second house anymore. Jiang Yu had no expression on her face and sneered in her heart. I came to congratulate you with good intentions, but you have such an attitude? Wait for the bad news of Han Shirwa to come in the second half of the year, and see what choice you will make then. Do you want a young daughter to abandon her 3 children and remarry, or do you want her daughter to be a widow at a young age? I'm waiting to see your daughter wash her face in tears. Jiang Yu went back. Zhou Guiyun frowned and couldn't help but said, You have to be careful of Jiang Yu. Although she would not say anything bad about Jiang Yu outside, she would of course have to explain it to her sons and daughters-in-law. She didn't like Jiang Yu, her niece, from the bottom of her heart. She seemed to come to congratulate her, but she felt a sense of malice. Mom, we know she is not a good person, Zhao Aiying said. Zhou Guiyun didn't say much. She prepared her change of clothes and the things she wanted to take with her. Looking at the chicken coop next to her, she couldn't help but smile. My father-in-law is also thoughtful. There were 3 chickens in the chicken coop, 2 hens and a rooster. After Jiang Shoha came back from the city and went there to report the good news, Han's father went to the village to find someone to replace him and asked Han Shimin to send it over. Obviously, knowing that Jiang Qian gave birth to triplets, Han's father, as a father-in-law, was also very happy. There were 5 chickens in total, including 2 prepared by Zhou Guiyun. In addition, there was a basket of eggs, which was also filled with rice bran. Jiang Shoha carried the chickens on his back, while Zhou Guiyun carried the basket and a package on his back. The next day, before dawn, they took the village bus to the city. It was still early when they arrived at the station, and Jiang Shouchuan had not yet appeared. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Jiang Shouchuan finally came on his bicycle. Jiang Shouchuan brought a lot of things, including milk powder, brown sugar, white sugar, and malted milk. In today's concept, these are very expensive nutritional products. Not only are they extremely expensive, but they are also difficult to buy. Third brother, this journey is not short and there are many pickpockets on the train. You have to be careful. Jiang Shouchuan told his third brother. I know, don't worry. Jiang Shouhe took the package and nodded. Among the four brothers, he is the tallest. Not only is he tall, but he is also the best at fighting. However, he smiles when he sees everyone on weekdays, so it seems that you can't tell. But Jiang Qian, the younger sister, knows very well that this third brother is a smiling tiger. Otherwise, why didn't Zhou Guiyun, the mother, ask the two older brothers to accompany him? When the bus came, the mother and son got on the bus. However, because they brought a lot of chickens, the driver and the conductor had to ask about it. Not only did people here ask about it, but after arriving in the provincial capital, law enforcement officers also came to ask about it. Jiang Shouhe showed them the certificate issued by the brigade. It was clearly written on it that because the daughter, who went to accompany the army, gave birth to triplets, she brought some things to visit. The deadline was written as 10 days. Of course, there is also a telephone number for the army, and you can call to ask if you need it. But don't mention it. Someone really called the army to ask, and after the result proved to be true, they issued a certificate and asked them to take it on the train. After someone checked it later, they could take out this certificate. After a day and a night, Zhou Guiyun and Jiang Shouhe arrived at the railway station in the provincial capital where the troops were located. Han Shirgua had specially asked for an excuse to borrow a car to wait here because he had called the troops to confirm, so he knew their boarding time and could wait on time. Han Shirgua saw them almost as soon as they got off the car. Although everyone had big bags and small bags, it was rare to see people like his mother-in-law and third brother-in-law. Mom, third brother.
Han Shigurhoted.
Zhou Guiyun and Jiang Shouhe also saw him at once. After all, that head standing in the crowd was also a crane among chickens. Han Shirgua came up to take the package and the basket of eggs from his mother-in-law. Mom, third brother, are you tired all the way here? I'm not tired. The third brother is tired. He has to watch the things and didn't sleep much. Zhou Guiyun smiled. Nothing. Jiang Shouhe didn't feel much. Let's go. Let's go back first, and let the third brother have a good rest when we get home. Han Shirgua said. Okay. Zhou Guiyun smiled and nodded. Jiang Shouhe followed with the chicken cage on his shoulder. Han Shirgua looked at the chickens and said with a smile, I specifically told you not to bring anything here. We can buy them here. How tiring is it to bring all these? Why should we be tired? Just carry them on the bus. We have been taking the bus all the way here. It is not tiring at all. Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. Han Shirgua did not say anything else. He brought them over and put them in the car, including the chickens. We don't need to stay longer. We will stay here for 2 days and then go back. Zhou Guiyun said after getting in the car. That won't work. We have to stay a few more days. Qian just gave birth. She was very happy when she heard me say that you were coming the other day. I was looking forward to you coming to accompany her more. Han Shirgua said. Zhou Guiyun smiled. There is still so much work to do at home. It's nothing serious. Just take it as a break. Is my little sister okay? Jiang Shouhe asked. Don't worry, third brother. Qian is fine.
Han Shigunu did.
Driving all the way back to the army, it was very fast. However, because they were strangers, they had to register before entering the base, but it was simple and quick. After entering the army, Han Shirgua sent them home first, and then turned around to return the car. Oh, my dear sister-in-law, you are here. Why did you bring so many things? It must be so tiring. Han's mother said happily when she saw them coming. Zhou Guiyun smiled and said, Not all of them are mine. These 3 chickens were sent by my father-in-law, Shirgua's eldest brother, and asked me to bring them together. That old man is quite thoughtful. Han's mother smiled immediately. How can he not be thoughtful? These are his grandchildren, and he can't bear to let them go hungry. Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. While they were talking, Zhou Guiyun also went into the house. As for the chickens, they were all placed in the yard outside. Aunt, is there a river here? I'll go take a bath first and come back. Zhang Shoha asked. Do not worry. Wait for Shigua to come back and let Shigua take you to the bathhouse. Xiaozhen, get a basin of water for your third uncle. Just wash his face first. Han's mother went to pour water and greeted. Okay. Zhang Xiaozhen went to get a basin of water and took a new towel. Zhang Shoha didn't use the new towel. He brought one with him and washed his face with his own towel and also washed his hands with soap. He was guarding the chickens all the way, so he smelled of chicken, so he didn't dare to go in to see his younger sister and nephews. But Zhou Guiyun couldn't wait to come in and see her daughter and grandchildren first.
Mom.
Jiang Qian's eyes suddenly turned red when she saw her mother coming in. Zhou Guiyun hurriedly said, Don't cry. You can't shed tears during confinement. Your eyes will be damaged. They all said this in their area. Jiang Qian held back her tears upon hearing that. Zhou Guiyun checked her daughter's condition and complexion. Although her little face was a little pale, she was still in good condition. She even asked, Are you okay after giving birth? What did the doctor say? No problem. The birth went smoothly. The doctor said that I just need to take good care of myself during the confinement period.
Don't worry about me, Mom.
Jiang Qian didn't want her mother to worry about this. That's good. Zhou Guiyun was relieved. Although her son-in-law also said that both mother and child were safe, she still had to come and see in person to be completely relieved. At this time, Han's mother brought in some water, and Zhou Guiyun took it with a smile. Thank you, my dear, for taking such good care of Qianqian. This is what I should do. It's my job. It's not hard. I'm very happy and happy. Zhou Guiyun drank the water and continued to praise. That's because I met a good mother-in-law like you, my dear. If it were someone else, they might not care. Qianqian, you and Shigua must be filial in the future, otherwise I, your mother, will not agree. I know I never treat my mother-in-law as a mother-in-law, I always treat her as my own mother. Jiang Qian said. Han's mother also praised Zhou Guiyun. No need to say this. Qianqian and Shigua don't need to say much. They are both filial. Zhou Guiyun smiled and nodded. That's how it should be. If there are two old people in the family, like two treasures, you have to cherish the blessings. After chatting for a while, Han's mother went to prepare dinner. Zhou Guiyun did not rush to do this job. She came to see her grandchildren. The three children are all sleeping now, but even with their eyes closed, their noses and eyebrows looked just like the son-in-law. Zhou Guiyun couldn't help but smile and whispered, I thought that among the three, at least one would look like Qianqian, but now they all look like Shigua. Jiang Qian sighed. I was very quiet during my pregnancy, and I thought the child looked like me, but I just won the participation award. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they look like. Zhou Guiyun smiled. Jiang Qian just remembered. Where's my third brother? Why didn't he come in? I won't go in yet. I'll take a shower and then see my nephews. They all smell like chicken. Jiang Shoha, who was outside, heard his little sister calling him and said with a smile, Let him hold his nephews after he takes a shower, so as not to suffocate the children. Zhou Guiyun also said. Jiang Qian didn't say anything and smiled at her mother. Did you think the telegram was sent by mistake? Zhou Guiyun was in a good mood. Yes, it scared us. It was supposed to be 2, but it became 3. We thought the telegram was sent by mistake, so we quickly called your third brother to go to the city to make a phone call. Jiang Qian laughed, and Zhou Guiyun laughed too. Oh, the 3 little grandchildren are really adorable. Look at how cute they are sleeping. Although they are not full term, they are really growing up. But she also remembered and couldn't help saying, I have to feed 3. How can I feed them? Originally, confinement is to give women time to recuperate, but to feed 3 children, there is no sleep, right? I only feed the third child. The eldest and the second child are only fed during the day. At night, they go to sleep with grandma and drink milk powder in the middle of the night. Jiang Qian said. The milk came the next day after giving birth, which was very fast, and the food rations were also sufficient. However, if she had to take care of 3 children, she would not be able to sit through the confinement. Because the first and second children were stronger, she let them drink milk powder in the middle of the night. The third child was fully breastfed. Zhou Gutian was also happy to hear this. This is good, this is good. Han Shihua came back soon. When he heard that Jiang Shouhe was going to take a bath, he took his clothes and went with his third uncle. The 2 brothers rubbed one together. After washing with soap and coming back, Jiang Shouhe came in to see his nephew and couldn't help laughing. He really looks like their dad. The 3 little guys haven't woken up yet. Now is the stage when they can sleep a lot. They sleep about 20 hours a day. Except for eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating, they sleep all the time and don't wake up at all. Jiang Qian, a new mother, sometimes has to put her hand under their noses to feel them, which is embarrassing. Dinner was ready soon. Jiang Qian's confinement meal is very rich, with meat and eggs, but the delivery time is still short, so big meat like fish can't be eaten. There is also stewed chicken, which can't be eaten for the time being. It will affect the discharge of lochia, and it will take a few more days before tonic. But meat and eggs are enough. Jiang Qian was eating in the house and said to Han Shihua, "You go out to eat first, and come back to clean up after eating. You don't need to watch over now." This man, now he doesn't go anywhere every day, just watch over the mother and children, and serve them in front of the bed. If there is anything, just call him, and he'll do it immediately. He is really good at providing emotional value. And it is also in line with the saying that you will know whether you marry the right person after you give birth to a child. Whether he has the patience to treat his wife and children well can be best reflected during the confinement period. Obviously, Han Shihua is very patient, and she did not make a mistake in him. Then call me if you have anything. Han Shihua said that his mother-in-law and third uncle came today, and he had to accompany them.
Yeah.
Han Shihua came out. We are not outsiders. Look at your mother. She cooked so many dishes. Zhou Guyun smiled at her son-in-law. There are stewed fish, meat, scrambled eggs, soup, and vegetables. It can be said that it is particularly rich. Han Shihua said with a smile, "It's my duty, mother, third brother. You guys eat more." He used the chopsticks that had not been used yet to pick up a piece of meat for his mother-in-law. Zhou Gutian smiled. "Mom, come by yourself. Everyone eat, everyone eat." While eating and chatting, Zhou Guyun praised Xiaozhen. "I heard from your aunt that these days it's really thanks to you, Xiaozhen, for helping a lot, helping to take care of the brothers, and busying around the house." Zhang Xiaozhen smiled and said, "I'm used to doing all these things at home." After her mother gave birth, she was the one who took care of her during the confinement period. At that time, she was not even as tall as the stove, so she cooked on a small stool. She also did things like washing diapers, because at that time her sister had to pull weeds and pick up cow dung to earn some work points, so the housework was left to her. She was really used to doing these things, and it was not a problem for her at all. Han's mother also smiled and said, "When the 2 brothers get up to drink milk at night, I don't have to get up either. Xiaozhen gets up to prepare the milk powder, and I just feed them. That's a good child. With you here to help your aunt, and your grandmother are much more relaxed." Zhou Guyun said. Zhang Xiaozhen is not a very eloquent person, just smiled shyly. But Zhou Guyun is indeed very satisfied with her, because such a girl looks very simple and can work. After dinner, Zhang Xiaozhen cleaned up very quickly. Zhou Guyun wanted to help, but she stopped her. I'll do it, Grandma. You just go and accompany your aunt. She is the cousin of the triplets, so, of course, she has to follow the triplets to call Zhou Guyun Grandma and Jiang Shouhe Uncle. Zhou Guyun smiled and said, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, it's all a small matter." Zhang Xiaozhen went to get busy. Zhou Guyun also came to see her daughter and grandchildren. Jiang Qian was full, but the children have not woken up yet. "Did you breastfeed before we came?" Jiang Qian smiled and said, "Yes, I just breastfed them, and they just fell asleep not long ago." Zhou Guyun nodded and said, "Then mother will go take a bath first."
Okay.
Zhou Guyun went to get clothes and called Jiang Shouhe to take her to the bathhouse to buy a ticket for a bath. After the bath, she came back and praised the bathhouse. "It's just too expensive. It costs 3 cents to take a bath. Zhou Guiyun said. Han's mother smiled and said, "It's not expensive, but it's really comfortable. When I first came, I felt relaxed after taking a bath. Yes, it feels like all the fatigue from the journey has been washed away." Zhou Guiyun smiled. Han Shirwa came back after taking out the trash and asked, "Mom, do you want to go to the room and rest first?" "It's still early. I'm not that tired." Zhou Guiyun was still in good condition, but she asked Jiang Shouhe, her son, "Do you want to go in and take a nap?"
No.
Jiang Shouhe was not tired either. While chatting, they heard the crying of children in the room. The first one to wake up was the third child. After the third child woke up, the first and second children also woke up one after another. As long as they wake up, they need to eat. But before eating, they still have to change their diapers first, otherwise it is easy to spit up milk after changing diapers after feeding. It was their grandmother who changed it for them and wiped their little butts very gently. After they were clean, she smiled and sent the third child, who was crying loudly and obviously eager to eat, to his mother's arms. Because he had to feed, Jiang Shouhe went out. Jiang Qian also fed the little guy. The third child was thin and small, and his cry was not that strong, just like a kitten. But the little guy was very quiet after eating the rations, and he concentrated on eating. After Zhou Guiyun cleaned up the eldest and second children, she came to take a look. Seeing the little grandson eating, stopping to catch his breath, and then continuing to eat, her eyebrows and eyes were particularly loving. Looking at the way he eats, I know he will grow up to be a great man. Jiang Qian's face was also full of maternal love, and she touched the little guy in her arms who was trying hard to suckle. Maybe because she ate a lot of black sesame seeds during pregnancy, the little guy's hair grew very well. In fact, at most, he was born at more than 34 weeks and less than 35 weeks. He was a premature baby, but the three brothers grew up well. He didn't need to be hospitalized for observation and could go home to take good care of him. The little guy stopped eating, and it took a while before he finished eating. After he finished eating, he stopped eating by himself. He was very smart. After eating and drinking enough, he felt good. He opened his eyes and began to look at the world without crying or making a fuss. But the eldest and second brothers wanted to eat, so Jiang Qian took them over to feed them one by one. After the brothers were full, Jiang Qian also lay down to rest. "Mom will sleep with you tonight, and Shirba will go to sleep in the study with your third brother," Zhou Guiyun said with a smile. "Mom, you go sleep over there and let the third brother sleep on the floor. It's not good to sleep here at night," Jiang Qian said hurriedly. She had taken a train before and knew that she must be tired on the way here. "It's okay, Mom wants to accompany you more," Zhou Guiyun said gently. With just one sentence, Jiang Qian swallowed the words she wanted to persuade. She seemed to have returned to the time before she got married and said coquettishly to her mother, "Mom, you have always spoiled me like this. Mom's daughter has grown up and is now a mother, but to me, you will always be a daughter." Zhou Guiyun gently touched her daughter's pale face. "It's definitely heartbreaking, but which girl can avoid having children? Just get through it, first bitter and then sweet." Zhou Guiyun originally planned to stay for 2 days, but when she was about to leave, her daughter and son-in-law would not let her go and forced her to stay for a full 7 days before they agreed to let her go. But Jiang Qian actually wanted to stay a little longer. It was Zhou Guiyun who wanted to go back. "Mom came here and saw with her own eyes that your mother-in-law took good care of you and the child, and Shirba really loved you. Mom has nothing to worry about. Besides, you have been staying for so many days, and it is time for Mom to go back," Zhou Guiyun said to her daughter. She had seen all these days, and her daughter really didn't need to worry about her during this confinement period. She sat very well. Even if Zhou Guiyun took care of her personally, it would probably be like this. So although she was reluctant, she had to go back. Jiang Qian knew that her mother really wanted to go back, and although she was reluctant, she could only nod. It was Han Shirwa who drove them to the station and bought 2 sleeper berths for them. Because it was hot, they didn't bring much else, only boiled eggs and tomatoes and cucumbers to eat on the bus. The rest can be bought on the train, where lunch boxes are also sold. However, there is still a piece of good cloth. Jiang Qian knew that Gu Yunlan would take the twins to the county town with Lu Chongjing this Sunday, so she asked Gu Yunlan to help buy it to make clothes for her nephews and nieces, and asked her to take it back together. Zhou Guiyun refused and said she would not accept it no matter what, and asked her to keep it for her 3 grandchildren to make clothes for them when they grow up. It was Han Shirgua who secretly took it to the car and sent it to the train. There was nothing he could do about them, so Zhou Guiyun accepted it. After sending his mother-in-law and 3rd uncle on the train, Han Shirgua drove home. Zhou Guiyun and Zhang Shouha arrived in the county town after a day and a night, and called to report their safety before returning to the 5-star brigade. Jiang Qian was relieved to know that they arrived safely, and she sorted out her mood and put all her thoughts on the children. It has been 14 days since the birth, almost half a month. These days, because the nutrition is sufficient and there are people to help take care of the children, she only needs to feed and take care of herself during the confinement period, and she doesn't have to worry about anything else. In addition, she was still young and recovered quickly, so she took good care of them. Not only did she take good care of them, but the children as well. After a while, the children grew up a lot, more than 1 pound, less than 2 pounds. Because they grew a lot, they also became stronger. For example, the cry of the 3rd child was much louder than when he was just born. He was no longer like a cat before, but now he cried very loudly. Not to mention the eldest and the 2nd child, they were a little plump. Zhou Guiyun praised her for her good food, so the rations were so nutritious and the children grew so well. But the brothers were easy to take care of. Because they were basically sleeping, only when they were hungry and their diapers needed to be changed, they would sound the alarm to tell the adults to come and clean up and feed us. But as long as they were clean and full, the 3 brothers would observe the world by themselves even if they didn't sleep, and they would not make trouble. They were very quiet. Jiang Qian would watch them from the side and would not disturb them, but the motherly love between her eyebrows made people feel warm. That day, Gu Yunlan brought the twins over. But unfortunately, the triplets were sleeping when they came. The younger brothers are still sleeping? They sleep too much. The twins sighed. The younger brothers were always sleeping when they came. They had been born for so long, and they came almost every day, but they only saw the younger brothers awake twice. The younger brothers are still young. Of course they need to sleep more to grow up. Gu Yunlan smiled. Were we like this when we were young? Shuang asked. Yes, all children are like this. Only when they grow up, they will sleep less. The brother and sister accepted this explanation, but even if the younger brothers were not awake, they would be happy to take a look. The younger brothers have gained a lot of weight. Look at their chins, they are round. Yes, now I'm used to seeing them. I don't think they are ugly anymore. They were not ugly to begin with. They are not red anymore. They're starting to turn white. That's right. They will definitely be cute in the future. The brother and sister talked back and forth, and they deliberately lowered their voices to speak. Jiang Qian smiled, and Gu Yunlan asked with a smile, "How do you feel now?" "A lot more relaxed. Basically, there is no problem." Jiang Qian felt much more comfortable, except that there was still some lochia that had not been completely discharged, but her body really began to feel comfortable. The first 3 days were the most uncomfortable, but after 3 days, it was really much better, and it was different every day afterwards. Now she comes downstairs to walk around every day, but she doesn't go out, just stays in the house for the confinement period. That's good. With your mother-in-law and Xiaojin taking care of you, you can rest assured. Do you eat a lot? Yes, I eat too much. I have to eat 6 meals a day now. That's normal. Don't you think about the fact that you have to feed the 3 of them, and you didn't gain weight after giving birth, and everything you ate turned into food for them to eat. Look how well they have grown up. It's only been a short time, and it doesn't look like you gave birth prematurely. When you are out of the confinement period, I estimate that they will be white and plump, and will not be much worse than other children.
Gu Yunlan said.
She grew up in the countryside, and had seen what the children there looked like when they were born, but they were not necessarily as good as the triplets. Jiang Qian was comforted. She had not gained weight during the confinement period after giving birth, and the children had indeed grown up well. But she couldn't help but whisper to Gu Yunlan that the flesh on her belly was indeed very loose. This made her anxious about her figure. She didn't have stretch marks, but Gu Xiaolan's bad mouth was right. Don't worry. Wait until you are out of the confinement period, and I will teach you how to exercise. If you exercise according to what I say, I guarantee that you can recover to your former self. Gu Yunman said immediately. She was also an experienced person. She was also anxious about her figure after giving birth to twins, and it was only later that she recovered. Now, seeing Jiang Qian worried about this, of course, she had to encourage her. That's a deal. You have to teach me after I am out of the confinement period, Jiang Qian said. Definitely. After a while, she let Jiang Qian have a good rest and took the twins back home. Mother Han brought in the prepared confinement meal, which was a bowl of chicken, some green vegetables, and rice. On the bowl of rice were 2 fried eggs and lard. And all these things went into Jiang Qian's stomach. After all, her appetite was expanded during pregnancy, so she could eat more. Of course, there was another reason, which was what Gu Yunlan said, that the food she ate really turned into food. But it would also nourish her body and let her recover quickly. Take a nap while they are still asleep, Mother Han said with a smile. Well, you guys go and rest too. Jiang Qian nodded. Mother Han agreed, and Jiang Qian closed her eyes and squinted for a while. After all, she had given birth to triplets, so her body was weak. She was a person who didn't have any worries, so she could sleep whenever she wanted. The life of confinement is undoubtedly boring. 20 days after giving birth, Jiang Qian's body recovered very well. Because of the good recovery, she didn't sleep so much. So she used her free time to take the translation manuscript to pass the time. Han's mother didn't dare to say anything to her, but when Han Shirwa came back, she told her son Han Shirwa privately. It's true that making money is an important thing, but the confinement period has not yet ended, and she is worried that her daughter-in-law will be tired. This is like sharpening a knife when chopping wood. Sharpening the knife will not delay the work of chopping wood, right? When Han Shirwa heard it, of course he came to talk to his wife. Jiang Qian knew that it was her mother-in-law who said it and smiled. I know. You tell Mom to let her rest assured that I just do it to pass the time when I'm bored. I only translate for 1 or 2 hours a day, and I don't do much. It's good to have something to do. Otherwise, lying in bed all day, the bones will be rusted, and there is no mobile phone to play with like in the future. Are you really not in a hurry to make money?
Han Shigu looked ahead.
Jiang Qian smiled. I don't know how much money is in our savings account. And you, the head of the family, give me such a great sense of security. Why should I be in a hurry? It's just boring. I stay at home all day long. If I don't do something, I will really get moldy. Han Shirwa was relieved and came over to kiss her. That's good. Just don't tire yourself out. Mom is just concerned about you. Don't blame her for telling tales to me. I know, my mother said if you meet a good mother-in-law like me, just be happy. Jiang Qian smiled. Although the mother-in-law comes here to spend money with their own money, some mothers-in-law are still reluctant to spend so much on their daughter-in-law. They will think that the daughter-in-law is spending money that her son has worked hard to earn. But Han's mother really won't do that. She is afraid that she won't have enough to eat at every meal, so she will ask her if it's enough. If not, add some more. There are also dishes such as Crucian carp tofu soup, fish head soup, and stewed pig's trotters with peanuts, which are also cooked for her every day. She doesn't eat chicken every day, but she will stew one for her every 3 days. It can be said that as long as she can eat it, she can eat it. Maybe some people who like to find faults will say something, saying that she does this for her 3 grandchildren to have sufficient food supply. Those 3 are her sons. Even if Han's mother doesn't do it for her, she is happy for her 3 children to make such delicious food for her. But Jiang Qian has a natural sensitivity to whether people are kind or malicious. She can clearly feel Jiang Yu's malice, but she didn't feel any from Han's mother. On the contrary, Han's mother's kind care makes her feel very comfortable. Han Shirwa knows how filial his wife is. He smiled and took out a piece of paper from his arms. Wife, take a look. This is the name I gave our son. Are you satisfied? Jiang Qian took it and looked at it. Jiawang, Jiafu, Jida. A strong and simple wish came to her. Jiang Qian. How is it, wife? Han Shirwa smiled at his wife. You named them very well. But she refused. Okay, that's settled. I'll go register them tomorrow. Han Shigwa said with a smile. When he got married in his hometown and took Jiang Qian to register their household registration, they didn't really register them. Instead, they got a certificate of relocation and took the certificate to the army to register them. Jiang Qian. But I also named the children. Do you want to listen to mine? With nothing to do, she of course named her sons. Han Shigwa nodded. Wife, let me see. Jiang Qian took the book next to her, which had 3 names on it. The eldest is Jiading, the second is Jiahong, and the third is Jiai. The word Jia is for the children's generation. All the children of Han Jiatan's generation are named with the word Jia. For example, Han Shimon's children are named Jiadong, Jiayue, Jiawei, and Jiaxing. Han Shigwa's eyes lit up. The names of the first and second are good, and the name of the third. Are they not good? Jiang Qian looked at him. It's not that they are not good, but there are too many strokes. I will definitely worry about this name when he goes to school in the future. Han Shigwa was thinking about his son's future elementary school. Jiang Qian smiled. It doesn't matter. I will give them enlightenment and teach them in advance. After saying that, she saw Han's mother just coming in and she smiled and said, Mom, come and have a look. We have named the children. Do you think mine is better or Shigwa's is better? Han's mother was also very interested, and then after hearing Han Shigwa finish reading them, she said without hesitation, Qianqian's is good. Don't listen to Shigwa's. They are all repeated. Repeated? Han Shigwa was stunned for a moment. You haven't been back for a few years. How many children have been born in Han Jiatan? Jiafu is the name of your 9th uncle's grandson. Jiawang is the name of your eldest uncle's grandson. And this Jeda. The 3 names have been taken by villagers without exception. Han Shigwa was embarrassed. I thought about these names for a long time. Jiang Qian. It's hard for you. I'm sorry for the trouble. Han's mother laughed at him rudely. I thought about it for a long time. Look at the names Qianqian chose. Jia Tung, Jia Hong, Jia Yi. Compare them yourself. They are so classy and so nice. No one in our village can choose such nice names, so I chose them according to Qianqian's. Jiang Qian smiled at Han Shigwa, and Han Shigwa also smiled. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. The next day, Han Shigwa came to register the children. Because they will receive food in a few days, they will line up to buy food on the 24th and 25th. After registering, the children can receive their rations this month. Oh, Captain Han, these names are well chosen. They don't look like you chose them. They must be chosen by your family. The staff laughed when they saw the 3 names. Han Shigwa thought, is it that obvious? After all, we have passed the high school diploma exam. But he didn't argue with him. After the children were registered, they could get a certificate to receive food rations. After the household registration book was taken back, Jiang Qian was very satisfied after looking at the children's household registration information. As for other things, she didn't need to worry about them. She continued her confinement life. During the confinement period, Jiang Qian just did translation to pass the time every day, and then ate, slept, and breastfed the children. Many people came to visit her during the confinement period. Feng Bowen and Cheng Miao also came and brought their families to visit the triplets. Nian Yuji, Su Fenglian, Li Guifin, and others also came 2 or 3 times. But because she had to stay in confinement, she didn't bother her much. But Gu Yunlan would bring the twins every day and chat with her to resolve some of her negative emotions after giving birth. Of course, she would also come to share gossip with her. For example, this time when she came, Gu Yunlan talked about Gu Xiaolan's belly. The belly is already very big. It doesn't look like a 7-month pregnancy at all. It feels like 8 or 9 months, as if she is about to give birth. Zhao Yushun was very happy and thought it was twins, but Gu Xiaolan said she had gone for a checkup a long time ago, and the doctor said there was only one, not twins. Jiang Qian was puzzled. Manager Zhao himself doesn't know why Gu Xiaolan's belly is so big. How could he think it was wrong? They all knew that Gu Xiaolan and Zhao Yushun got married because of pregnancy, and she was pregnant before she got married. Who knows him? Gu Yunlan said. Maybe he is jealous of our twins and triplets, so he wants one too. When he found out there was only one, he felt very disappointed. He felt that he was not attentive to Gu Xiaolan, but Gu Xian cared about her very much. Last time I saw him giving money to Gu Xiaolan. When Jiang Qian heard this, she thought of the weird atmosphere between Gu Xian and Gu Xiaolan, as if something was wrong, but she couldn't think of it. The child over there also woke up, so he focused on the child and didn't pay much attention to other people's affairs. The children woke up one after another, and Zhang Xiaojun came in to change diapers and so on. Han's mother was not at home, and went out for a walk. Seeing Zhang Xiaojun's agile movements, Gu Yunlan praised, "Your aunt is much more relaxed with your help. You really helped a lot." Zhang Xiaojun smiled and said, "They are all small things." But Jiang Qian also said, "Don't say it, it's really thanks to Xiaojun." Just from the fact that Han's mother still had time to go out for a walk while she was in confinement, we can see how capable Zhang Xiaojun is. There is nothing she can't do, such as washing clothes, cooking, taking care of children, changing diapers, etc. Jiang Qian is really satisfied. After all, it was Han Shirgua who asked to bring them here, and he really understands this niece's femininity. Zhang Xiaojun smiled, packed up the little cousins, and brought them one by one to her aunt to feed. Usually the third child eats first. This little guy has never been able to the two brothers in the belly. After coming out, the brothers have to retreat when he howls. So he was fed first, and after he was full, the two brothers continued to eat. Mingming and Shuangshuang came to watch their aunt feed their younger brothers. The brother and sister were just over 4 years old, and they were not avoided when feeding. Mingming didn't think much of it and said, "My brothers are really hungry. They've been sleeping for so long before eating." But Shuangshuang was a little greedy. The little girl was also very sensible. After her brothers had finished eating, she hesitated and said, "Aunt, can I have a taste too?" After saying this, Mingming exclaimed, "Aren't you ashamed? How can you eat your brother's food?" Shuangshuang's face turned red. "I just want to try it. I don't want to eat more." Gu Yunman and Jiang Qian were both at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Gu Yunman wanted to scold her, but Jiang Qian said generously, "Shuangshuang, come here and try it." Shuangshuang was really embarrassed. Gu Yunman said with a smile, "Okay, go over and try it, but I don't think you will like it." Shuangshuang came over with a red face to taste it, and her little face really wrinkled. "Why does it taste like this? It's so unpalatable." She couldn't help but said. Gu Yunlan smiled and said, "What other taste do you want? I thought it was as delicious as malted milk." "How is that possible? This is for children. Children don't have teeth and can't eat, so they drink milk. I still have malted milk. I'll go back and get it for them to drink." "Don't drink this. It's so unpalatable." Shuangshuang still frowned, with a look of disgust, and of course sympathy for the younger brothers who had no teeth and could only drink milk. "Thank you, Shuangshuang, but children all eat this. They can't digest malted milk yet." Jiang Qian smiled. "Okay then. Sister Xiaojun, I want to rinse my mouth." Shuangshuang nodded and looked at Zhang Xiaojun. Zhang Xiaojun smiled and went to pour her some water. Mingming said to her, "You deserve it. I told you to be so greedy. You have to taste what your younger brothers eat." "That's nothing. I just took a small bite." Shuangshuang retorted. The brother and sister started to quarrel, but soon they came together to look at the 3 younger brothers. "Annie, have the brothers been named? Do you want us to name them?" They volunteered.
Yes.
Jiang Qian smiled. "What are their names?" "The eldest is Han Jiating, the second is Han Jiahong, and the third is Han Jiai." Gu Yunman praised as soon as she heard it. "This is a good name." "I am a bad namer. It was that guy Lu Changzheng who named them." "Are our names not nice?" the brother and sister said as soon as they heard it. Gu Yunman was unable to answer for a moment, and Jiang Qian took over and praised. "How can they not be nice?" "Lu Ming." Ming means bright, wise, and upright. This is the special expectation your father has given to your name. Lu Shuang. The word Shuang symbolizes good luck, good fortune, and happiness, and good things come in pairs. This is also your father's blessing to you. What's wrong with it? I think it's great. Not to mention the twin brother and sister. Gu Yunman couldn't help but praise after being explained like this. "You have great literary talent." If she didn't know how rough Lu Changzheng was, she would have thought that he really thought so. She brought this matter home to Lu Changzheng in the evening. Of course, she didn't explain it right away, but asked him why he gave the child such a name. Lu Chongjing said, I hope Mingming will be an upright and righteous person in the future. I hope that both of us will have good things in pairs and live a safe and smooth life. Gu Yunlan was stunned, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was different. You actually have some knowledge? She was really stunned. Lu Chongjing. What do you mean? Gu Yunlan repeated Jiang Qian's thoughts on the meaning of the two children's names, and she actually got his idea of naming the two children right. She thought that this rough man didn't think so much, and just gave the names casually. Lu Chongjing said dissatisfiedly, In your eyes, am I so uncultured? Just gave a name casually? Let me tell you, I'm much better than Lao Han. He named his children Jiafu, Jiawang, and Jiata. In his hometown, there is a neighbor who has a dog named Jiawang. So when he knew that Han Shigwa wanted to give the child this name, the tea he had just drunk was sprayed out. He wanted to persuade him to change it, but old Han was ordinary and confident. He insisted that these three names were good, and he didn't want to say that the dog was called Jiawang. Really? Gu Yunlan smiled. Qian told me that it was Jiading, Jiahong, and Jiai. Then it must be that Officer Jiang didn't like the names he gave, so he changed them. Lu Chongjing also laughed. Fortunately, he married a cultured wife. However, because his cultural level was questioned, Battalion Commander Lu still gave his family a good beating and tortured them at night. Gu Yunlan. The days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when the children were 1 month old. The day when the children were 1 month old was also the day when Jiang Qian came out of confinement. And the first thing she did was to go to the bathhouse and take a bath. God knows what happened to her body. Although at her request, Han's mother brought her hot water during the confinement period, that is, the kind that was boiled without adding a drop of raw water, and a basin of warm water was used to wipe her body. After all, it was hot, and her confinement period coincided with the hottest time of the year. It must be wiped, otherwise it would be unbearable. After Jiang Qian gave birth to 12 days, she basically had to scrub once every day. But she didn't take a bath and she didn't wash her hair. So the first thing to do after the confinement period was to go to the bathhouse and rub it hard. Wash your head comfortably. After coming out of the bathhouse, Jiang Qian felt that she had lost at least 3 or 5 pounds, and the whole person was very comfortable. When I went home, I saw the military wives also smiling and greeting everyone. Oh, Officer Jiang, you look so fair and radiant after your confinement. Although Jiang Qian is no longer in the propaganda department, everyone still calls her Officer Jiang when they see her. Yes, I am a little fairer. Jiang Qian smiled and stood to chat with others. Except for Nian Yuji, Su Fenglian, and Li Guifin who occasionally come to visit her, other military wives haven't seen her for a long time. Because she spent a whole month in the house in confinement, Jiang Qian was originally very fair, and after not seeing her for a while, she looked even fairer. In addition, she took good care of herself during the confinement, and her whole body was rosy. After giving birth, not only did she not show any signs of tiredness or fatigue, but she was even more beautiful. She was fat where she should be fat, and thin where she should be thin, and she had a devilish figure. How could she not be envied? After a few brief greetings, Jiang Qian went back. This military wife also praised her to everyone she met. So the family compound knew that Jiang Qian was so beautiful after her confinement. It can be seen that this confinement period is really good. As a neighbor, Gao Tsuetsue turned into a sour chicken after hearing this. How can it not be good? I have never seen anyone who can spend confinement like this. I am afraid that even the landlords in the past would not dare to eat and drink like her, right? As a neighbor, she knows how good the food is in the neighbor's house next door. It is really enviable. She has spread the word in the family compound a long time ago, saying that there is a chicken every 3 days and meat and fish are sold every day. She also wanted to make everyone jealous so that she could report it. As a result, everyone envied and sighed, but without exception, they thought that there was no problem with doing so. Especially Han Shigwa. He went to the organization to apply for special care and applied for a lot of meat and egg tickets. After everyone knew about it, They didn't say much except envy. Because everyone knew that they were giving birth to triplets, and the triplets were born before full term, and they were thinner than ordinary children. After the birth, if Jiang Qian, the mother, didn't kill chickens and stew meat to supplement their bodies, where would the food rations come from to feed the three brothers? This is to feed three, not just one, so how can you not supplement? This also made Gao Tsuetsue so angry that she couldn't speak because she was really greedy. But now she brought up the old matter again. Li Guifan heard it and said, "If you are destined to give birth to triplets, I guess your husband Gao will be willing to give you some supplements like this." Gao Tsuetsue rolled her eyes and went to find Go Lixia and others with a frown. As soon as she left, the military wives who couldn't stand her began to complain, "I want to feed my child with good milk when I give birth to a child. What's wrong with Secretary Jiang wanting to feed three good ones? Look how jealous she is." Who said it wasn't? She compares it with the landlord every day. She is deliberately trying to make trouble. What can she do? Captain Han even applied for extra meat and egg tickets, and the organization approved it. That's right, let's be jealous of her. From this, it can be seen that Jiang Qian has a very good relationship with people in the family compound. Of course, Han's mother also contributed to this. After Han's mother came here, she got along well with the military wives in the family compound. Everyone likes Han's mother, this enthusiastic and positive old lady. Jiang Qian actually knew that Gao Tsuetsue next door was very greedy, so she had another plan. Taking advantage of the fact that the confinement period was over, she discussed with Han Shigua that night, "What do you think about taking down the fence and building a circle around it?" She originally thought of forgetting it, but now she thinks about it. She still wants to build a circle around it so that people can't see anything they want to see, and the privacy will be better. Han Shigua had no objection. "Okay, I'll go find someone tomorrow. Don't worry if you're busy." Jiang Qian smiled. "It may be busy in a few days, so I have to get things done for you before then," Han Shigua said. Jiang Qian came over and kissed the man as a reward. Han Shigua looked at his wife and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His wife was so delicate, white, and fragrant that it made people feel itchy. But he didn't dare to touch his wife. Not only did he not dare to touch her, he also said, "Wife, I will sleep in the study tonight. Can you do it alone?" Before the confinement period, he insisted on staying in the house. After the confinement period, he didn't dare to stay and went to sleep in the study. There was no other reason, just because his wife was too tempting. He could get angry all over his body just by looking at her. He really didn't dare to stay next to his wife. Jiang Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but didn't stop him. Okay. As I said, she cherished her body, and it was impossible for her to sleep with him right after the confinement period. Especially since she gave birth to triplets, it would take at least 2 months after giving birth for her body to recover completely. So it was good for her to sleep in the study. Han Shigua went to sleep in the study that night. And he was really fast. He started to remove the fence and build the wall the next day. Han's mother also thought it was a good idea to put up a fence. "Let's do something so that the family next door can't see us anymore. Otherwise, they would stand on tiptoe and look at us every day." She was also fed up with Gao Tsuetsue. She was so shameless. Jiang Qian smiled. "Mom, make them something delicious." Okay. The soldiers who came to help worked very hard. Although they didn't have to be paid, their families were not stingy, and the food they made was excellent. Jiang Qian also gave them 2 packs of cigarettes. They were all very happy and kept saying thank you to their sister-in-law. They worked very hard and put up the fence in just 2 days. Gu Yunlan came to see it and said, "We should have done this a long time ago. When the door is ready, send it over and put it up. When the door is closed, no one can see anything from the outside." Jiang Qian was in a very good mood and felt that after the fence was put up, she felt much safer. Just as Han Shigua said, they were going to be busy. 2 days after the fence was built, they had to go out on a mission. Halfway through work this morning, he came back to pack up. "Wife, you and the children wait for me at home." Han Shigua packed up his things, hugged his wife, and kissed her hard. "When you go out, you must be careful, and you don't have to worry about the children. Mother and Xiaojun will help me take care of them. Jiang Qian also kissed the man back, saying softly, "It will probably take a long time to go out this time. When I come back, I will make it up to you." Han Shi was stared at her with green eyes. Hearing this, Jiang Qian threw him a coquettish look. "Well, I'll wait for you to come back and compensate me, and let you compensate me a lot." Han Shi was swallowed his saliva and couldn't help kissing her twice more. This little girl. He was really greedy. Not only was he reluctant to leave his wife, but also the children. The 3 babies were kissed by their father one by one, causing them to frown in their sleep. But he didn't wake up and continued to sleep. In this way, Han Shi was set off with reluctance. As soon as he left, Jiang Qian packed up and prepared to go to work. She had planned to go later because she was worried about the children's tantrums in February. But the method taught by the head nurse was really effective. Not long after she gave birth, Han Shi was sent the silk banner that he had ordered to the head nurse. He not only sent it to the head nurse, but also gave wedding candies to the nurses, which was more or less a token of his thoughts. The nurses were very happy, and the head nurse kept shirking her responsibilities, saying that there was no need to do so, and that it was their job and they should do it. But in the end, the silk banner was left behind, and the head nurse was really very proud and very happy. She also came to visit Jiang Qian and the triplets at home to see how they were recovering after giving birth. At the same time, she also taught them a method to relieve tantrums in February. Just use an old hot water bottle. If you don't have a hot water bottle, you can use a hanging water bottle. Fill it with hot water, wrap it with a towel, and feel the temperature yourself, because the baby's tender skin needs a lower temperature. When you feel it's almost done, you can put it on the baby's belly and roll it clockwise for massage. Mother Han took Zhang Xiaojun to do this for the triplets every day, so that the brothers had good food and drink, and there was no problem at all. Even in the 2nd month, there was no so-called February trouble. It was because the children were easy to take care of, and how far was the propaganda department from home? It was also a very leisurely job, and she could use her free time to come back and feed the babies. So, why not go to work? Of course, if she wanted to go back to work, she had to tell Mother Han about it, and she had to discuss this with the old lady. Mother Han supported it. How could she not support her daughter-in-law, who is so motivated to work and make money? Just go. When the children wake up and are hungry, I'll ask Xiaojun to call you. Han's mother said, without thinking. She and her granddaughter can take care of it. If her daughter-in-law wants to go to work, just go. After all, it's 35 yuan a month. Although it's far less than what her daughter-in-law earns from translation, is 35 yuan a small amount of money? How much money does the brigade in the village get in a year? Her daughter-in-law is so capable and gets double salary. How can Han's mother not support her? With the consent of her mother-in-law, Jiang Qian went back to work with peace of mind. It has been almost 2.5 months since she took leave at home to take care of the baby. It feels great to be back in the office again. Qian, you have recovered so well after giving birth. Cheng Miao couldn't help but praise. These days, her belly has begun to show, and it is almost 6 months old. Now is the time when the body is heavy. Seeing Jiang Qian, who has unloaded the goods, especially Jiang Qian's postpartum state, is better than before she got pregnant. Of course, she is envious. Feng Bowen and director Zhang also praised her, saying that she was originally fair, and now that she had finished her confinement, her whole body was glowing white. Their publicity department has 2 beautiful girls, Jiang Qian and Gu Yunlan, who can beat the mainstays of the art troupe in seconds. Jiang Qian left. But the original sense of unfamiliarity soon disappeared, and the atmosphere of their publicity department was still as good as before. Your mother-in-law is really good. I thought she would not want you to hand over all the children to her. Gu Yunlan couldn't help but praise. She was resistant to creatures like mother-in-law, but she really envied Jiang Qian for having a mother-in-law like Han's mother, who is no worse than her own mother. Jiang Qian smiled. My mother supports me to come to work and told me to just rest assured. If the children are hungry, ask Xiaojun to call me back. That's great. Gu Yunlan nodded. You have to help me with my stomach. Jiang Qian whispered to her. Don't worry, now that you are out of confinement, you can start exercising. As long as you follow my instructions strictly, I will make sure that you get back to your original shape before your husband Han comes back, and you will definitely fascinate him. Gu Yunman said immediately. Whether or not to fascinate Han Shihua is secondary, the main thing is to be beautiful. After giving birth to the triplets, there are indeed some parts of her body that have not recovered, but the biggest problem is still her belly, which is really too much. To be honest, she can't bear to look at her belly. Gu Yunman also understands this anxiety, so starting from today, she will help Jiang Qian recover her figure. Not only to recover her figure, but also some other things. Because after giving birth naturally, it is a very common problem that you will leak when you sneeze. But because Gu Yunman is a dancer, she has figured out the key points of postpartum recovery, which are very useful and effective. After work, she brought the twins to play with her brothers, and she taught Jiang Qian to do postpartum recovery exercises in the room. Jiang Qian did as she asked. In just a few days, she could clearly feel that the flesh in her belly had changed significantly and started to tighten up. The pelvic floor muscles were also the same. Jiang Qian felt that they were recovering. This really surprised and delighted her. Gu Yunman was indeed the chosen daughter of heaven. It was right to listen to her. Jiang Qian was really serious about this matter. After exercising for almost half a month, her belly had improved significantly. You are breastfeeding now, so you can't use medicine. Otherwise, I would go to the old doctor to make that ointment for you, and you will recover faster. Gu Yunman was also very satisfied after seeing it, and said to her again, Ointment? Jiang Qian looked at her. Yes, my mother introduced it to me. I used it together with the ointment at that time, but the old doctor asked me if I was breastfeeding at that time. If I couldn't use it. Gu Yunman said, It doesn't matter. My set of exercises is also very good. You can practice it according to it. There will be basically no problem later, but the recovery speed will be a little slower. If the recovery speed is just a little slower, then it doesn't matter. Because if possible, Jiang Qian plans to breastfeed the 3 children until they are about 1 year old. They were all born early and have some congenital deficiencies. She doesn't want them to lag behind other children, so she wants to breastfeed them more. Jiang Qian also firmly believes that those milk powders and the like can never compare with the food rations given by their mother. And this is the fact. Because Jiang Qian breastfeeds well, the 2-month-old triplets are not too plump now. They have grown almost 7 pounds since birth. Now they look no worse than those full-term children. Han's mother was very happy. She would cook for Jiang Qian in different ways every day, such as Crucian carp tofu soup, pig's trotter stewed with peanuts, etc. So that Jiang Qian could actually breastfeed the 3 brothers with increasing appetites. Of course, after the eldest and the second brother went to bed at night, they were still fed with milk powder. The 2 brothers were not picky about food and basically ate whatever they were given, but Jiang Qian usually gave them a meal before going to bed. Usually, they would sleep until the second half of the night before getting up to eat milk powder again. In fact, she only drank milk powder once a day, and Jiang Qian fed her the rest of the time. Sometimes when she was at work, Zhang Xiaozhen would come and call her back. Speaking of this, I have to praise the work of the propaganda department. It is really leisurely and comfortable. Even during working hours, she can come back to feed her and then go back. After all, it only takes 8 minutes to ride a bicycle back. Before, it took Han Shihua more than 10 minutes to pick her up, and that was because he rode slowly. If he was a little faster, he would be home in 7 or 8 minutes. It is close to home, there are fewer things to do, and the salary is not low. Jiang Qian really loves it. Not only does she love this job, but Gu Xiaolan also loves it. Gu Yunman said, My mother went to take care of her during the confinement period, and came back to complain to me, saying that she would give the child to her later, and Gu Xiaolan wanted to come back to work. Gu Xiaolan gave birth to a son, and is now in the confinement period, but she also wants to come back to work after the confinement period. Jiang Qian, would my aunt not be willing? She saw that Gu's mother really treated Gu Xiaolan as her own daughter. It's not that my mother doesn't wanna, but Zhao Yushun said he wanted to ask his mother to come and help. My mother thinks that if Zhao Yushun's mother is willing to come, she should let them take care of the child. This is someone else's grandson, and there is no reason to stop her, but Gu Xiaolan doesn't want to. Gu Yunlong talked about this matter. Because of this matter, the couple quarreled during the confinement period. My mother said that she was caught in the middle and was not a human being. She also pouted a little, thinking that her mother was asking for trouble. She had no blood relationship with her, so why should she care about how others arranged it? Anyway, she could find an excuse to shirk it, but she had to help, and now she got into trouble. Moreover, Gu Yunlong liked to see Gu Xiaolan suffer, and it would be best if her mother-in-law came. Look, after talking with Jiang Qian, she turned around and called her second sister-in-law who was about to give birth. After all, they are biological children. Gu Yunlong has a bad relationship with Gu Xian, the adopted son, but she has a good relationship with her eldest brother and second brother. And her eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, they all get along very well. After hearing what her sister-in-law said, Mrs. Gu was also very happy and called Madame Gu directly. After a long talk, Madame Gu had no choice but to take a car to take care of her second daughter-in-law and serve her during the confinement period. Gu Xiaolan was very angry when she knew about this. Zhao Yushun took his mother back smoothly, but as soon as he came, he had a big quarrel with Gu Xiaolan. In fact, it was not a big quarrel. It was mainly because Gu Xiaolan scolded Mrs. Zhao, and Mrs. Zhao was the image of a simple old lady from a farm family. She came out outside to wipe her tears in front of the neighbors. When some neighbors couldn't stand it and wanted to say something to Gu Xiaolan, she would persuade them again, saying that it was all her fault. Gu Yunlong brought this up to Jiang Qian and said, "Actually, if she didn't come to bother me, I wouldn't bother to care about her, but she has annoyed me and provoked me time and time again. If I didn't find something to annoy her, she would really think I was a soft persimmon." If her adoptive parents in the village had been nicer to her, if Gu Xiaolan had really known she was wrong and given up her position after she came back, Gu Yunlong wouldn't have hated this family so much. But how did her adoptive parents in the village treat her? She was able to escape alive because of her own cleverness and sharpness. After returning to the Gu family, Gu Xiaolan, who had taken over her life, not only didn't behave herself, but also dared to provoke her. How could she tolerate it? Killing her was impossible. That was illegal. She wouldn't do it, but it would definitely disgust her to death. Old Lady Zhao was the best candidate, and her methods were so clever. Jiang Qian didn't think there was anything wrong with Gu Yunlong's behavior, because just because Gu Xiaolan had spoken ill of her for no reason before, she no longer had any good feelings towards her. She just felt that Mrs. Zhao was very clever. Her behavior of wiping tears in front of the neighbors was hundreds of times better than directly confronting Gu Xiaolan. Not only could it ruin Gu Xiaolan's image among the neighbors, but it could also sow discord between her and her son. Gu Xiaolan was no match for her at all. In comparison, Jiang Qian felt that Han's mother was a rare and precious mother-in-law. Han's mother not only allows her to concentrate on work without worries, but also provides emotional value. Every time she comes home from work, Han's mother will pour her some water. "Are you tired? Drink a glass of water and take a rest." However, Jiang Qian is also very good at returning the favor. "Mom, you are really a treasure in our family. With you here, Shirgua, and I can really concentrate on work, but don't get tired, Mom. If you want to eat something, just buy it. If you don't have enough money, just tell me." Han's mother was also coaxed to feel comfortable. "Mom can't help you with other things, but as for taking care of the children, I will not ignore it if I can help. Don't worry about the family. I will take good care of you. Just focus on work outside." The old lady smiled. The younger daughter-in-law is not only beautiful and has a good personality, but also this kind of heart makes her feel good. It's nothing like the older one. No matter how much help she gets, no matter how much she lends a hand, she thinks it's her due, as if she owes her. She gets angry when she mentions the older one. "Mom, what do you think of our living environment here compared to the village?" Jiang Qian said this with a smile. "Of course it's better here than in the village. There's no way the village can compare to here." Han's mother didn't even have to think about it. "Then, do you and Dad want to come here together to live with us in the future? Come and live with us?" Jiang Qian asked. She has to go to work, and Han Shirgua also has a job, and he has to go on business trips from time to time. It would be great if the children had grandparents to come and take care of them. After all, Zhang Xiaojun is already 15 years old. Sooner or later, she will get married and have children. It's impossible for her to follow them all her life. If possible, Jiang Qian wants to invite her parents-in-law to come here to live together in the old age and help take care of the children.